It's time for quarterfinals in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, and making it through from the preliminaries with a record score, Magnus Carlsen is playing some of his best chess. Yesterday, he also, for the first time, made a comment on the drama happening between him and Hans Niemann. And Hans Niemann, he is also ready for the quarterfinals, but those two cannot face each other before a final. They will do their very best to make it to that final. So welcome everyone to the Julius Baer Generation Cup.
This move I have never seen before.
It's now or never for Giri. Unbelievable how he finds that move. We've got to call that Prague style. They're playing like stockfish. But he's gone for it. White hanging on, and he's dropped a bishop. Dropped his bishop. Handsome mistake.
This is so difficult.
Whoa!
No way!
Hello! That is the kind of move that I like to see.
Time for the knockout stage here in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, the 7th tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. And in the knockout stage, players will meet each other in matches consisting of 4 rapid games. After those 4 rapid games, if they are tied, then they will head straight into tie breaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon to decide who goes through. Today, they will be fighting for a spot in the semi-finals. We started out with 16 players, and we are left with 8 great chess players to fight in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. These are the 8 players sitting in their homes all over the world, and 5 out of 8 players in the quarterfinals are teenagers. We are seeing a generation shift in chess. And 4 of the players left in the tournament are sitting in the US. One of them is Christopher Yu. At 15 years old, he is the youngest player ever to make it through to a knockout stage in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. But it came close yesterday when fighting on the final day of the preliminaries.
See the evaluation bar swing across. Maybe this was a bit of a slip up by Christopher Yu.
Just when you think maybe you have a chance, Magnus goes, no. There you go, you have to put your knight on the edge of the board.
And now the bishop
and now
it's going the other way. That's really clever play.
Ruthless.
Oh, okay, and he's closing the net around the king here with that pawn.
Game over.
It is over, but what a fight from Christopher Yu.
Chucky's actually just given up a pawn. Wow. What is his idea here? He's given up, after rook takes rook, he's given up his central pawn. Things will start to collapse.
It's been such a beautiful game that I don't know there's no one mistake. And that's what makes the win even more impressive, that it's just been, when you can't identify a mistake, it's smooth, yeah? Very smooth.
Okay, really nice move, retreating his rook, offering a rook trade.
That's a brilliant move, because now his dark squared bishop is allowed to come in. He's breaking the pin. And as Chucky resigned, Chucky has just resigned.
17 minutes, a smile, and he looks a little bit surprised, actually, Hans Niemann, but this is a fantastic result for the American 3 points.
And it is captured. Wow.
Whoa.
He lets the queen appear on the board, but now Ivanchuk, it feels like he's winning. They're so loose, these pieces.
It feels like he should have a forced win here, even,
Whoa, what a move by Aronian. What a trick.
And he's just saying, take the rook, because the knight is going to get jumped to the d6 square and fork everything. And now it just looks like it's winning for white.
What happened?
Aronian. This knight check is going to dislodge the black king. White is going to make a new queen. Game over. Ivanchuk shakes his head.
Yeah. Poor Chucky.
In hands now, and he does click that resign button.
Ivanchuk, a legend. He fought hard, but eventually he did not make it through to the knockout stage. Many were disappointed to see that. Instead, Levon Aronian, with a great final day, was able to make it through in that crucial 8th place. But on top of the table, with 34 points in the preliminaries, Magnus Carlsen with a performance rating, David, of 29 something, close to 29.50. I mean, what do you think about Magnus's play?
Those are close to record-breaking numbers. Magnus hit another level. I think maybe all this drama that's happened in the last few days, it's spurred him on. It's given him motivation, a score to settle, and we know that Magnus, when he's really focused, that brings out the best results. He steamrolled some of his opposition, some of the best I've ever seen the #1 play.
Is that one of the things that makes him the world champion? Both that he's able to focus while all the drama is going on, and maybe even use it as motivation.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like, compared to some of the other players, he's got a few extra gears, and he doesn't always need to be in top gear in order to win. We've seen him grind out wins even when he's struggling. That's what makes him a champion, I feel, that he can win even when he's not on top form. But when he is on top form, as we've seen in this tournament so far, he can just destroy his opposition, and it's been impressive so far.
Yeah. And joining Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals are 5 teenagers, David. I asked Magnus yesterday about those teenagers. Are we seeing a generation shift in chess? It's already happening.
It's already happening. I feel old now, Kaja. Some of these players, I mean, Christopher Yu especially, 15 years old, and he's in the knockouts. His opponent, Eric Geisy, of course, Pragnananda, Vincent Keimer, and Hans Niemann himself, all extremely young, and we're going to hear a lot about those names in future. They're going to be at the top of world chess now for the next decade at least.
Yeah, these are the quarterfinal matchups. 4 of these players will make it through to the semifinals, and Hans Niemann also standing in the middle of this storm of drama, allegations of cheating from the chess world. Are you impressed he's been able to shut that out and make it through?
Yeah, very impressed. It's incredibly hard, especially when you're young, the emotions, so much attention on you, and he's still able to win some really nice games. He's had some ups and downs. He lost some bad games in the prelims, Hans, but he always bounced back, and the way he defeated players like Aronian, Ivanchuk, it showed the quality, and he's going to be one to watch out for in these knockouts.
Yeah. It's been 2 very dramatic weeks for chess, you guys. Magnus Carlsen, he withdrew from the Sinquefield Cup 2 weeks ago after losing a game to Hans Niemann, and then in this tournament he resigned his game against Hans Niemann, losing that game. Magnus Carlsen, he hasn't said a word, Magnus Carlsen, during all this drama, but yesterday, for the first time, we did get a comment from the world number 1. Magnus, what was the reason you withdrew from that game?
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot particularly speak on that. But you know, people can draw their own conclusion, and they certainly have. And I have to say, I'm very impressed by Niemann's play, and I think his mentor Maxime Dlugy must be doing a great job.
Okay, can you confirm or not confirm that it has to do with suspecting him of cheating?
I will not comment on that.
Okay. It's been a dramatic time for chess, and of course a special 2 weeks for you as well, also after Sinquefield Cup. How are you doing in all of this?
I'm okay, just, you know, living my life and trying to do well in the tournament. I mean, people who know me and followed, for instance, the tournament in Zagreb in 2019 know that I can sort of shut things out when I play. So that's.
Will you at some point make a comment on all the fuss that is going on?
Yeah, I hope to say a little bit more after the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Is in general cheating a problem in chess, do you think?
I mean, regardless of whether it's a massive problem or not, it's I think fairly easy to cheat, and on general, you know. On a general basis, I think that cheaters in the future have to be, you know, it should not be taken lightly, neither online or over the board.
He agrees along with you, Simon. You've also said that cheating online needs to be punished maybe as hard as over the board. And speaking specifically about what's happening with Hans, did he sort of say a lot without basically saying anything?
Yes, I think so. Definitely. He mentioned a name there.
Yeah.
So he mentioned Dlugy, and he you know, implied that connecting him to Hans. So maybe more will come out soon. I think that's also, he's implying, like, when the tournament's over, he might better say a bit more. So I think the whole chess community is just trying to guess what's going to come out on Monday, if anything is, you know. Obviously, it's a very precarious situation for all parties. Here we can see Dlugy on the screen here. He's a very strong, originally Russian player, I believe, who moved to America and lives in New York. But yeah, he certainly let some interesting little snippets out there, you know, and it was like, what's going on? You know, it's just what's next in this drama, you know? So it's we don't need our, you know, in England we have these EastEnders coronation. You don't need it. You just need the chess world, chess drama.
Turn it on every night.
It is. It's happening, and something happens every day.
Yeah.
What's going to happen today? I don't know. So it's going to be interesting, right?
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
But this Dlugy guy, David, Magnus brought him up yesterday. Hans has not really revealed who he's working with. So who is this Dlugy guy? Is he a coach of Hans?
Yeah, I don't have all the information. I must admit. I know he's a very strong player. I've played him myself online. He's a former world junior champion, Maxime Dlugy. He's also known as a blitz specialist. Very, very strong blitz player. And living in New York, he has worked with Hans in the past. There is a Facebook post of Maxime Dlugy congratulating Hans earlier this year on his successes. But beyond that, it's all a bit of a mystery. Nobody really knows. And I think that's why Magnus kind of drip-feeding us with all this information, giving that name yesterday was significant. Now there is a bit more information. Hans was always a bit mysterious about who he was working with. But again, that doesn't tell us anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a coach. It's just a very strong player. Who knows what the connection is? Who knows the history? Yeah. So it's all still total mystery to me.
Yeah, I read about this in Norwegian media today as well. Some experts in Norway saying that Delugi has been somewhat of a controversial guy, suspected of cheating himself, but obviously we do not know this. But so Jovanka, after Magnus spoke yesterday, did the storm kind of calm a little bit, or did it just blow up even more?
Yeah, kind of continue, Kaja. Just when you think that it's perhaps going to blow over, no, it just kind of amps up. And what was really good news, though, was that Magnus is prepared to speak out. And this comes as a big relief to everyone, because it doesn't sit well in the chess community just to throw out accusations or make insinuations that things are untoward. And it's nice Magnus is going to talk. We're going to hear his version of things. And it would be maybe nice now to hear Hans's viewpoint. Yeah. And also a very interesting interview by Magnus when he pointed the finger at Maxim Delugi. Yeah. Incidentally, it has been known that the two have been working together in the past, because Hans himself said it, but it wasn't public knowledge.
Interesting stuff, you guys. Now, Aronian, after Sinkfield Cup, he was a little bit hesitant to speak about the drama, saying that many of his colleagues were, well, he didn't really suspect Niemann of cheating. But 2 days ago, after Magnus resigned his game against Niemann, the tone was a little different with Aronian.
I understand the frustration of Magnus. You know, I mean, I really didn't know much about a lot of things. Now I'm somewhere in the middle. I do believe that Hans has been not the cleanest person when it comes to online chess.
And Aronian, kind of supporting Magnus Carlsen right there, is the one playing Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals today. These two have met each other so many times, both on the tour and in over-the-board chess. This is their score in the tour. And Aronian, he can definitely win some games against Magnus Carlsen, even beat him in a semi-final last season on the tour.
That's right. Aronian is capable. We saw he has beaten Magnus 8 times on the tour. That's more than most. And despite Magnus starting this one as a favourite, being in top form, Aronian, he got that lucky break yesterday. He has been rising over the last few rounds of the prelims, and he said he thinks luck is on his side today.
Yeah. In the FTX Crypto Cup a month ago, Magnus Carlsen won their match there, winning only 1 game. There were 3 draws. What chances do you give Aronian and Jovanka against Magnus today?
I think he has fair chances, actually. You know, he's beaten Magnus before in a match, I think twice, you know, last season in the tour final as well. Yeah, and when you have such luck as Levon has received, it seemed to be like he qualified into the knockouts via a miracle. You know, he needed everything to go his way. You kind of feel a little bit blessed. Meanwhile, for Magnus, things have been very easy, barring that loss against Hans Niemann. The rest of it was smooth sailing. Yeah. So I think we're looking for an epic match.
Looking forward to it. 8 players left in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. 5 of them are teenagers, but Magnus Carlsen and Aronian are 2 very known players in the chess world. And yeah, Levon, he is ready for a fight today.
Yeah, there he is. I used the word epic, and there it is.
Yeah.
After an epic comeback in the preliminaries, I get an epic matchup. And you can detect the excitement there. Levon is just happy to be in this situation. And he's got a formidable opponent ahead of him. And I really like it when these two play, because somehow or other they make it very complicated. And they bring their best chess to the table.
And we lost Ivanchuk yesterday, Simon. We were sorry to see him not making it through to the quarterfinal. So is Levon that player left here to give us that artistic, entertaining, dramatic chess?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy we got an old guy in there. And I say old guy, he's really not that old. I mean, I think he's turning 40 soon. David mentioned that he felt old when he was, you know, a minute ago, and I just thought, just stop it, David, just stop it. But this is going to be an awesome match, and we have some moves, David.
Yeah, and it's the Queen's Gambit accepted. This is an acceptance of the gambited pawn. It's just a temporary sacrifice by white. The white c pawn has disappeared. Magnus can regain that pawn back. He will gain it back. But this is something Levon's been doing throughout the last few months. It's quite a new addition to his opening repertoire. Surely Magnus is prepared. Magnus just taking a pause there, pushing his pawn forward. White's light squared bishop is going to come out now and gobble up that pawn again. So the gambited pawn has been regained. And still very standard stuff. This is a very well-known position. Tens of thousands of games, if not more, have occurred in this position throughout chess history. And Magnus even had this position earlier in the tournament as black. So what will he do now? Plenty of moves. White can trade a set of pawns. White can bring a knight out, push some pawns himself. Lots of options.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see what he's going to play. I've noticed it's very trendy at the minute to actually not touch the knight on the left side of the board and instead to focus on developing the dark square bishop.
Yeah, White needs to, at some point, bring those three pieces to life on the left flank, and Black needs to do the same. Black needs to get castled. Sometimes, in this type of position, if we imagine White's pawn in the centre trading off the Black's pawn, those pawns disappearing, the queens would be staring at each other. Sometimes those disappear. Actually, Black's king is not that bad in the centre, but yeah, it's hard to call. It depends on Magnus's mood, I feel, right now. If he wants a quiet first game just to warm up, then we might see White capture the Black pawn. If he wants maybe a more tense game, he'll develop one of those pieces, as Jovanka mentions. Simon, how about yourself? Any experience in this variation?
Well, we see a move there played, but the only experience I can recall recently is that David, I remember I mentioned that position a second ago to you, and I said I've always struggled a little bit on the white side of this, and you recommended a plan that I should play, which I've totally forgotten now. but I know it wasn't this bishop move. It's something to do in the centre, a very aggressive plan, but I don't want to give away my prep anyway. It's nothing to do with my bad memory.
Yeah.
But the move played is kind of it's really sort of just waiting to see what Black's going to do, because Black normally advances his pawn majority on the queen side, and White's bishop, light squared bishop, is quite well placed to meet that now. So it's keeping the pieces on, which I'm personally happy to see, and we see this advance now occur. And White often tries to get his light squared bishop attacking the rook in the corner. That's one idea I know, but maybe it's not so easy to do. And OK, this is interesting, just pushing forwards in the centre, David.
Very aggressive, actually. And I must admit, I've seen this position briefly before, I think, but I'm not familiar with the ins and outs. Both of them playing very, very fast. Pressure now on the white knight, and it's a race. Essentially, if Black can get castled, if Black's king can... if the bishop can come out and then the king can run away to safety, Black is doing very, very well. OK, we see a trade of knights, first of all. But Black is still 2 moves away from doing that, and White has those 2 tempi, 2 moves to create some nuisance, and he starts by undermining this Black pawn. It's eyed up twice now, the pawn and bishop, so it has to commit. It pushes forward. Now, however, there is a outpost for one of White's pieces. The white bishop can land here, the white knight can land here, and long term it's going to be hard for Black to challenge for this square. For example, say White pushes a pawn and then plants a bishop on this square. It's just going to be a great piece long term. I wonder what Magnus has got in mind now. White's problems in this position are his bishop. This bishop mainly, where's it going out? I don't really see it. There is an idea, I guess, to sacrifice a pawn and push forward in the centre, but that needs to be well calculated or well prepared. And
I have some information on that particular pawn push that you highlighted, because Levon Aronian has actually played this exact position with the white pieces. And he did sacrifice the pawn, as David highlighted, and he actually won that game. It was in 2014. Okay. Now, what is the betting that Levon remembers? This game that he played with
from the white side.
From the white side.
And who was his opponent?
His opponent was Ruslan Ponomaryov, and it was a blitz match in Beijing.
Well, could Magnus remember that game?
Unlikely, right? Because it's a blitz. Because you tend to filter out those type of games, and you think, well, you know, that might not be so relevant. But I wonder whether Levon Aronian has a kind of photographic memory of his own games, because I can tell you I don't, and often I've forgotten. And sometimes I go back to the database and I'm like, oh my goodness me, I just played into a game, which was my own game, and I played brilliantly, but now I didn't play brilliantly.
But Jovanka, that's why these you know, these guys are sitting there and we're sitting here, I'm afraid. I mean, because I have the same problem. Maybe David doesn't, but I'm like, yeah, my memory's a bit of a sieve nowadays. I mean, it's not that bad, but compared to these guys, they have an incredible memory, it seems, right? I mean, like, I know Magnus can recall games from hundreds of years ago in really bizarre events, and their recollection of games is just it's another level. So I wouldn't be surprised if they both know about this this game. Wouldn't surprise me anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, there's different types of memory. The top players, they tend to remember by experience. Magnus, if he remembers a game from hundreds of years ago, he'll remember, oh, I was reading this one book this one time and it was on this page, which is already freaky to me. But most players, they're like, oh, I remember feeling a certain way about this position, and I think this was the move. And it might not be a kind of complete memory, it might be a bit of a blur, but I'm pretty sure Aronian, maybe we have to ask him later, but I'm pretty sure Aronian will have some recollection, at least, of this position.
Yeah, I mean, he's moving so quickly that he's certainly prepared this position. It's in his memory somewhere. So I'm not so sure about Magnus. And I mean, the move that you suggested there, Jovanka, looks very logical to me. You're trying to get your last piece into the game by freeing it up. You're trying to do something before black can castle. Do remember, white's castled. It takes black 2 moves to get castled, so you should be trying to like home in on your opponent's slight weaknesses, and this is a weakness. You know, the king could be a target if we can open it up. So it seems like a very logical move to me, that pawn push. I mean, if he doesn't do that, I expect the game will it will be quite equal. I don't see why black should be any worse if he can castle. It's more Magnus maybe to do some manoeuvring though, like that, maybe moving the knight around. You know, he prefers a slower game, so maybe that pawn push in the middle is not really his style in this position.
It would be a sacrifice, so it would be very brave. Black can just take this pawn, and I'm not sure exactly how white follows up. Maybe bring the bishop out, getting some time against the queen, but then this would involve another pawn sacrifice. The black queen could come and take a pawn. So this is the type of thing going through Magnus's mind right now. He's weighing up the risk factor. If he gives away 1 pawn, 2 pawns, yes, he gets his pieces out. Yes, the black king is still stuck in the center. It's a target, but he needs to be 100% sure before he sacrifices anything. And if he's new to the position, as Simon mentions, maybe it'll be his instinct, rather than push a pawn forward and be brave and kind of gamble slightly, he will play a developing move. We didn't expect this.
I have to say, that is I mean, I can see the point behind it, but that is the least expected. I've never, ever...
Even I think that looks strange.
It is strange. It is really strange. I mean, like, what a move, you know? I mean, it has logic, but...
What is logic? Then please show.
Well, I think yeah, well, David can show, I guess.
I mean, you're right, Kaja. Normally, rooks develop kind of across the board and then they go up. But here he's developing it up 1 square because the rook was actually on this diagonal that the queen sits on, and he wants to push the pawn next. So, for example, if black develops, getting ready to castle soon, then white will push a pawn forward. And if the rook was still on its starting square, the queen could come down, swoop down and take it. But that's no longer possible. And actually, the rook might develop this way to attack.
So actually now it's looking kind of good.
Now it's looking good. It's a swinger, Simon, as you call it.
It is a swinger, and I did check the database to see if anyone had ever come up with this kind of unusual idea, and someone did.
Wow.
And in fact, the reaction from black was actually to castle queenside.
Wow.
But...
Love it.
Yeah,
I really,
it's a little bit open. But
come on, do it, Lev.
But I was thinking, you know, maybe if you don't want to gamble like that, maybe you could kind of get the best of both worlds and put the rook there instead, and leave the king for the other side.
I mean, one thing we talked about, I think, throughout this competition and other competitions is how do you beat Magnus? You know, and the way to beat Magnus is to go complicated. Try to castle on opposite sides of the board, attack him. I would be like, you know, oh, he hasn't done it. I'd be like, you know, if you want to beat Magnus, you've got to try to unbalance it. So I mean, I was just hoping he castled, but a much more simple move on the board, right? Yeah.
Is that the castling no longer relevant?
Are you trying to make me lose another bet? I lost one yesterday. So
we should have a bet. Who's going to choose queenside? Who's going to choose kingside? And who's going to choose nothing at all?
Oh,
I'll go kingside.
They're tricking you, Kaja. Don't take the bet.
No. I'm just resting on my, what do you say, laurels?
Yeah.
From yesterday.
Nice glass of wine coming.
Unfortunately, after, for example, a knight trade, and if white continues with this plan and pushes a pawn forward, unfortunately here it's illegal to castle this way because you can't castle through check. Here the king would go through a square that's covered by the white queen, so you would have to spend a move preparing. But for example, you could bring your bishop out, threatening a checkmate on this square. This pawn is not protected sufficiently. White could, for example, block. And now this would be the type of scenario where we have the question. I think Simon's right. Most likely it'll be kingside. It just feels safer with 3 pawns protecting the king over here. Perfectly protected here. But if he's feeling really fruity, really brave, this move gets the rook in the game immediately, staring down at the opponent's queen, and the king isn't that bad, I guess, if you tuck it away closer to the corner. So still some big decisions ahead. But the clock times do indicate that Magnus is not comfortable. Levon, he's definitely in his comfort zone.
Yeah, 6 more minutes for Levon. Magnus is down to less than 9 minutes. What does this tell us about Magnus? Is he completely out of prep and looking for something?
Freestyling, I think, already. Magnus was familiar with the first few moves, I guess, but maybe he just didn't expect this specific opening today. Levon does play a few things against the queen's pawn opening nowadays.
I think he's been out-prepped, hasn't he? I mean, in this game, I think it's clear, just looking at the clock times, looking at the confidence, looking at the position even, it seems to me that, again, black, I can't see why black has any problems here. I mean, like, space advantage, easy development. I'm not saying black's better, but when you're, the first thing you do with the black pieces is try to equalise the game. And then after you equalise, then you can try to get the advantage. And, well, we see him continuing his plan here.
Yeah.
Yes, David indicated. Yeah, I agree with you, Simon. I don't think that black is better, but, then again, that is the goal in the opening when you're playing the black pieces. You just want to get a position where your king is castled, your minor pieces have great diagonals, and, well. We saw a checkmate being threatened and the pawn stepped forward to attack the queen. Now, that's quite a committal move, I think, because if Magnus manages to consolidate his pawns and is able to push those pawns, especially in the middle, then he probably has an advantage. But if he doesn't, then he's going to be saddled with a very weak pawn on e3.
Yeah, first he plants his bishop on this nice outpost that we talked about a bit earlier. This square that the bishop sits on can never really be challenged by any of black's pieces. And now it's decision time. Aronian is going to castle. There's nothing else really productive to do. It's just which side. I think both sides have pros and cons. Probably more pros to castle king side, but on the right side.
I was reading that tweet from Don't Care. It made me giggle about a black knight that was stranded and, had a cat. That was like, go on without me. I'll just be here. Nice one. And if you two want to send us a tweet, then you can do so using the hashtag #ChessChamps. Send us your pictures, your selfies, your questions, and we will try and feature them on the show.
Yeah, nice to hear your thoughts also on the drama going on and Magnus speaking yesterday. If you do hope Niemann will speak, we do love seeing everyone in the chess world get involved.
Yeah, and I think at this point every opinion is valid, right? I'm trying to reserve judgment until any statements are made by either player, but I mean, more information comes to light by the day. It's fascinating times.
Yeah.
And it's a typical Levon Aronian move. He is getting ready for a fight with some great opening prep in this game.
Yeah.
I think Lev's also won the wall game, hasn't he? I like his brick wall. I'm just like looking at brick wall. I thought, that looks so nice, you know.
That's in St. Louis in the chess houses.
Is it right? Yeah. Okay. And I'm looking at Magnus. I think, maybe do your bed up next time.
It's kind of messy, actually.
You're on TV, mate. Just I'm sure you can afford a maid if you need to. So I'm thinking Lev's won the wall game at the moment, definitely, hands down. Hands down there. Yeah.
I've heard it's a good philosophy in chess to pretend you're a wall sometimes. Just anything the opponent throws at you, it's just going to bounce back. Just you're rock solid, like nothing can kind of destroy you, nothing can phase you. Just be a wall. Just
It's a good idea, isn't it?
Be an immovable object.
I think you've said you will not pass, isn't that your one, Jovanka?
Yeah, the Gandalf approach.
Yeah.
But that's kind of much more passive. You know, I always kind of use it if, say, your opponent plays like very, very timidly and they're like literally from the beginning going, you're not going to pass. I'm going to just curl up into a little ball.
The
You'll never get
parking
through.
the bus kind of chess.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I mean, but it can be very successful. And talking about openings, Mohammed Farah has a question for us. He says, if you had to play one opening for the rest of your life for black and white, what will it be? My question to you, Simon.
Well, I guess it would have to be, for me, the Dutch, and you can play the Dutch as white, which is called the Birds, named after Henry Bird. So I'd have to go Dutch opening. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's that great, all the time, but I'll have to pick something. David, what about you? I mean, can I guess?
You can guess, Simon. You know my opening repertoire.
I think a little bit Retty-ish, maybe.
Yeah, that came to mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking the hippopotamus defence.
Yeah.
You can play it with white, you can play it with black. It's flexible.
Do you know what? That's a really good call. Yeah, the hippo, I think, would be up there with with the Dutch as well with me. Very good call.
I think I'd die of boredom if I had to play the Berlin every game. And,
Yeah, this was the issue. I was thinking, you know, for me, it would be quite obvious, would be the Caracan, but I'm like, do I want to play that for the rest of my life? And then I thought about it. I do play it. What am I on about? I literally, that is the only thing I play. So, so it would have to be the Caracan with white.
Don't you have to play the same thing as white and black? That's what I thought it was.
So with white, I have to go with.
You have to go
1C3.
1C3. You have
What's
to.
that called?
Yeah.
Does it have a name?
Crap.
Language. Shove a language jar here on the...
Oh, yeah, that's true. £1 for every bad word. Yeah.
I'm glad nobody said the London system. That would have been instant...
But that's been... You guys talked about trends lately. London system must have been a trend, because I feel that's the opening I've seen the most.
Yeah.
On the tour.
It's always very popular, isn't it? At all levels, the London system. I mean, it's really popular at club level. It's really easy to learn, and it's popular at top level. So it's actually a very good opening. Yeah.
There's a lot of memes, though, which try to shame London system players because it's such a good opening. And meanwhile, Magnus is trying to go on the attack. Look at where the White Queen has placed herself. She's aggressively... well, she's basically declaring to the Black King that she wants to attack. And that Black King shuffled into the corner, out of the gaze of the White Queen. Now, White's rook did indeed swing across. Not the most active square this White rook has just moved to, but Magnus now supporting the pawn in front of this rook. He wants to propel it forward, push it forward.
Why didn't it go to the D square instead?
You're right, Kaja. I'm surprised as well.
Okay.
I think in this last position, so Magnus has just brought his rook across all the way to E2, but he had the option to move it to a different square. Right now, it doesn't work, because you actually block your bishop's defense of this pawn, and this pawn would suddenly drop. The Black Queen would swoop down, and this wouldn't work if it wasn't check, because White could win the Black bishop, but unfortunately for White, it is check. You have to waste a move, and then the Queen can kind of do a smash and grab and take a pawn and run away. So I was surprised, though, that he didn't prepare this. Magnus, for example, could have either defended this pawn first or moved his king into the corner and next tried to enter the open file. I think you're right, Kaja. This is very natural. This is the best file on the board for the rooks. But Magnus wants a different plan. He brings his rook across, and this is why chess is so complex, so rich and full of possibility, because all these different plans, they're probably all fine. It's just choosing one, being consistent, and the plan now is to push this pawn forward if possible. I wouldn't be surprised if Levon either stops this plan by plonking his bishop in the centre. This bishop looks like it's doing a great job now of just controlling both sides of the board, and it stops that white plan, which is always nice. It's fun to kill your opponent's ideas. Or you could maybe push this pawn forward, hit the White Queen, also preventing White from ever pushing a pawn forward to the square. But this one is committal once the White Queen moves. Now White has a great diagonal for his bishop. My one fear for Levon is that White's bishop will land on this diagonal, the dark squared bishop, and the light squared bishop controls this diagonal. And that does mean trouble. That spells trouble for the Black King. So long term, Black has to be a bit careful, a bit wary in this position.
And it's very interesting on the clocks. Magnus almost 10 minutes down on the clock. I mean, spending that much time, should he sort of have a bigger advantage? I mean, the bar 0.2.
Yeah, ideally you want maybe a simpler position. This one is still really complex with all the heavy pieces on the board. So you want a simpler position if you don't have too much time. I'm always in time trouble myself, and I want to simplify things, make sure I can handle it even with a minute or two left. Or, as you say, Kaja, you want an advantage, something kind of a safety net. But Magnus, he is known as a bit of a slow starter. The first game of the day, he's often just warming up.
And we did see a big yawn there. So
I don't know. You know, at first, I really liked Levon's position. I was like, oh, well, you know, he just plays one of those moves that David suggested. I thought it's fine. But then I started looking at it and I was like, hang on a second. That dark square bishop that Black has, it's such a bad piece. And, yeah, he's gone for that pawn push. But I didn't like this upon second thoughts because of this lengthening of the diagonal for White's dark square bishop.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, that piece is horrendous. And the other problem I can see here for Black, even if, you know, it's roughly even according to the computer, is that you really want to play, and this is a great tip, it's not just about the computer assessment. You want to play positions where you have an easy plan. You know, no matter what middle game, this is now into the middle game. You've got to know exactly what moves you're going to be trying to do for the next 5-10 moves. You want easy squares for your pieces to improve. You want easy plans. And White's got kind of easy-ish plans. I mean, he can move that bishop. He can take over the open file. And I'm just trying to think if I was in Lev's shoes, and this is a great way to look at positions, just what do you actually do? You don't have any pawn breaks. OK, Magnus hasn't got many, but the only plan I can see is what Lev's doing. Just try to put your rooks on the open file. But I can't see any way to improve that bad bishop of Black's. You know, how can you ever get that to a nice diagonal? I can't see any other pawn breaks. It just seems a little bit tricky to formulate a plan. I mean, saying that, also, I have to admit, Magnus's plan is not entirely clear to me in the long run here, but it's a strange position. You rarely get positions just with bishops on the board as well, so it's quite peculiar. I might be throwing the h-pawn up the board here if I was Magnus at some stage, trying to use this one to force some weaknesses in my opponent's position. But I don't know, maybe a little bit easier for White to play.
Yeah, exactly, a little bit easier, and that's all you need, actually, at any level, especially at the top level. You don't want your opponent to have a clear-cut plan, and rapid chess as well, and it's always nice to have some idea what you're doing. OK, the bishop steps back, clearing this path for the black rook. The black rook controls all these squares, but it's not coming in. And Simon, you predicted the future.
Well, great minds, you know what they say. So it's quite worrying when Magnus plays a move that I recommend, actually.
You and Magnus are basically twins.
And I think, yeah, OK, more exchanges there. I mean, lots of things are happening very quickly, David, now, aren't they?
Yeah. Wow, and look at this by Magnus. The bishops did just leave the board, and Magnus doesn't hesitate. He pushes forward. What's the idea here? This pawn can be captured.
Just take it.
Just take it.
Yeah, White will take back. This is a deflection tactic. The Black Queen is overloaded. She has to protect this square. If she moves away and takes the White Rook, then whoops, checkmate. The White Bishop defends its queen, and the King is trapped in the corner. So, yeah, really interesting idea here. I guess after taking, the Black Queen could just move, run away. I'm not sure where to. This square, maybe this square. But, yeah, it's looking really dangerous for Black now, especially on this diagonal. It's so close to checkmate already, actually.
Wow.
But White just needs a bit more ammunition. Maybe you can shuffle this rook across and bring the rook to the 7th rank, crash through there. And we see Levon Aronian still upping, I mean, still so quick, so swift. This position is on the board, and will White decide to put his rook on this open file? To me, this looks the most natural, but I guess Black can defend against any infiltration with the rook. He can maybe retreat his rook or use his bishop to defend this square. Still in the balance. White's king is not entirely safe either, and Black's bishop at least has a target later in the game. This pawn is a bit weak.
Yeah, and I mean, now I can see a pawn break in the long term that Black has. And this is, again, when you're playing any opening, you've got to know your pawn structures. And there's a pawn on the what do we call it, Charles file now? I guess the Charles file. Charlie the cat's file, I think. Yeah, yeah, it's got to be after Charlie the cat. And at some point, that pawn coming forwards could be very powerful in an ending, just to get a passed pawn. But it does look at the moment pleasant for Magnus, right? Because there's beautiful bishop striking across the board. Yep. So. Be a little bit careful if you're Lev here.
Yeah, so this is the current position. Let's see what Magnus comes up with. I'm expecting this rook move, but plenty of choice.
And a great question I see on the screen by Abel. His 3-year-old kid is able to name the pieces, but doesn't seem to know how to move them. Any suggestions? 3 years old, that's a young kid.
Yeah, it is a very young kid. So I've had success with my nieces, not necessarily by kind of teaching them the rules or anything, because they're so young, but by making it a story and an adventure. And I really like the African way of kind of like naming the pieces. So instead of kind of like using war analogies, I mean, they just use the animals. And, you know, they talk about the rooks being rhinos, and I can't remember the other animals, but, you know, you could just have fun and use your imagination. And that's what kids need to do, you know. 3 years old is so young that I think it's okay to kind of bend the rules and just have fun, explore, you know. It's such a pleasure to be learning at that age.
I remember Henrik Carlsen told me that when Magnus was around that age, maybe 4 years old, he would play against Magnus and his sister. Magnus and his sister would have all the pieces, and Henrik would have the king and the pawn, I think. And he would still win.
Yeah.
Queening that one pawn he had, and...
I tried that. It didn't work. It absolutely did not work. They were like throwing the pieces at me. So, I mean, no, it was not a success.
Yeah.
So, you know, it didn't work in my experience, but, you know, you know, they're young.
Yeah.
Get creative.
But as an inspiration, even Magnus Carlsen has lost against only a king and a pawn with all his pieces. That's a nice image for all of us. And we did have some moves on the board, and Magnus has taken down under 2 minutes.
Yeah, so as predicted, Magnus moved his rook across. The 2 white rooks are doubled up nicely, but where are they going? They don't really have any great squares to jump into, I was going to say. I tempted fate, commentator's curse. This is a trick. He's trying to break through on the back rank, but there's no immediate threat. We should mention the trick here is that white's rook cannot really be captured, or it can't be captured twice at least. If you take white's rook, it looks like free bait, a free piece, but if you take it with the queen the second time, you get deflected away again from the key G7 square and checkmate. The king trapped in the corner, so you cannot run away with the black queen anywhere. Therefore, you shouldn't take the rook, you shouldn't touch it, and Levon just shuffles his king across. He's just asking, what are you threatening, Magnus? If you trade off my rook, I will happily drop the bishop back and recapture. Naturally, black's bishop guards the key square now. It's all about this G7 square, I feel.
Yeah. And now there's a threat, right, of bishop takes pawn on the board.
I think the problem for Magnus might be that a lot of the endings, so if the queens come off, if pieces come off, are just going to be very bad for white here. So Magnus does have this pressure against the pawn. He's using his pieces well at the moment, but if you can imagine the queens coming off and you look at the pawns, I'm looking at white's queenside pawns and they look very weak to me. And I'd imagine in an ending, Aronian would have very good winning chances, actually. So it's kind of this short-term play that Magnus has against, I think, Lev's long-term play. But can Magnus keep this up? Can he keep the threats going? I don't see how he can keep this short-term play up. OK, he now comes to just nibble the rook. Another tactical move there.
Yeah, keeping an eye on this loose piece. Again, if... OK, the black rook moves, but again, if you grab white's rook, then the black rook falls, check. Next move, the bishop drops as well. So let's catch up with the game. Instead, black moved this loose rook, brought it down to the second rank, and we saw a trade of pieces. Suddenly, this piece is under fire. I'm expecting Magnus to plant that in the center of the board. You could make an argument for just kind of retreating it, tucking it away in the corner safely. He retreats it this way. Wow. I guess he wants to defend this somewhat loose pawn. But now, Simon, you mentioned this pawn break. It's going to come. Charlie, the c-pawn's going to advance. For example, if white does nothing.
Oh, look at the bar, you guys! Jumping up for Levon.
Yeah, maybe this is why. Maybe this pawn push. Maybe the rook's going to come.
Yeah.
Look at Levon stretching as well, flexing.
I think he's seen that he's got some chances. I mean, there's 2 very tempting moves there, and this is the kind of danger that I was mentioning. OK, white's initiative has kind of died down. There's not any tactical threats, and black on the queen side is very strong. I mean, black's pawn, quite near that rook, is not far away from queening. It's only 3 squares, and this is. I mean, losing with white in the first game is a big deal because, you know, winning with black against someone like Lev, not easy. And it's not looking good. I mean, Magnus has been uncomfortable throughout this game, I felt. He's never seemed comfortable at any moment during this game. And I think he's just getting outplayed, actually.
Feels like he's not fully warm yet. It feels like he's trying to play himself back into gear. And 1 minute on the clock against 10, and with a big disadvantage, and probably just losing a pawn for free. I don't really see why this pawn isn't dropping off. OK, Levon chooses the other option we mentioned, maybe even stronger. Now, look at this pawn. You mentioned it, Simon.
Yeah.
Bertie the B-pawn, or
Barry
the B-pawn, or Beth the B-pawn. Either way, this pawn is very strong, and it's only three squares away from promotion.
Do you think it's a good idea, like before a very important match like this, that you play some games? So maybe you could play Stockfish, you know, have some games, play four, you know, just get into the right kind of rhythm, because Magnus has seemed a bit, like you said, he hasn't gone into gear, and that B-pawn is so strong now. Just push it. I mean, I totally agree. You know, it's 3 squares from becoming a queen. You know, if you get another queen, it's game over. And this would be a very, very big start for Aronian in the match.
And what does White even do in the meantime? The Black King is super safe right now. It takes 2 or 3 moves to even create a threat against that Black King. And that Black pawn only takes 2 or 3 moves to promote. So it's a race, but it looks like Black is winning this race quite easily.
And he has all the time in the world to calculate the right moves, Levon. Is it now all about moving that B-pawn? Would you move that B-pawn already now in this move?
Yeah,
yes.
I think you just have to make sure your king is guarded at all times or within contact with the Black Queen. But if that's good, push the B-pawn. Push it towards its destination.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Just, I mean, I'm trying to look for ways that White can create counterplay. Magnus there shaking his head. He knows he's in big trouble on the board and clock. OK, Levon attacks the White Queen. This might be clever. I was going to say the only way White can ever break through to the Black King is to push the White F-pawn forward to try and open up lines there. Still needs a miracle. But right now, bigger dilemma, where to put the White Queen. She has to stay within touching distance of a bishop. The Black Queen is keeping an eye on that White bishop. So the White Queen has to go to a passive square, defensive square.
I think there's only 1 square, right, it can go to. And I'm thinking the G4 square, because if you step down to the F2 square, then the bishop gets out and looks quite unpleasant.
This is a deadly...
I love that English understatement there.
I'm so bad. I always do it all the time, and then I'm like, I
completely
don't do it.
losing, and it's like, you know, it's very English, like, looks a little bit uncomfortable there. You know, it's like, yeah.
But now this is a check, and a really nasty check, because the king has to move, and again, you could, as Levon Aronian's doing, it's all about the pins today. This queen is undefended, so hit the bishop in front of it, and the bishop can't move. Otherwise, the queen will drop. How do you defend your bishop? If you have to defend it with a pawn, then suddenly the Black Queen swoops in and gets to the king. This wins because next move the rook will drop. How do you defend your bishop? Do you really have to put your rook behind it? White's pieces, he does this. White's pieces now, the rook and queen are completely tied down. Levon Aronian upping the pressure. Everything is targeted at this bishop right now.
And 8 seconds for Magnus.
And his position is creaking. Maybe he just has to throw caution to the wind, give something up and try to initiate chaos. But as it stands, his position is dire.
Look at Levon, though. He's just trading off all the pieces. He gives a check. Next move, he'll take the rook. And then he's going to just push this pawn. He's got rid of all of White's attacking potential. And in this current position, is it time? Do you just push this pawn? I mean, you could give a check first. You could give a check.
He's got to be just a little bit careful of that move you mentioned earlier, right, David? If he can stop, White's got only one idea, and the one idea is to push that pawn, threaten checkmate against Black's king, and open up the queen to get to the back rank. You know, this is just the one move. So Lev, very wisely, he's got 10 minutes. He's just got to find a way to stop that one idea. If he stops that one idea, he's got the pass pawn. That's the only pass pawn on the board, and that will become a second queen and win the game. So he's just got to think how to do that. Take your time now. You don't. OK, he doesn't bother. He doesn't even need to take his time. He's stopping that pawn from moving with actually what looks like a very clever move there.
I think this is good technique here. You know, he just guards the king, controls all White's checks, and instead... And then, you know, when he's done that, then he will focus on pushing the pawn. You know, you don't need to rush with it.
He's going to go 1 pawn up. Magnus had nothing to do. You can't push this pawn forward. Any queen trade will lose for White because this pawn will just promote. So you can't trade queens. You have to drop back. And now you can just gobble up a pawn with a check.
I mean, it's not completely hopeless, I'd say, because, I mean, Magnus is known to be amazing with, well, everything, but with his queens, and there's always chances of some perpetual check in this kind of ending, so it's not completely over yet.
That's why I'm a big fan of just finding the king a good hiding place. And once you do that, then you can focus on pushing the pawn. For me, I would think that the h7 square looks like it could be safe.
Yeah, but white is threatening to go and win that very important b pawn we've been talking about. White's queen was threatening to go sit next to it with a check and then pick it off the board. So Levon, he's prevented most checks with that last queen move. But, OK, the white queen is coming in. The white queen wants to go up diagonally to the top rank, to the 8th rank, check that black king. White can hide.
Some chances.
Yeah, the bar is going a little bit down. You mentioned perpetual check, Simon.
Yeah.
If we do have any beginners out there, should we explain perpetual check?
Definitely, yeah. Perpetual check is if you repeat the same position 3 times at any moment during the game, then you can claim a draw because it's like basically showing that no progress is being made. Let's have a draw. So it's just repeating 3 times. And the way that white would love to do this here is by using his queen to attack black's king. And then, let's say, we don't even need to show it on the board, but let's say the black king moves, you just repeat by checking it, and then you get your draw. And obviously, Magnus, being a pawn down, this is the kind of thing he's aiming for. With his last move, the queen is getting ready to try and attack the black king. So this is the one hope. Black's king is not completely safe. It only has 2 bodyguards in front of it, the pawns. It could do with like a 3rd bodyguard to stop those checks. So, you know, there's a bit of work to do here. Yeah. Of course, it should be winning, but you've got to be accurate here. And Magnus, very, very good with his queens.
Yeah, it's actually really tricky. I'm trying to even find a move now for black, but struggling. The idea is, well, a threat right now for white. If black does nothing, if black creates this ideal hiding place for his king, he wants to do this, as Jovanka mentioned. The problem is timing. This check hits the king, and when it hides, suddenly black's best pawn is eliminated. If this b-pawn is eliminated, black's winning chances also disappear. Because in this position, no more passed pawns, 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, dead draw. So this is a really nasty threat, this queen check. And how do you stop it? If you're careless, go back, for example, to stop that check, suddenly the black king gets checkmated. So we could see a turnaround. Instead, Levon Aronian, of course, spots that mate in 1 idea. He gives a check. Another trap, if the king walked forward for white, then black can trade off the queens. Check, and swapping off the white queen, but the king can go back, and it hides. And now Levon goes the whole way back, defending against any checks on this back rank, just keeping the black king safe for now. But Magnus, he's insisting he really wants this pawn. He's trying to get it. If you push it forward now, then again a check, and the pawn drops off. He's just making life difficult, Magnus, right now. The evaluation bar says it's winning for black, but you still have to be really careful. You need to keep this pawn alive.
What a start to this quarterfinal match between Magnus and Levon. 1 game and 1 quarterfinal has already finished. It's a really bad start for Hans Niemann. With the white pieces, he lost game 1 to Liam Le. He will now have to make a comeback to take it to tiebreaks or even win the match. Very bad start for Hans Niemann. And Magnus as well, with the white pieces, struggling here.
Yeah, struggling, but the one thing I don't really approve of is how quickly Levon's playing. Yeah. He's got 7.5 minutes. As we mentioned, he had a winning position, probably still, but I mean, playing moves like this where he's just allowed a check, just given up a pawn. Now white has a very strong passed pawn. But
the queen can go behind the pawn, and that's a straightforward plan. Beth is marching.
Yeah, but now it's a race. It does look very strong, actually, this last move. That black b-pawn, how do we stop it?
It's a nice move there, because black could have actually taken a pawn with check using a little sequence there, but that doesn't go for it, because those pawns near white's king, completely irrelevant. In queen endings, it's all about having a pawn which is not obstructed. So if you get your queen behind that non-obstructed pawn, you just launch it all the way down, and it is true. I mean, black has a very easy plan, and here, surely he's going to push the pawn now. Here it comes, 2 squares away. Just 2. That's not a lot.
Yes, I have a word. I have this expression I've taken. It's quality over quantity when it comes to pawns and endgames.
And life. Yeah, I think,
life.
You know, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I don't know, I believe in quantity. On and off the board. The more the merrier. The more the better. Greed is good.
Greed is good. They both have 3 pawns. So is it... And now Magnus is also moving his one upwards. Is it that 1 square that the black pawn is further up than the white?
Yeah, exactly.
That makes it the whole difference?
Yeah, it should do. But I mean, I mean, he can push the pawn again, and white will only have one move, and it's a really ugly move, which we'll probably see anyway.
Show it.
Yeah, but you then got to find what to do next.
Yeah, black is about to promote, so white has to come back and block. So how do you get rid of this blockader? I guess one idea would be to bring the queen in. I'm not sure exactly where, but white pushes the pawn, the queen moves, white pawn pushes, and after a check, white is just in time to move the king, and it's important that this promotes, and it will be checkmate once white makes a new queen. And, OK, black hasn't gone for this. It looks like white was doing OK here. White's just in time with the race. Instead, if we go back, black didn't push his pawn. He just created some space for this black king. But that loses a valuable move. Now, will white start pushing this pawn on the next move? It's black's turn right now, but...
Great defence from Magnus, and I can see this heading towards a draw, because the thing is, if you remove the pawns on the left-hand side, which could easily happen, because white can use his pawn to distract black's queen away, it should definitely be a draw then. So I'd imagine he's going to move his pawn up, and he's trying to force the black queen to a bad square. And actually, even without, we get to some weird ending, even without white's pawns on the king's side, those positions can be drawn, even if you're two pawns up.
Wait a second. Magnus has just stepped his king forward, and that allows queen takes pawn check.
What is this?
I don't understand that.
Oh.
Why did he do that?
He just...
Why has he dropped a pawn with check?
And Aronian hasn't spotted it yet.
Well, I mean, take a pawn with check, come on.
It's not just a pawn with check, but when the king moves, the black queen comes in.
Yeah, he has seen it.
What's he done? Is he resigned?
He suddenly resigns, Magnus. Just a one-move blunder.
Oh, what a horrible start to the day for Magnus Carlsen. White pieces. He loses to Levon Aronian, who simply out-prepared Magnus in this game, it seemed. He played super fast, Levon. But eventually, I guess it's a blunder that ruins it all for Magnus Carlsen. What happened there, David?
I can't explain it. Yeah. It's just bizarre, the move Magnus chose in that position. Let's rejoin it here. We were saying he's on the brink of a draw. He saved it. He defended so well. And the best move, I guess, or the simplest move would have been to push this pawn forward. As Simon mentions, you want to distract the black queen later with this pawn, and then you want to win this pawn in return. But instead, Magnus walked into the firing line. Any other move, even putting the king on this square, would have been better. But he walked into a check, losing a pawn with check, and after this pawn was captured, he just resigned. When the king moves, the black queen dislodges the white queen, and nothing to be done. Wherever the white queen goes now, you can just safely make a queen as black, and two queens are better than one. Just a bizarre blunder. This move, not walking forward, but instead walking into a check, cost Magnus a full point. Time pressure, it gets to the best of us.
Wow. It's a loss for Magnus Carlsen in the first game here against Levon Aronian. Two quarterfinal matches are still in their game ones. And I think we're going to jump into one of them where we have some more drama. Just finished. We were going to jump into the first game between Vincent Keymer and Praggnanandhaa. Keymer has won that game, you guys. What do you think, Jovanka?
Yeah, and judging from the final position, it looked like a very convincing game. It seemed like he put Praggnanandhaa under severe pressure. It looked very well played by the German.
It ended in almost checkmate when Praggnanandhaa resigned. Really impressive start.
Praggnanandhaa, who's impressed us so much. He struggled a little bit yesterday, actually barely making it through, and now losing game one.
Yeah, actually, Pragg, he went through an 8-game kind of phase where he didn't win at all. He rallied and he managed to win that final game yesterday to qualify for these knockouts, but Pragg looking a bit shaky, and he needs to bounce back.
Yeah, well, all chess players will experience this in their career, having a little bit of troubles from time to time. Now, this is game one between Arjun Erigaisi, 19 years old, against the youngest player in the tournament, 15-year-old Christopher Yu. And the bar is in the middle in this one. With the black pieces, a draw here must be a huge success for Christopher Yu.
Yeah, that would be a great result for the 15-year-old. I was going to say the youngster, but they're both youngsters. They do say all rook endgames are drawn as well. Is that the case here? 3 pawns versus 3 pawns. Who would you guys pick?
White.
White, yeah.
White, because white has better pieces, you know, better king, better rook, and better pawn. Well, not better pawns, but...
Better time.
Better time. But I feel like that pawn in the middle should have dropped off for black, but Arjun said no, he wanted to maximise more. And talking about time, 1 second.
For you, you played that move with 1 second on the clock. That's so calm.
Yeah.
How could you do that? Oh, sorry. Been waiting to use that for a while.
Very nice.
Oh, dear. Yeah.
How could Christopher, you do that? Yeah, he's gone back with his king. That looks like a bit of a scary square to sit on, though. The white pawn, the white G-pawn's going to march up.
Yeah, I mean, rook ending's incredibly complex. You know, I mean, you know, there's that analogy you say they're all drawn, but look at this. Now you're a pawn down in a rook ending. I imagine this is a draw because, again, it's actually a bit like the Magnus game. You can use your pawn on the side of the board to distract white away at some point. And you basically, black wants to exchange his pawn for one of white's pawns. So then it's a technical draw, meaning it's a book draw. But OK, white's king now coming in, and the white king, this is the major problem for black, is so active, and there's checkmate ideas even coming up at some point. But I think it should be a draw, but OK.
So I'm only contradicting you, Simon, because the table base, the endgame database where everything is being worked out is telling me it's actually a win.
Actually a win, OK.
For Aronian.
And is that? I guess that's because white's king is just so.
Yeah, the king. Oh, hang on a second.
You know, he's threatening some checkmate ideas now.
Gone to the correct square.
Yeah, this is the problem. The position of black's king and white's king.
Yeah, and I guess maybe you can push this. I'm trying to count. Maybe you can push this pawn, but you can meet this check with a black rook blocking because no trade of rooks here for white. This pawn is too strong. I guess the problem here would have been that the white rook goes across, and now this pawn is lost. Instead, Christopher Yu decides to move his king across one square. And yeah, it's looking really bad actually for black. We could see a scenario where the rook wins this pawn, for example. Let's try something like this. But this is a very well-known scenario after a check. The black king is forced away, and white's king and pawn, you can push them both forward. Eventually, this white pawn will promote, and here we will eventually reach something we call the Lucena position. Probably endgame 101. It's the first thing we learn in rook endgames, the Lucena position. I recommend everyone to go search that, Google it. L-U-C-E-N-A, the Lucena position. We will explain it if it arises on the board, but essentially there's a way to promote this pawn. It is a winning rook endgame. So let's go back to the players, but this is that's the likely result later on after this pawn, which is under lock and key right now from the white rook, gets traded off for this pawn. The problem is, this guy is the potential winner, and there's no way to capture it. White's king is guarding it safely. Winning endgame for white.
Yeah, it does. I mean, now it's quite clear that it is actually winning for white because black's rook is so passive as well. You know, black can't really move that rook because he's going to lose his pawn. The black king is also so passive, and black's pawn, it looks scary, that pawn, right? It's one square from queening, but what you do next?
Yeah, this is the problem, right? White has two pawns, and the white king isn't obliged to move. Instead, that e-pawn. Do we have a name for the e-pawn?
Eddie, after Eddie the Eagle. Okay. It's got to be after Eddie the Eagle, who's a lot of Norwegians know as well, I believe. So, yeah.
Yeah, nothing for Christopher Yu to do. Unfortunately, he can't move the black rook, as Simon mentioned. Now this pawn is just steamrolling forward. Yeah, it might be time for the black rook to go after it at some point, to go after this pawn. But as we mentioned, as soon as this pawn drops for black, it's game over. We will see that Lucena position, and it's a well-known win. It's automatic for white. Okay, he moves the black king still.
And now white can...
Yeah, if black could somehow just throw this pawn and this rook off the board and say it was his move, then it's stalemate. But you can't give up both pieces.
There's a very nice winning idea here as well. I mean, the white king is just threatening to come up the board. OK, but he has to give up his pawn to try and activate the rook now, which he's trying. But I think we're going to see the ending 101 that you mentioned now, David, right?
Yeah, essentially white will build a bridge, for example, in a situation like this. OK, I'm whizzing ahead, but white will build a bridge with his rook. And it looks like it's impossible to get this king out of the way in front of your pawn. But, for example, if black waits, you bring your rook up the board, and eventually you kind of zigzag your king out of the way. And this pawn, this pawn will promote.
That's the key idea, isn't it? That rook move that you played there, David, is the one thing to remember.
Use this square or this square.
Yeah, and if you're struggling with remembering things, I can recommend using a tune. Think of love will build a bridge, rook will build a bridge.
Under the bridge.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Under the bridge. Chili Peppers. That's a good film. Good film. Good song even. Yeah.
then the white king will zigzag its way out from in front of this pawn, and the pawn will cost black his rook. In the meantime, Christopher Yu, he didn't even take white's second pawn. This guy, he's hoping that there might be some stalemates later, I guess. But Arjun can even try and force black to take this pawn at some point, and it will be the same idea. In the current position, you can already start building that bridge, bring the rook up.
Couple of ways to win this one. I mean, and he is building the bridge now, and this is the same concept which David showed. You're going to use that rook to block checks. Now the white king should better pop its head out, and this building the bridge, just a key idea in these rook endings, well worth remembering. You need to stop the checks, and he goes the other way, but same idea.
Same idea. He goes this way, and the bridge is being built by the rook, protecting the king.
And he can build it now, and he does. There you go. Done. Bridge done.
Bridge done, and game over. This pawn will cost black his rook. Just Arjun, what a player. Just makes games look smooth, even this really tense endgame. He knew how to go about it.
He ended up in second place in the preliminaries, was leading it for a long time. Arjun Erigaisi, this Indian 19-year-old super prodigy. And here he is about to win the first game of today in the quarterfinals. The other matches have finished their first games, and Liemle and Hans Niemann, they just started game 2, with Liemle being in the lead, winning game 1 in that one. Magnus Carlsen and Aronian will start game 2 in a few minutes, and we will go to that. Magnus Carlsen, he has to make a comeback. He lost game 1.
It's already exciting today. We're going to see so many decisive results.
All matches having a decisive result in the first game. Very cool.
Very cool. And Arjun, he's going the long way around it, but he knows this Lucina position. He knows how to win. There's only one move you shouldn't play here with white. You shouldn't move your king across one square. That would have actually walked into a checkmate. The black rook could have gone up to the top of the board and trapped it. But now the white rook goes to clear the h-file. It's protecting the h-file. The white king is going to run to the right, and that pawn will promote.
So is that one of the first things you learn when you start studying endgames? Lucina position?
Lucina position, there's plenty. There's the Vancouver position, there's Philidor position. But they're all available. I mean, Mark Dovretzky's endgame manual, any endgame course, it's very accessible.
I think there's a really good endgame course that Magnus has made alongside John Bartholomew. Two legends of the game and best instructors. John's a great instructor, and if you want to learn about these endings, that is the chessable course to get. I mean, there's a chessable course for everything, right? I mean, whether you want an opening, a middle game, ending, you know, if you want to get better at chess, chessable is there for that purpose.
And meanwhile, will we see Christopher Yu resign? There he goes. That pawn was about to make a new queen.
It's a very bad start for the 15-year-old. But in the next game, starting in 15 minutes for him and Erigaisi, well, Christopher Yu will have the white pieces. And he did impress us in the preliminaries. Now all he has to do is shake this off and come ready to fight in game 2. Now, when we entered this game, David, it was looking like a draw. Something happened, taking us into this Lucina ending position.
Yeah, essentially, Christopher Yu, he had the draw in his grasp, but he just didn't have enough time to calculate it out. And it was around here that he let the draw slip. We saw that white just gobbled up a pawn here. White went one pawn up. It is still objectively a draw, but it's very, very tricky. And this 2 versus 1 situation, we saw Christopher Yu lose a lot of time. He allowed the white king in front of the pawn. He allowed the white pawns to start pushing. But instead, if he'd started maybe bringing his king forward, going active with his remaining piece, the computer thinks at least it should be a draw, and I'm inclined to agree. Now it's harder for white to start pushing. The white king is tied down to the pawn behind it. This pawn is under lock and key from the black rook. This pawn, if it marches too near the black king, will just get captured, and it's actually very hard for white to make progress. Now white is a bit slower than before. Only now do you start going behind with the rook, pushing your pawn and trying to create some checks. It's very close. It's almost a win for white, but Christopher Yu had better drawing chances this way. Always activate your king. I think that's the tip in the endgame, and black could have done that.
Dramatic start to the quarterfinal day, you guys. 4 players will now be in must-win situations today to either win their matches or take it to tiebreaks. Aronian with a win, with the black pieces against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. He was dominant in the preliminaries, Magnus, but now struggling in the quarterfinals. Will have to win a game, and he's gonna have the black pieces in game 2. Hans Niemann lost a rather quick game, also him with the white pieces against Liam Lea. Their game 2 has started. Vincent Keimer taking the first point against Pragnananda. 2 teenagers, 2 17-year-olds playing against each other. And first point goes to Vincent Keimer. Prag will have the white pieces in the next game. And Arjun Erigaisi, 19-year-old, taking the first point against the youngest player in the tournament, Christopher Yu. All games in the quarterfinals round 1 ended up with winners, and game 2s are coming up. We're going to follow Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian. Levon with the white pieces. So Simon, what do you expect from that game? When Magnus, at some point, he will have to win a game now.
He's got to win a game, yeah. And I mean, they, like I say, they've played so many times before. They know each other's games so well. I mean, let's think how Lev can try to go about this game. He doesn't need to take any risks. He's got white, so I expect to pick something quite solid. He really outplayed Magnus in that last game, so he doesn't need to go crazy, you know, just play a solid game and, you know, maybe let Magnus overpress for a change, because, as you say, Magnus needs to win. He needs to take some risks. Yeah.
Magnus, as Simon mentioned, struggled in the opening there. Should he have called his coach Peter Heine now before this game and just
That's what
made a better plan?
Yeah, that's what I would do. But I think Magnus is pretty independent, and the great thing is that he doesn't let things affect him. You know, so maybe he's a bit annoyed about his play in the first game, but he will come back to get in game 2, and he will use that as fuel to the fire. And instead, you know, he will focus and come back even more determined. We never see Magnus Carlsen. Well, I shouldn't say that. We rarely see Magnus Carlsen crumble.
Absolutely. And here we go. The game has started.
Yeah, and so far, early days, but it's a variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. And
Not accepted, that we saw in the first game.
Yes. So that is all about whether Black captured earlier a pawn on the c4 square. But he declined to take that pawn, and now by trading off here, okay, we go into the Tarrasch defense. This is maybe a bit rare nowadays at the top level. Black taking that pawn. There is something they call the... what is it? The
Dubov.
Magnus Queen's Gambit? Yeah, the Dubov.
Yeah, I think, I mean, again, chessable course. But there's the Dubov Tarrasch, I think, which is some line of this. I'm not too aware of it, but as I noticed it on Twitter, someone was saying how interesting it is from the Black side. And obviously Magnus has worked with Dubov as his second, so maybe that's what he's trying to do. And historically, this opening for the Black side was played by Spassky, Kasparov in some big World Championship matches, and it was like a way where Black gets a worse pawn structure, but he gets better activities for his pieces. So it is definitely a way to play risky chess for a win, because you are maybe giving yourself a bad pawn in the middle, but your pieces are very free. So that shows Magnus's intention, I think, in this game. Last move seems a bit rare to me. It seems a little bit odd. I mean, it's not... I don't know the opening very well, but it seems a bit peculiar.
Well, again, another peculiar thing is that Magnus Carlsen has actually played this with the white pieces against Jordan van Forest in the Chessable Masters, and there Magnus won. So it seems like the two are kind of using some kind of reverse psychology against each other.
Using your opponent's weapons against them. That's interesting. Yeah. Sometimes it's good. As you mentioned, good psychology. It makes them wonder, have they studied my games before? If Levon's playing this against Magnus, has he studied Magnus doing this on the white side? But he stopped Levon Aronian much earlier than he did in the previous game. OK, he trades off for the Black Knight, and he really opens things up. Aggression, early aggression.
I mean, I like the look at this from the white side, because you're trying to use your slightly better development by opening the position. And you can see White's got 2 minor pieces developed, 2 knights versus Black's 1 bishop. And also White's bishop is ready to come with a check. Looks very scary for Black. So it's the kind of position that you need to have done your homework in, which I'm sure Magnus has, just the speed that he's moving here. A couple of options, though. Knight, now, you know, in this position. The knight centralising looks good, but there's other moves to consider as well.
Yeah, you could take the pawn, hit the queen. You also hit this pawn. Makes a lot of sense. You mentioned other moves, Simon. I guess throwing in this check. It's not clear when you should do it. You can do it now or on the next few moves. And this is also a bit awkward for Black to answer. If you throw the knight in the way, I think this is probably the most logical move, but later you have to be careful of some pawns stepping forward with a double attack. At the moment, though, this horsey, this knight, is attacked as well. It gets really complicated.
Very complicated. This is why you must do your homework in such sharp lines.
enlighten us, Jovanka. We haven't done our homework, so tell us, what is the most common in this position?
Well, both moves are equally viable, and this one has been played before. The top game there is actually by Iranian Grandmaster Parham Maghsoodloo. And that game ended with Maghsoodloo losing with the white pieces.
Okay.
And after this move, the bishop coming to check is the most popular move.
Yep.
And then the knight blocks, and then the queen comes in to defend the knight, and mess, basically. A lot of imbalances.
I mean, I'm worried about this king. If I was black in this position, I definitely don't think it wants to go queenside. It's too open on that flank.
Yeah, they tend. Well, in this game, it did go to the left.
Wow. How open is this, though?
Yeah, but I mean, the situation got kind of messy. But I mean, there were previous lines where they went to the right.
Okay, instead, Levon. Okay, this decision looks a bit odd. Yes, he grabs a pawn, but he allows this bishop to develop with tempo. I'm assuming Magnus will capture this knight. And after the knight is traded off, at least now it's much, much quicker for black to castle. So you've kind of helped your opponent speed up their development. White is temporarily a pawn up. Okay, Magnus does go for this trade. I'm not sure whether you castle first. You could go for a check, hitting the white king, and then just win your pawn back if you want to play safe. I think Levon Aronian, because he won the last game, he just wants to get to safety in this one. He knows that he's been out-prepared, just like Magnus was out-prepared in the previous game. Now, he has been surprised by the opening with white, and he doesn't want to take risks. Because if you look at the position here, for example, look at the pawn structure, completely symmetrical. Look at the pieces, identical. It's just level. And I think he wants to go for the draw.
I totally agree. I think, you know, that extra half point just gets you one step closer to beating the world champion. So why take any risks in, you know, in a variation that your opponent's clearly prepared? Makes a lot of sense to bail out here at the moment. So definitely.
Well, that would be good news for Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces if he does get a draw in this game. 2 more games to get that win, but it is very dramatic right now for Hans Niemann. He lost the first game, and in game 2 against Liam Le, the bar is all the way over to Liam's side. Is Hans losing another one? Going 2 points down. It looks like
Hans has been out-prepared. Liam just on fire in the openings. In both games, Liam was winning with black the previous game after 10 moves. Now he's winning with white after 15, 20 moves. It looks like just, unfortunately, getting caught in the opening there, Hans Niemann.
Okay.
Yeah, and whilst the players are having a think, you know, I have a few questions from our viewers. The first one is from Luke Walsh, who asks us, what is each commentator's one bold prediction about the outcome of the Generation Cup?
Bold prediction.
Bold prediction, yeah. David.
Glad you asked David, because I don't even know what the Generation... What's the Generation Cup? This one. Oh, this is well, there you go. I thought I was doing a job somewhere.
You've only been here 1 week, Simon.
I don't need to know. I can see it's the Julius Baer, you know, the sponsors, but I didn't realise the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Try not to go red now. Where am I? What am I doing there? I'll just see you later. Yeah. Cheers. Bye. I thought it was another competition coming up. OK, David, over to you, sir.
I'm not sure whether it's bold at this point, but I'll say a teenager is going to win the tournament.
Oh, nice one.
I've got a 5 in 8 chance.
And
but wait
what
1 second.
just happened here?
Wait, really? Wow. And, OK, so the computer, we see the top stockfish moves. It confirms black has a winning move. It's not king c8, which the computer says. It means castling queenside. So the black king is going to castle queenside. We said it was too risky earlier, but now it just wins. Has he forgotten this is legal? I'm trying to work out why as well, Kaja. I guess it just creates a deadly pin. And if we jump into the game right now, we have to investigate. Actually, there's 2 strong moves. Even giving a check with the queen, which is also natural, that gives black an advantage. But castling queenside wins on the spot. It is quite natural. What do you think, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, it is very natural. The rook comes into play. It pins the bishop. You get the other rook ready to come in as well. That might be a key thing. I mean, it looks so obvious to play this move. And is Magnus going to play it? I mean, I think he's spotted it.
100%.
I reckon 100%. I think he's seen it.
For sure.
Definitely. Yeah. He's looking at it. And Well, I mean, it's such an obvious move. Do you reckon Lev forgot that Magnus could castle?
Yeah, I think so, because somehow or other, it wasn't possible before, and he plays it, and it's looking very bad.
Take a look at Levon now. Will he realise? Because why on earth did he then move his bishop if it was that bad?
Exactly. Yeah. It was actually before he moved his bishop. Let's just backtrack 2 moves. Before he moved his bishop, castling queenside, again, was illegal. The white queen covers the d8 square, so you would be castling through check, and that's not possible. So if he just moved his bishop 1 square, for example, the game goes on. It's fine. But now the reason as well that this is so strong, castling queenside, he just creates a pin. You pin and you win. And if white castles kingside now, then I guess the idea, there's several ideas here, but one of the ideas is to just try and win this bishop. This bishop cannot move because it is pinned. The black rook would then capture the white queen. And if you can't move your bishop, you have to step back and defend, I guess. But at the very least, you just trade off and you move your queen. And whoops, this knight again is pinned and it's just lost. You lose a piece for free. And if you don't castle, if we go back to the current position on the board, if you don't castle your king, as Simon mentioned, it's just coming under fire. There's all sorts of checks. There's a check from this angle. There's an incoming check if the black rook moves into the centre soon. Where do you even move your queen to break this pin on the d-file? It's nowhere safe.
No, there's definitely nowhere safe. The only place that I can see that is like remotely viable is to put the queen on the b1 square, but I'm like cringing inside. I'm thinking, oh.
Yeah, I mean, just white's king is so weak, right? I mean, you got so many tempting moves after that one. I mean, I think it's complete. I mean, you can even attack the knight with your bishop, can't you? And just, there's so many winning moves here. Yeah. And it's actually very simple to play. Yeah. This is the problem. We're playing so quickly, right? I mean, Lev has banged out his moves again in a position without too much thought. He has castled here. You were just showing us line, David. I don't think that's going to save the piece, is it?
Doesn't look too difficult as well. It's kind of which piece is pinned? It's this bishop. So just come and attack it. That just wins immediately. Maybe there's stronger moves. I mean, maybe you could attack it with your bishop as well, for example, like this, or I don't know. There must be a bunch of moves you can play right now. But maybe, like you said, you can go this way with the bishop. Everything's just falling apart. Yeah,
it's horrible. I mean, with correct play, Magnus will win this one, and that will level the score. Just one bad move. It just shows you got to. In chess, it's such an unforgiving game. You've got to keep your concentration all the time. If you just have, if your brain drifts and you think, where am I? What tournament am I commentating on? For a second, it all goes wrong. You've got to know where you are at all moments. So, and I am in the studio. Really?
Here I am.
Hello. So just remember that. Yeah, don't let your guard down at any moment.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll pay the price.
You will pay the price. And just want to share with you one picture that was selfie from Scott B. Robinson. If you guys will indulge me, they are sporting their Caro-Kann T-shirt just for me. Who will play it today? Yeah, that is the question, Scott. Who will play my favourite opening? Now, I don't know whether I've said it before, but I actually have, not that T-shirt, but I've got the hoodie version of that.
I feel like we don't see the Caro-Kann. I wouldn't recognise it, but I don't hear you guys saying, "Oh, it's a Caro-Kann" in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
Not this tournament.
Yeah.
Not this tournament. Yeah, I barely remember any. But it goes in and out of fashion, just like most openings. I mean, there's kind of the staple diet of any chess player is the Queen's Gambit and the Sicilian, and maybe the Spanish opening, for example. Those three you'll always see. But there are others like the French defense, the Caro-Kann, Scandinavian. They orbit each other. 1 month you'll see loads, and then you might not see them again for 2-3 months. But I mean, all of the top players at some point have experimented with most of these openings. It's just following fashion.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you, Scott, for making me smile. And love that. Us Caro-Kann fans have to stick together.
Of course.
Caro-Kann Appreciation Club, especially after we were maligned by Benny in the Queen's Gambit.
He was a strange chap, though, wasn't he?
He was a bit strange.
He carried his knife around everywhere, didn't he? Remember that? He had his little, what's that all about, Is that not, maybe it's just normal in America, I guess.
I thought he was pretty cool.
Dave,
quirky chess
do you want me to get you a little knife you
rock
can
star life?
Was he the one with the hat, the cowboy hat?
Yeah, that's it.
Same actor who played in Love Actually.
Yeah,
right?
that's like the kid in Love Actually.
When someone told me that, I was like, oh, wow.
And Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, black has won a piece. Magnus is winning this position. The white queen has gone on a little adventure. She's won a pawn in the process. Looks like she can give one check to the black king, but the black king will just move very safely. And the problem is white has no backup. White has no second attacking piece.
Yeah.
It kind of looks scary, the black king, doesn't it? I mean, it looks a bit exposed, but you can't really damage your opponent's king really just with one piece, you know. You've only got the queen there, and there's not much going on. But black's pieces, he's got 4 pieces in the middle of the board all ready to attack, and one of them is an extra piece. So it could just be, I think, over very shortly, this one.
And I just wanted to point out that the black queen is both an attacker and a defender. If the worst comes to the worst, you know, if white queen gives a check, you can just block it with your queen and say, what you doing?
Yeah, that's true. The black queen does a great defensive job, actually, stopping all the checks. You could also, we should mention, just move the black king. It's fine. This is only one attacking piece. White can give another check, but then the king will hide. And, once that little excitement has died down, Aronian will count, and he'll count that he is simply losing. Black's bishop is actually, it's not just any bishop, it's a monster. As you guys pointed out, this is actually a killer threat as well. Bishop takes knight, ruining the white pawn structure. With that in mind, the white knight had to run away, and it stepped back. But now, I mean, if you want, you could trade off the knights. You don't have to. It feels like the white king is actually in more danger than the black king, just because there's more pieces around it. But how does Magnus deliver the knockout blow? How does he, the coup de grace, as they say?
Yeah.
The killer touch.
It looks like there should be something really nasty here, just with the black pieces quite nicely positioned there. Yeah. But I can't see an absolute killer. I mean, you can play nearly any move and win this at the moment, but obviously you have to be careful. But is there a killer move, though?
I would be tempted to just laugh at this knight and retreat, just say, haha, you put your knight on a bad square, your rooks are not connected, this rook can't move. I am just perfectly centralised. I think when in doubt, just centralise your pieces.
It's like a good move, yeah.
It's a good move.
As you guys said, I mean, you can do pretty much anything in this position. You can just trade off knights. You can just maybe just move your bishop out the way and protect your knight like this.
Maybe line up your queen against that soft square. You know, just put the queen in the middle, move the queen one square left or right, and that also ties white's knight down. But really, there's no threats to black's king. You've got a couple of checks and it ends. There's nothing you can do to black's king here, as long as you're careful about that. And this also creates the threat of knight takes knight, winning the game. This might be a...
Looks great, Simon.
Looks
As you said. I mean, maybe we'll see a checkmate on this square at the end of the game to finish things off. But Magnus, he's doing the right thing again. He's done the hard work, won a piece, and, OK, he retreats. And good move.
Yes. Great minds, great minds.
Just trying to think, you know, how do you really kind of put the boot in, kick your opponent while they're down?
Could be a massive round of comebacks. Magnus, who lost in the first round to Levon, now with the black pieces, it looks like he's going to win this one. And Pragnananda, he also lost the first game with the black pieces, now with the white pieces. I think the bar is slightly to his side against Vincent Keimer and Liam Le, Hans Niemann, game 2. Hans as well lost with the white pieces in game 1. And it looks like he was losing this as well, but now the bar has completely shifted to his side. Is he now winning? Has there been a blunder by Liam?
No one blunder, but Liam, I think, made a series of small mistakes. He actually had a winning attack. He didn't go for the attack. And then that's the problem with chess. As soon as you stop attacking, you lose momentum and things do turn. So great defense from Hans, and he's now a big favorite. Missed opportunity there for Liam.
Could be a comeback then by Hans Niemann here in round 2 in the quarterfinal matches. Christopher Yu, he also lost first game now playing with the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. That game started not too long ago and the bar is roughly in the middle. But maybe he will be inspired by the comebacks, Christopher Yu.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, we were I had a few more questions to ask.
Okay.
Grandmasters.
Bring them on, especially towards Simon. What day of the week is it, Simon?
You know what? I honestly don't know.
Nor do I.
It's Thursday, guys.
Is it all right? Cheers. Yeah.
Throwback Thursday.
OK, Thursday.
Yeah.
I was going to say Wednesday, so yeah.
OK. Well, I'm not sure now. But Spruce asks us, it often seems like you can find good moves way easier in other games than in your own. And any tips for improving your view of the board?
I mean, you can try different things out. It depends if you're playing online or actually in a tournament. And one person who was coaching me at an event said, to get your opponent's point of view, actually, if you stand up and you go and look around from the other side of the board, so you're always looking at it from your own point of view. Maybe if you're a really optimistic player, you're looking at it like from the white side, but there's a lot of moves in the game, but I don't think much has really happened. But if you just stand up and walk around, so suddenly you're looking at the board from your opponent's view, you can get a different kind of perspective on what's going on. So that's something you could try. I don't do that myself. I tried it and just found it really annoying, but you might want to give it a go. Any other little tips, David?
Yeah, I mean, a few things. I agree, just getting up, whether you look at it from your opponent's point of view or not. Sometimes if you get up, kind of splash water on your face, have a snack, have a drink, then come back, you see things differently, or you see something that wasn't previously there. Just take your mind off the board for a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes. Another thing that I've learned from commentating, previously my mind was just a jumble. It was just variation, 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 and it still is sometimes, but I like to kind of take a step back and just think, okay, what would I do if I was commentating on this position? And actually that gives me another perspective. And I feel that's helped my kind of longer chess, my classical chess. Just getting back to basics is often a nice way to do it. Calculation's good, but not just moves in the head. Sometimes words are necessary to kind of, with decision-making. That process.
Interesting.
So good advice from our grandmasters. I would also add one little thing, which is sometimes it's good to take the emotion out of it, because maybe you've been winning and you're not winning anymore. Life happens. That's what occurs. And you should just, as these two have said, just get up, take a walk and just reset and just do what needs to be done and just have that mantra in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a long game, if it's a 2-3 hour game, you can't concentrate. Nobody can concentrate the whole time. So you need to make sure you take breaks. In rapid chess, you want to concentrate most of the time, but you need to pace yourself. Meanwhile, black is 2 pieces up on the board.
Yeah.
It's funny, one piece got pinned on the d3 square and black won a piece, as we saw earlier. Then a second piece got pinned on the exact same square. So Lev on Aronian, he's lost a bishop and a knight on the exact same square. I would say, you know, he's fallen for the same thing twice, but he was already losing, so he had to try something. And at least now he's pushing some pawns towards the black king.
He's doing exactly the right thing. I mean, like, when you're losing, when you've actually lost a piece or, let's say, even a pawn, the best thing to do is try to make the position completely murky. You know, you want to make it as confusing, as complicated, with no fear, because you're going to lose if you don't anyway. So you might as well try to confuse your opponent just by, as he's doing here, pushing pawns towards his opponent's king. You know, if Magnus gets confused, he could get in trouble now because there's more things coming towards that king. So,
sounds kind of fun.
Yeah, it is.
It's like that.
It's sometimes nice to be losing, like, you know, maybe losing in life as well. You've got less to worry about, right? You can just be like, yeah, I don't care anymore. Just get on with it, you know. So it's, you've got more freedom, haven't you? I suppose in some ways to risk it, take more risks.
I call it blagger mode. Have you heard of that word? Is that
no?
It's the British thing.
I think blagger is
swindle.
Yes, is the British thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Swindle mode.
Blagger.
Blagger, you know, it just basically means, like these guys say, you know, you're not objectively you're lost, but you're just winging it. You're just freestyling, and you know, okay, fine, enjoy it. And Magnus doing great things, because when your king is in trouble, we've always said time and time again, try and stop off queens.
Yeah. That being said, he is giving a piece back, so the bishop in the centre of the board can be captured by white's rook. I was expecting Magnus to somehow give up his queen in that position. I don't know why. That would just have been a Magnus thing to do. Give up his queen maybe for white's rook, and he would have still been winning. Black has so many pieces, but yeah, as Jovanka says, this is very logical, very safe. And okay, the rook has captured the black bishop. Magnus doesn't look happy. And okay, he takes the queens off the board. The risk is removed, but maybe not as winning as he was. It's only a knight for 2 pawns now. Still winning, of course. Still winning.
I mean, I kind of like what he's... I mean, if he can just negotiate this little bit of mayhem that's happening here, there is still a bit of mayhem. Lev's doing a great job of just causing that mayhem, then obviously the piece will win the game. And it's often a good idea to give back material to get, you know, calm down your opponent's initiative. And how can Lev do anything here to confuse Magnus? I mean, he's got... OK, he's got this move. I like that move, so you don't get pinned. And you just got to mop up those pawns slowly and I think it looks pretty easy now, to be honest. So
yeah, the evaluation bar might have gone down, but it's still completely winning. And now, for a human at least, it's easier to navigate. So just very good technique. Yeah, the problem is if black can bully white with the threat of rook exchanges, black still has that extra knight. The white pawns will drop off later. I like this last move, as you say, Simon. That white pawn is like a double agent. It's actually helping black to protect his king.
Yep. Why didn't he just take the pawn? What am I not seeing?
I think that was a good move as well, Kaja. But he wants to keep the black king as safe as possible, and this white pawn is not running away anytime soon. So maybe he'll even use the black rook and go and capture that pawn, and the black king is entirely safe from the white rook, or the two white rooks. That was the only hope for Levon.
It's that fianchetto or fianchetto rook. You know, it's a very good piece. You know, if you can get that in front of your king, and well, OK, Magnus just centralising at the moment. I mean, you can play this on a bit, but I mean, you know what I'd do here, clearly. I'd have done it a long time ago. Just resign. Yeah, so just
catchphrase, Simon.
Yeah, I might get a T-shirt. Just resign.
Just resign.
I'll do that when I'm, you know, if it may be somewhere else, you know. So.
I think, you know, now that this has become Simon's catchphrase, amongst other things, you know, we should kind of immortalise it in the Chess24 play zone. You know, every time you hit resign.
Just resign.
Just resign, you know, Simon comes up. Well done, you've resigned.
People will be so annoyed, you know, because it's horrible to resign anyway. And if you've got my face coming up, and no, that's not good. Not a good idea.
Or maybe if you're playing and then you ask the computer for tips, and the computer's like, "Yeah, you're done. Just give up."
But I like the idea of having a T-shirt that just says, "It's time to resign," and like you have your jumper on. Yeah, you're playing someone, and as the position gets pretty good, you just take the jumper off, and it just says, "Time to resign."
Oh, I like it.
I like that. Yeah, I like
Classy.
that. I'm gonna,
So sadistic.
yeah, just resign now. I mean, Kasparov, I think, used to do a similar thing. He used to take his watch off during the game, and he'd put his watch next to his board, so he'd have his watch there. But then when he was winning, and when he expected his opponent to resign, he'd just get his watch and he'd make a big finger, put it back on his wrist, like basically saying it's time to go now. So whenever he put his watch back on, you knew you might as well just resign.
Oh,
so
I like that.
Yeah, it's a funny little strategy. So
have you ever had any opponents do that to you?
What, like tell me to resign?
Not tell you to resign, but make it clear that they were expecting you to resign and they did not want to be playing this game.
I've met a lot of strange people in the chess world, definitely. I can't remember any who've made it clear, you know, they're like, you know, like this kind of thing, but I don't know, I probably have done, though, I would have thought, so, yeah, I don't know.
When I played Magnus in the London Classic 2010, I think, so he'd outplayed me, he had a winning position, my king was in the middle of the board about to get checkmated, and he was just kind of sitting there like... like, OK. And then he played one last move, and then I resigned instantly. I didn't even look at what the move was. And only after the game did I realise that he'd blundered, and I wasn't kind of drawing or anything again. I was still kind of worse, but I was no longer losing, and I could have fought on, like, given some serious fighting chances.
Oh, no.
So it was just the body language. I just given up mentally, and... I mean, that's no fault of his. He didn't realise it was a kind of a mistake either. But, yeah, I shouldn't have trusted the opponent. That's why you've got to focus on the board, not the player.
Absolutely.
And, meanwhile, Black has done a good job of trading one set of rooks off. All he needs to do is trade off the remaining set of rooks, and Black's extra knight will tell.
Must be so annoying for Levon getting a win against the world champion, Magnus, in the first game. That is not an easy thing to do, but then coming in game two, white pieces. And it looks like it's going to be a loss. He has to start from scratch. 2 games to go in the rapid portion to win the match.
Yeah, it's a Black day in this matchup, at least. Also, the matchup between Liam Ley and Hans Niemann, it looks like a day to be Black. Black winning all of the games in those matches so far. And, OK, White's rook. He's doing what he can, Levon. He's trying to bring his rook across. If he can eliminate all of the Black pawns, it's going to be a draw. The problem is Magnus won't allow him to do that.
He's making it kind of tricky, though, isn't he? I mean, he's been very resilient here, you know, and I suppose, you might as well just play on.
He's played very well since blundering his piece on move 12.
He has, yeah. Since then, he's played just to keep the game going. Has been very impressive, you know.
And that's where chess is different from other sports. You can make one mistake early on in any other sport, and then you fight back. Chess, you lose a piece on move 12, you play perfect chess, and you still lose.
Yeah.
Some mistakes you can't come back from.
Just like to say thank you for Kevin for purchasing that book, The Black Line, one of my latest chess books. And it was actually Kevin who told me about the opening in the first place. He was telling me about this opening that you play as black, and I was ignoring him for a while, like, you know, this is just rubbish. And then he was being persistent, and I thought, I better look at this. I like Kevin. And I had a look at it. I thought, oh, hello, this is quite interesting, you know. And then I started to play it. So yeah, it's funny how you find openings like that. So yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned it recently. Good opening, actually.
Yeah.
Or tricky.
It's good at club players.
Or did Kevin tell you the name?
There was a book already written by 2 Dutch authors, and they did a book, and they called it The Black Line. It was nothing to do with me. They did a great book. They were the originators. I just try to advance the theory a little bit for the modern age. So, but I can't remember their precise names. Maybe someone in the chat can help out there. But yeah, it's a cool name as well, you know. So,
is there such a thing as a black line?
There's not. No, it's actually a mythical thing. Yeah, I thought there was a black line because there are pictures on the internet, but they're all fake. So I have actually done my research, because I have said in the past any opening named after an animal is rubbish. Yeah, but the black line is not an animal; it's a mythical creature, so it's okay. So that's how I get out of it. So yeah,
I'm going to go and invent the unicorn opening next. Some other fiction.
Yeah,
Well, how about hippo then?
It's real, no?
Yeah, I just forgot about that. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. And my latest chessboard course,
Exactly.
which me and David play quite a lot. So, Hippo's a good opening. Yeah.
These two are tied to
love it. Yeah.
They're obliged to say it's good.
It's as good as the Caro.
Controversial.
No, I mean, it's a very easy and nice opening to play. So it's got a lot of positives, like any opening does, really. I think there's a lot of argument, isn't there? I mean, Black is still winning this one, by the way. Just have a look at the position. He's got to be careful he doesn't lose too many pawns, but he's got enough, and he'll be winning another one very shortly. So it's just a matter of time. But there's so many arguments I see sort of online about that opening's rubbish. And players who say that are generally quite low rated. They say you can't play that opening, it's rubbish. And it doesn't matter that much. You know, most openings are playable. That's what you've got to remember. It's the middle game that lets down most, 99% of players. So don't overthink the opening too much. Just get a position you can play is just a key bit of advice. Until you get to a really strong level, the openings become much more important the higher up you are, I feel.
Yeah.
So is Magnus still cruising here?
I think so. He's just won a pawn. The black knight cannot be captured because it's discovered check. The black rook suddenly attacking the white king, so the white king has to move. And you're right, Simon. It's no matter what the opening, as long as you're familiar with the middle game plans, the middle game maybe pawn structures, that's enough. That's enough. Yeah. And work on those endgames.
And Levon had to step the king down. That was the only way he could maintain his threat against the f7 pawn. Otherwise, the knight would have given a check. Oh, no, not a check, but threatened a check.
Yeah, maybe we can just show this on the board. It was a winning check from Black. The knight attacking the king and the pawn. The king tried to defend the pawn and discovered check, as we mentioned, throwing the knight out the way, hitting the king. And Jovanka mentions that, OK, this way would be a clear knight fork. And the other way would also walk into...
skewer, right?
Yeah, the knight coming in. And if you take this pawn, then, OK, another knight fork, the knight could come along. Or you could skewer the white king and rook. There's all sorts of tricks because Black has 2 pieces, white only has 1. And if we catch up with the game position, we might be seeing Levon Aronian resign any second. This is a check. And when the king moves, the black knight is going to go park itself in the middle of the board, defending this pawn, which defends this pawn, which defends this pawn. And you cannot get rid of this formation. Magnus is simply winning. He can defend his knight with his rook when he wants. This pawn will drop. And it's game over. Too much material. OK, Levon trying one final trick. The king moves. Now Black can just defend his knight with his rook.
Suppose you can attack. You can move the knight if you really want to be flash, but this is safe. Yeah, just get the box on.
This is flashy, Simon. Attacking the rook. Rook takes pawn and another skewer. Check, and you win the rook. But yeah, Magnus just doing it the simple way. Levon just keeping this pawn alive, but it's going nowhere.
You can see how determined Levon is today, though. Obviously, the way he's playing, he's really. This is a good sign for him, after him struggling a bit in the qualifiers. It's going to be equal after this game, I think, unless something tremendously strange happens to Magnus, yeah?
Yeah, with 5 minutes on the clock, I don't think we've ever seen Magnus throw something like this.
Not since he was like 5 years old or something. And even then, he was probably
he was in the pram.
yeah.
Throwing rooks out the door.
Here you go, have a rook.
That extra black knight, it's found loads of kind of safe squares, outposts, and that's the key. If you can keep it on a safe square, you will win.
I think the rook's going to come and take that last pawn now. It's one simple. There's many ways you can win this, but OK. Lev's trying, but
you can take that white pawn now.
Yep.
You can bring the black rook back if you want to play safe. You give a check first.
Yep.
Maybe the king can snake its way to the right.
Stalemate tricks. If you take the pawn...
Oh, checkmate, though.
Checkmate beats stalemate.
That's true.
We have a checkmate.
Have a checkmate. The white king trapped.
Yeah, nice checkmate.
Oh, we rarely see that in chess. This is a comeback by Magnus Carlsen. Levon Aronian, he loses game 2, and that means they are tied after 2 games with 2 rapid games to play. And checkmate on the board. What happened in this game? One bad decision from Levon.
Yeah, one bad decision. We will show the checkmate very briefly at the end, but it was this decision, this careless move that cost Levon Aronian, and it was quite early in the opening. He should have developed this bishop. He did develop this bishop, but he chose the wrong square. This is the safer square. Instead, he pushed it in front of the white queen, perhaps forgetting that this now suddenly made black's queenside castling possible. Magnus rushed to do this, and this pin was deadly. As we saw, after the white king castled, the black knight came, and this bishop was doomed. This pin was fatal. And Magnus won a piece. He guided this into the endgame, and let's just show that checkmate again one more time. Magnus here, after trading off all the pieces, still has that extra piece, the extra knight. He gave a check. The white king wandered forward. We talked about stalemate because actually, for example, if black is careless and takes this pawn, suddenly takes this rook as well, white has no legal moves. It's not check. It would be a draw. But of course, Magnus, he was aware of this, and in this position, he wanted to trap this white king. He did it with his rook. Checkmate. There we go. And a win for Carlsen.
Wow. Comeback. They are tied, and this could also be a comeback. If Christopher Yu wins this game, he will tie the match against Arjun Erigaisi. This is game 2 between the 2 teenagers, and is he basically winning this game?
Wow.
A lot of pieces on the board.
Yeah, a lot of pieces on the board. I won't say winning yet. It looks very, very nice strategically for white. It's actually level pawns, level pieces. It's the dragon opening.
I was going to say, sometimes you can tell immediately by looking at a position exactly how you got to that position. And I've been on the receiving end of this a couple of times, so I know this used to be like a mainline dragon variation, right? And it looks like white's just basically got a great position. Yeah.
Black's dragon is not breathing fire in this game. No. Those 2 black bishops are just blocked in. Black's pawns are blocked. I love the white knight in the centre of the board. The 2 white bishops. Perfectly placed.
Strange opening choice. I mean, to go down a mainline theoretical opening. This used to be an old variation that black used to play, but it's known to be pretty terrible. So I'm surprised that Arjun, someone so well prepared has gone for this. Actually,
I mean, a draw with black for Arjun would have been a great result.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gone for this risky opening choice, and Christopher Yu has a fantastic position. The white rook moving up now. I am slightly surprised the computer says +3 point something. OK, it's gone down slightly because it's still level material and there's still no breakthrough. You can't win immediately. I guess it's just full control. It's kind of domination, and black is lacking moves. Black can barely move anything. But I'm not going to write this one off yet.
No, I agree. It doesn't look as clear, does it, Jovanka, as the computer says? I wouldn't think. But
I mean, isn't there a quote, you still have to win 1 positions?
That's the hardest thing in chess, isn't it? I mean, I certainly find it hardest, and I think...
It's frustrating when you can't win and you're winning.
It is. And I guess so many people watching this stream as well, there's so many books out there, and they end when they give a good position for one side, and they say the rest is just a matter of technique. And how much...
I've heard that before.
Yeah, and we might even say it when we're a bit lazy, we're like, it's just a matter of technique now, just because we can't be bothered. But if you ever read that in a book, it's quite frustrating. It's like, OK, I understand that, white's doing very well here, but I do want to know how you still convert that to a win. And, that is one of the hardest parts of chess, converting advantages. It's not easy. You generally relax, first of all, which is a mistake as well. So I think it should be discussed more how to win one positions, basically.
Definitely. For instance, I can see an opening book finish in this type of position saying, with a good attack.
yeah, what does that mean? Thank you for that. So, yeah, cheers.
With the initiative.
Yeah. With the initiative, with an overwhelming position.
Unclear.
But, you know, how are you going to do it? You know, how is this going to happen? So, for instance, there's a big threat in this position, right, of the rook swinging across to attack the white queen.
Yeah, this is Arjun's idea. So it looks like he's walked into a double attack, a fork, hitting the rook. Hitting the rook and hitting the knight. But as Jovanka mentioned, he can counterattack, hit the white queen. I don't think it's a winning threat because this can be blocked by white's bishop, but you definitely don't want to walk into a self-pin here. You don't want to kind of voluntarily do this. Instead, in the current position, how does he stop this idea? It's actually not easy to stop. I'm struggling to find a way to prevent that. The reason we like white's position, we should mention, is because this knight, beautiful outpost, can never really get kicked away. This bishop, beautiful outpost, also defended by the white knight. And this bishop protecting the white king. Black's king a bit more airy, and this black bishop is bad. So, okay, he stops this threat of attacking the queen by bringing his own queen forward. Looks good to me.
Yeah.
Attacking a loose pawn. Very logical from Christopher Yu. He's still got 3 minutes. I just saw the times, and maybe that's the one downfall for him. Arjun, a lot more time on the clock, but he's finding good moves, Christopher Yu. Great position so far. Wow.
With these kids, though, lack of time is not a problem.
Yeah, true. We shouldn't worry about the clock.
No. Absolutely. Seconds left? No. Don't worry about that. I would worry about it when someone older.
I mean, like, if I had 3 minutes, like, this is where I start panicking. I'm like, oh no, I've got to move. It's not good. And I mean, I've had this kind of position. I mentioned I used to play the dragon quite a lot, and one of the real problems that black has here is actually just white's light square bishop. This bishop here is a great defender. It stops black's attack, because black would love to attack white's king with that rook, but it blocks the rook, it blocks the bishop, and it also doesn't just defend, it attacks as well. Now, you can't really get through that bishop, right? It's so well defended, and if you can't attack with a bishop like that. That's the problem. OK, so of course he moves the bishop away, so, you know.
Commentator's curse, Simon.
Yeah.
The bar goes down.
I wasn't sure whether this was such a great idea. I thought it might be maybe good to introduce the rook in the corner into the middle, but...
This would have been natural and very strong. Bring every piece to the party. So he has a concrete threat. This is a very much kind of a new generation, computer generation. Why take a time out to develop a piece when you could attack a rook, potentially win a pawn? And if it works tactically, then hats off to Christopher. But forgetting to develop that rook, will that cost him? The idea is that if the rook moves, that's attacked, I guess white will just take this pawn, safely defended by his bishop, pawn up, and black's position collapses. So if Arjun can't... I don't see any tactics here.
Can you go rook takes bishop?
OK, rook takes bishop, and the queen recaptures.
Oh, there's a knight, sorry.
Yeah, the knight protects this bishop, so white would win material. So if Arjun can't really move his rook in this position without this pawn dropping, OK, he moves his knight, counterattack, hitting the white queen. This knight, I guess, has to be captured.
It's getting confusing.
It's getting really complicated.
Yeah.
This rook is attacked as well. You could play rook takes rook to take... to try and threaten the black queen, but I guess the most natural is to take this knight off the board. It looks too scary. Black will recapture, and suddenly, I don't know, but white's lost a bit of control. Still, you might win a pawn. The white queen, white bishop are both attacking this pawn, but suddenly the black bishop has come to life on a nice diagonal. The black rook is slightly nearer the white king. I'm a bit afraid. Maybe you just reinstate control. You mentioned, Simon, the bishop on this square is the best piece. Maybe try and trade these two pieces off. If these two bishops disappear, then we will have what we call a good knight versus a bad bishop scenario.
Great pub.
Yeah, the good knight. This is a very, very... Oh, sorry, my arrows. This is a very, very good knight.
It is, indeed.
Middle of the board.
And speaking of good night, there's going to be some action happening there on Saturday. First day of the final. The Meltwater Champions Chess Tour is teaming up with a very cool app called Meetup. And you can go into that app and find this event on Good Night Watch Party. And Simon's going to be there. So it should be a lot of fun. It starts at 5:30 p.m. at the Good Night in Oslo.
Hard day's work, that
Yeah.
one. So, yeah. I will wave at you. with a pint.
Yeah.
So,
watch some chess, maybe play some chess. Do you usually play?
Yeah, I play a bit. I might play. It might take if you get down to the good night in Oslo. Anyone comes down, then I might be able to give you a game of chess. You never know, blitz game. So yeah,
how cool!
Give it a go.
Yeah.
Why not? So
banter.
Yeah. Might bump into some other good chess players. There's plenty in Oslo, right?
There's many, many good players. Yeah.
How cool!
And of course, Simon will be reporting back to us, right? So we can see.
Yeah.
We can feature all those people on the meetup on the show.
Look forward to it.
Yeah.
And I have to say, Meetup is a really, really nice app if you want to get some new friends or meet some new friends in a new town if you moved, or maybe someone with the same interests as you. Just get a profile on Meetup and find some new friends. Very cool app.
Oh, it's very nice because it's not that easy to make new friends when you're an adult. You know, as a kid, of course, you're going to school and university as well. But as an adult, and you're alone in your city, why not?
Chess connects us.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, so you basically put in sort of your interest, for example, chess, and you can find a chess community to join. It's just really, really nice.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to Saturday.
Yeah.
So yeah. You guys jealous?
Yeah.
I might join you after the game's finished.
I will, because you owe me a glass of wine.
I do owe you a glass of wine. That's true. I have to pay my debts, you know.
Yes.
So
Williams always pays his debts.
That's true. And I've had many of them in my life. So. Yeah, I mean, back to the position, you mentioned that night, David. It's just like that night is so good. And one of the problems Black has, if he doesn't lose material, even the endings are bad, Even the endings are going to be horrible. Black's bishops can't get out. But, yeah, he just needs to find some way to try and make some counterplay here. But I can't see it. I just can't see any way Black can get counterplay.
Looks so bad. I mean, I'm just looking at one bad piece here, that Black dark-squared bishop staring at its own pawn in the centre. And I think the saying goes, one bad piece makes the whole position bad. And here that's the case. And Arjun clearly not enjoying his position, spending 2 minutes on the clock here. Christopher still full of energy, shaking. I think he's found some good moves.
Yeah, he's playing well. I mean, he's, you know, by far the lowest rated player in this competition, the youngest player. I'm so good to see him qualify, you know, another prodigy.
And he's grateful to be here as well. He's really passionate about chess, works on it all the time.
Yeah.
Magnus spoke about him yesterday, was super impressed. I think Magnus said that he knows he's really good at blitz, but was surprised how good he did in this tournament.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I was commentating on his games last year in the Challengers Tour, where he was playing against other juniors, and he was very good. He scored well, but there were clear weaknesses in his game. He's clearly worked on those, and most of those weaknesses have been eradicated. He's a much more all-rounded player and a universal player 1 year later. Imagine in 3-4 years' time when he's covered up the rest of his mistakes. And yeah, I mean, he's already hitting new levels.
Very cool.
And meanwhile, a trade of light-squared bishops, so it is a good knight versus bad bishop right now. If white can take the queens off the board, take the rooks off the board, easy win. That black bishop cannot compete against the strength of the white knight.
Yeah.
But Aronian, you know, he's fighting hard. You know, he's advanced his A-pawn. Maybe it's going to take another step forward, just try to destabilise the white king. It's nothing at the minute. I think it's just threatening ghosts. But, you know, you've got to give your opponent the opportunity to make mistakes.
Yeah. I like this move because he's now just trying to put your idea into operation there, David. So he's basically covering the square next to that king, so the rook can come over. Very nice. And this is a great way to think what David mentioned. Just, you know, when you're in a middle game, you know, if you're trying to struggle for a plan, just think, what pieces would I like to remove from the board? You know, the equal basically power. So could I remove the two rooks? And then think, does that help me, or does it make my position worse? And obviously, if it helps you, you've already got a plan, right? So here, if you remove the queens and the rooks from the board, you'll be left with this fantastic knight, which David again mentioned is just dominating the board. So this move, we can see this ending now coming up, and this might not look so bad for black, but it's just completely lost. The bishop can never really do anything useful, and white's king will just slowly advance into the structure. Black's pawns all separated, they're all weak, but that knight, a knight in the middle of the board that can't be attacked, is often, well, nearly always stronger than a bishop, actually, one case where it is. So this is what White's just aiming to do. Very nice play so far.
Yeah, perfect play. And the reason this bishop is so bad is because it's blocked behind its own pawns. If these pawns were on light squares, then maybe some small chance to save it. But this is at least the end game that Christopher Yu is aiming for. He's got that end game in his mind now. He's going to try and drive towards that. He wants to just simply swap off the rooks, get the queens off the board as well, and slowly but surely win with his strong knight. And it's a hard plan to stop. That's the toughest thing right now for Erigaisi. He knows his opponent's plan. Christopher Yu is not hiding it with his last king move. He's getting ready to bring the white rook across, but how do you stop this move? You can't. And how do you swap the rook? How do you stop the rooks coming off the board? You probably can't. He just moves his king. Okay, I accidentally guessed the move he was going to play.
I wasn't expecting that. I really thought that he'd push the A pawn one square forward. And you never know. Try your luck there.
I mean, this was possible. I guess maybe White was planning to push a pawn and once the rook moves, try to win a pawn. But, or actually here, there's a knight jump as well. But the game situation, let's catch up. Black moved his king and not the rook move. Slightly surprising. Pushed his pawn forward instead. And now just bringing his king. He maybe wants to use the rook to target this weakness later. And Erigaisi using his queen from another angle. Not sure where she's going. Christopher Yu brings his rook across. Yeah, it still looks full control for White. Still need a winning plan. Not 100% sure where that one is. I might also have been inclined to, in this position, push my pawn to a light square just in case for an endgame. Put all the pawns on light squares. But okay, Christopher brought his rook across. Okay, he just needs the breakthrough. He's in full control. But 1 minute left. That's the biggest hurdle for the young American.
Fighting for a comeback, Christopher Yu, to tie the match. And the match between Carlsen and Aronian, Game 3 is about to start. They are tied after 2 games. So Game 3 coming up, and Game 3 between Niemann and Liam Lair has just started. They are also tied. Niemann did make a comeback in Game 2. So let's see what happens in Game 3. Pragg and Vincent Keimer, they are in Game 2, and Pragg is fighting for a comeback. He did lose Game 1, and the bar roughly in the middle in that one. And Christopher Yu can make a comeback in this game. The bar has been over to his side for a long time. You guys weren't that clear if he would win. Is it getting closer for him?
He's getting closer. He's done everything right. Just look at all those black pawns. They're all on dark squares. Black's bishop is worse than ever. The white knight was glorious, as we mentioned, but he's relocated it to an equally good square and nice outpost as well. Those black queenside pawns, that A pawn especially, is going to drop off in the near future. White's queen now has access to a nice diagonal. He's just played perfectly.
I mean, one thing I would say, which the last move has stopped completely, we're talking about converting winning advantages. You've got to stop your opponent's counterplay. So you want to, the queen going to that square is stopping your opponent's pawn breaks. Don't let your opponent play. Watch out for pawn breaks. You know, stop them if you can, and watch out for activities. So watch out for that black queen coming into your position is the next next thing to keep an eye on, I feel. Yeah. Still got to win this. I mean, it's amazing. I think it's a 3.5 advantage. I mean, it's the position has to be converted.
Yeah, still does. And Erigaisi proving to be tricky, you know, threatening to swoop into the position with his queen. And it's still not easy at all.
Yeah.
I like this move, actually, by Christopher. You know, just keeping full control, because he doesn't need to determine anything on the left side of the board until many moves, actually.
Yeah, and I guess he plans to meet the black queen swooping in. The black queen diving into the position. It can be met in a couple of ways. This is a slightly annoying check. Firstly, you can just block with your queen or your rook. You can block with the rook. It does look a bit scary. The black queen can now threaten checkmate, but you can, again, just block with your rook. You can bully black with the idea of these rook trades. This looks very good for white still. OK, the black queen doesn't dive the whole way in. I was going to say the alternative that Christopher Yu has readied himself for is to just shuffle his king to safety this way. But, OK, instead, black didn't go for the check. That shows a lot of self-restraint from Erigaisi. I would have been too tempted. I think I would have delivered that check. He brings his queen instead to a defensive post. And, OK, there we go. The plan that Christopher Yu prepared. His king is going to be very safe hiding this side of its pawns. It's just hard to find a move, hard to find a plan for black. Black is actually planless White is the one who just can maneuver around forever, enjoy the position, and eventually try to find a breakthrough.
It's actually difficult for Black to make a constructive move with any of his pieces.
Yeah, this one is stuck. Worst piece I've ever seen. This rook is almost stuck where it is as a defender, so the Black Queen is the only free piece. Attacking this pawn at least, but this pawn could be defended by White's king. Yeah, still, it feels like completely winning for White, but you need the killer touch, you need the final touch.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose control either.
Yeah.
There was eventually a draw in game 2 with Pragg and Vincent Keimer, so Pragg is still down by a point in that match, and if Keimer wins game 3, starting in about 15 minutes for those two, he will win the match. Pragg needs at least a draw, and he has to win a game to take it to tie-breaks.
That's the first draw we've seen of the day.
Yeah.
After 8 games.
Yeah.
Fighting chess, we love it.
Yeah, that's guaranteed with the youngsters.
Yeah.
And, OK, Black just yo-yoing back and forth with the queen. How do you think Eric Geissy's feeling right now? Just suffering, on the board at least.
Yeah, he looks pretty chilled. I mean, he always looks pretty chilled, doesn't he? And I mean, this is like a worst nightmare for me, defending positions like this, where you know, like 95% of the time you're probably going to lose, but you can't resign because you're not even material down. You've got to play on, and I kind of lose the will sometimes. I'm just like, I probably should just resign. Funnily enough, but you've got to play on. You've got to play on. Yeah. But it's so unpleasant, right? It's so unpleasant doing it. And Black's, you know, Black is causing a bit of nuisance actually. I mean, this pawn break that Jovanka said earlier is always on the cards, isn't it? You know, just moving that pawn forwards, you've got to keep an eye open for. And White's got to break through. So I think he's doing a really good job of defending at the moment.
And if you take a look at the clock times, I know I was a bit blasé, you know, it's Christopher, and he's super good with seconds left on the clock, but still 7 seconds now going down to 5. Whoa.
Yeah, and also he has to be really careful. That last position we just saw before he moved his rook, he had repeated that position twice. So he's got to be careful he doesn't accidentally do something that Simon discussed earlier, fall for the 3-fold repetition. If White had brought his rook to the central square now, the e-file, that would have been a draw instantly due to a 3-fold, the position repeating itself thrice. But yeah, he's got to be careful. It feels like he's run out of a plan right now.
Yeah, he hasn't found a way to win this position, has he? I mean, I don't know why Black's moving that rook back. That rook looked fantastic in the middle, but OK, it's probably just a waiting game. Yep. And White needs to find a plan. And with your time, I don't care how cool he is. With 10 seconds, you're not that cool, surely. You know, I mean, you can't be. It's impossible.
Cool for school.
Yeah, he does look cool. He's got 4 seconds to...
Oh, he brings his rook back. Oh,
is this a draw? Is this...
But, I mean...
I think it's not quite, because the Black rook would need to come back to the centre and the Black Queen would have moved.
OK. Close, though, yeah.
But wait 1 second.
I don't know if he's going to win this.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, because the rook and the queen can line up and start threatening the b3 pawn.
But do you think you should do that here? Do you think you should try something, or do you think it might be better just to, with your opponent so short time, say, what are you going to do? I mean, he's just come back.
He's repeated the position. Well, not repeating the position, but he's going for the same manoeuvres.
So what should White's got to do something. I mean, you've got to change plans now. Move the knight or something. This must be a draw now.
3 seconds left on the clock.
Up. I think his rook was always on the first rank earlier, so these youngsters, their pattern recognition is so good. They know when it's 3 times the position repeated. And then, yeah, it's hard to keep track sometimes.
It is. Luckily, when you're playing with these esports events online, the computer... 1 second, wow. The computer might tell you when it's a draw, you know, which helps.
But it feels like a blunder-ish must come with so little time on the clock and so many pieces still. The queens are still on the board.
Yeah, and the Black Queen at some point could jump into the White position, and then you start to get a bit nervous. So, Christopher, OK, I think his clock will go back up once Arjun's made a move. He hasn't lost on time. Otherwise, the players would have reacted. There's just a bit of delay with the clock times. But yeah, he's definitely getting nervous, and he's struggling. I mean, at least he's affected with one eye on the clock. He's not really able to find anything on the board right now.
He's got to find a plan. And OK, he's done something different. He's trying to swap the rooks off. And I like this idea. We talked about making exchanges. You can't take that rook at the moment, but shortly you might be able to. This seems like the right plan to me. You know,
Black will leave his rook there. He'll just ask for the rook trade to happen on his terms. You never really want to capture the black rook because then black's pawn structure, black will take back with the pawn.
I think we'll just move his queen. You know, he's found a nice way to play the position, move the queen back to side to side. And
White king comes back round.
Still not sure how to win this, is he?
No.
I mean, okay, dare I ask how you should win this? I don't know. That's why I'm asking someone else, just in case you're wondering.
You should move the king back to the c2 square and do something with the queen.
I have a couple of plans, but I'm not sure how good they are. So right now, black's queen is kind of tied down. Let's jump in while Erigaisi, he's just waiting. He's going back and forth, b5, c5, b5, c5. So white can, in this position, move the king. Next, move the rook. OK, we will see this, and then the knight can come back and block if there's any checks. Say black waits. Let's move the knight again. The knight wasn't actually on such a good square, and now it's time to try again to swap the queens off. Now bring the knight back to its dream square from earlier.
I think this was a mistake, wasn't it, David? White moved away the knight from that nice big central square. I mean, he's of course still winning this, but get the knight back there. I like that. I
think eventually you should be able to force a rook trade or a queen trade. It's still not going to be easy. Black's kind of waiting in this scenario with his rook in the centre, which is really hard to break through. But it does feel like eventually, for example, with a queen move like this, you will force black to take your rook eventually at some point. But he's just going back and forth at the moment. He just wants a few seconds on his clock. Still hasn't found the plan. I mean, he has, you know, he's had this kind of position before, and he's not finding the right plan at the moment. Yeah, so we think maybe he needs to switch these two pieces around, but it does take some hard work, some manoeuvring. And when will the 50 move rule come into play? It's only move 58, so probably not yet. But he hasn't pushed a pawn. There haven't been any captures for quite a while now. Yeah, I suppose they did that the Harry pawn push, didn't they? Yeah. So that was 18 moves ago. Right. Okay. So he needs to move something in the next 32 moves, which he will. Yeah. But what's he doing with this? Moving his rook away now. Is it getting maybe for the knight? He wants to do your manoeuvre, so he's made room for his knight, and the rook is covering a lot of squares that the queen can come to. So I expect the knight to come backwards now. Yeah. Definitely. This looks correct. It does look correct. And I'm impressed as well, because it takes a matter of pride, actually, to admit that you were wrong. Yeah, yeah. It's always good to lose your ego sometimes. And he'll probably do that manoeuvre. It'll be a free fold or something. It'll be like a great manoeuvre, draw. So, yeah. I mean, fair play to Erigaisi as well. Just like you said, most humans would have cracked. Maybe what Christopher's doing is really clever as well, because he's gone round and round in a circle. He's forced Erigaisi to burn nearly all of his time advantage, and only then will he try his winning attempt. OK, the black queen is in. Yep. She gets evicted by the white queen. Remember, any exchanges will help white. And now, I mean, I thought you could try to... Oh, I don't know, actually. I was thinking you could get the queen on another diagonal, but I still don't see the breakthrough at the moment. Can you not challenge the queen? Yeah, I suppose the queen just steps to the side as well. Yeah. Black will always say no to any queen exchanges. Yeah. OK, the knight comes back again. He's not finding it, is he? He's confused. Yeah, I'm confused, but... Yeah, me too. Still. Yeah. I mean, this is the type of thing I like to do in my classical games, just to rub it in with my opponent, but in rapid chess, playing on 10, 20 seconds, takes nerves of steel. Christopher has got those, but... Maybe now is the time to move the rook. OK, he's dived in. He's played a bit of a braver move now, and if he can... This look... the backup? Don't ask me these things. So, black is a bit stuck. Yeah. The black queen, not many squares. But the rook can move backwards, probably to the bottom row. Yeah. I mean, you're right. It's still not clear what his follow-up is, but at least he's set a new problem, something that Erigaisi hasn't faced before. I'm tired of the white queen just kind of being passive. It's nice that she's active for once. OK, the rook does move. Maybe the white rook will centralise again now. Maybe the white knight will jump into the centre. Well, surely, if you can get your rook now, I like this move. If you can get your rook next to your king now, this is... You just need... The one real pain has been black's rook. Black's rook has blocked everything up. If you can get rid of the rooks, that's major progress. So I think next move, that rook is going to come over. But the queen is zooming down. Swing that rook. Here he comes. He's got it in. This looks like the right plan. You know who, Christopher, you know who he reminds me of at the moment? Who's that?
A young David Howell.
Yeah, Mr. Howell.
I wish I was this good at 15.
Oh, you would be enjoying this move around, yeah, a little plan.
But that's the thing, like, my enjoyment of these slow strategic positions, that came with age and experience. Christopher Yu, he's 15 and he's already got it.
Yeah, it's impressive.
He's another level, yeah. Very, very talented.
So he has swapped the rooks off, and the reason that's good progress is Black's rook was a great piece in the middle of the board, and it's going back to that idea of swapping off your opponent's best pieces. And now the next stage to win this, I imagine, is just swapping the queens off. Get the queens off. So just simply move your queen now somewhere. There's other ways you can do this. You can maybe even try to coordinate. This is a little bit risky, but well, it's not that risky actually. I mean, the knight just covers everything. The white knight covers checks. It defends the king. It has potential to attack. This is actually looking now very easy, actually.
It's a bit like checkers. Nearly everything for white is on light squares. Nearly everything for black is on dark squares.
And black's bishop has always been a complete turnip. Don't know if you can you get turnip bishops?
Well,
maybe.
We see this one over here. It's not much better than a turnip. And that is a nice trick by Christopher Yu, saying, you know, take the pawn that's up for grabs on f3, because if you do, that knight is going to move away with a deadly check. And yeah, it's just a beautiful play by Christopher. You know, now he's just trying trade off queens. The white knight can always step back if it needs to.
I love the way he's done this actually now.
Enjoying it now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, enjoying his little moment. And now he's get the queens off, please. And he might even get another queen with Charlie the C pawn as well. So at some point you could push that pawn up the board. I'd be tempted to push it now because I've got no patience whatsoever.
No, you've got to maximize.
No, he don't. Well, you might as well get another queen as well, you know.
He's got full control. There's no need to maximise any further, I guess.
Yeah, just go.
More time on the clock as well. Played smart here in time trouble.
Yeah.
He's so calm. Like, he was on, what, 10 seconds for the last 30 moves? But, yeah, great patience from the youngster. And now that white pawn is just going to win. It will be supported by the white queen. It will be supported by the white knight. Erigaisi tries his last chance to break through to the white king, but it won't really work. The white king will be guarded by all of its pieces.
Yeah, just got to avoid any tricks there. It'd be devastating not to win this really nicely controlled game against, I mean, Erigaisi is just such a good player, isn't he? You know, it's amazing how strong some of these players are already. You know, they're not, you know, great futures for them.
Yeah. At 19 years old, Arjun Erigaisi is, what is it, already number 24 in the world.
Yeah.
With a rating above 2,700. And it's over! It's another comeback here in the quarterfinals. Fantastic stuff by the youngest player in the tournament, Christopher Yu, with a long game, gets that win. And David, we have to check it out. It was a long time coming, but eventually he got that win.
It was a long time coming, and I just want to praise one big decision by Christopher Yu. That was actually just after we jumped in, just after we joined the game. And it was such a mature decision, really symptomatic of a classy player. It was here where it would be very tempting to grab this pawn. The white queen can take it, the white bishop can take this pawn, and white would go a pawn up, but white would lose a lot of control in the position. Instead, Christopher Yu, not materialistic at all. He preferred to have the long-term strategic advantage, and he realized that this black bishop is actually quite a good piece. So he traded it off. He brought his bishop back, and as we saw after the bishop exchange, this white knight dominated the black bishop. Christopher Yu was able to bully Erigaisi with the thought of rook exchanges, queen exchanges, and as we saw, eventually he squeezed out that advantage. One good piece here for white, one bad piece for black, and that was enough.
Another comeback here in the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the standings and the results so far in the quarterfinals. Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian tied, winning one game each. The same situation for Hans Niemann and Liam Le, winning one game each. They are tied after 2 games. But Pragnananda, he is struggling. He is down by 1 point, heading into game 3. And Christopher Yu, he did just like Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann. He won game 2 to tie the quarterfinal match against Arjun Erigaisi. It is best out of 4 rapid games to make it to the semi-final. If they are tied after 4 rapid games, then we will decide these quarterfinal matches in Blitz and potentially Armageddon tiebreaks. The other quarterfinal matches have played a little bit faster, so we're going to jump into game 3 that has started between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. We were supposed to take a look at Niemann Liam Le, but already from around move 10, we could see there was some drama in this one. The bar is over to Magnus Carlsen's side with the white pieces. What does this look like?
Yeah, I've just been playing through the opening of this game, and I mean, the position we see in front of us, Magnus is just a pawn up, a clear pawn up. That's why the evaluation bar gives white such a big advantage. Black has some compensation, I guess. Levon Aronian now is pushing some pawns. If you look at the side that both kings stand on, there's some action happening there. Levon Aronian just trying to complicate the issue, but it just looks like a mistake in the opening. He lost a pawn and struggling now to find justification for that. And Magnus, actually, he's the one trying to attack on this king side. That black knight looking misplaced. How do you guys estimate the chances, the compensation here for black?
Yeah, I mean, just you know, a quick count up as well, as you say. White is a pawn up, and two ways you evaluate the position: pawn structure pieces. Pawn structure, white's got this lump of pawns in the middle, very nice. They're all sort of defending each other, so I like that from the white perspective. Pieces, black's got this horrendous knight, so that knight to me looks like it's in a lot of trouble, hence why Magnus has targeted it. White's pieces are not fantastic, but they're not bad either, so it looks like a nice safe advantage of that pawn at the moment. And again, another little tip I'd say for people at home is, you know, I know everything's online now, but if you can just sort of try to evaluate random positions, I find that's a good way to increase your understanding of chess. Have a look at random positions. Don't look at the assessment of the computer, but try to work out what's going on in that position. So really try to become a commentator for a little part of your day, because then you'll get to understand middle game positions a lot more. You know, turn the computer on a bit later on, and what's going on here?
I was going to say that.
I mean,
you know,
it's a piece on brick.
It is a knight up for grabs. Yeah. You know me, grab it, take it. I want it.
That's the acid test, right?
Yeah.
Okay, black moves his rook. The queen is nearly trapped, but not quite. There's one safe square, and now the other rook swings across. Levon, he's gambling here. He's just basically pushed his chips into the center. He's going all in. He wants to break through against the white king. Again, maybe good strategy because he was struggling anyway. He was already in big trouble, and now the white king, at least Magnus has to answer some questions. The evaluation bar sceptical. He's like, is a piece and a pawn up.
Yeah, computers are always like that. They're like, yeah, it's fine, no problem. Yeah, we didn't care about your king.
But humans are not computers, and you've got to remember this. And this is going back to what we said in the last game between these two. When you've got a bad position, press the randomize button, you know, just go for it. You know, random move generator, get some kind of initiative. And I think this is well worth a punt. But Magnus is also the world champion, so it'd probably just lose. So, you know, but worth a punt.
I agree. If I was white here, I would be counting. I would be like, oh, I have a knight, I have a pawn, I must be winning. My king's pretty safe for now. But I would also be terrified that my opponent's just kind of going for my throat. And the threat, of course, is pawn takes pawn. For example, if white just makes a silly random move, then pawn takes pawn, and then the rook comes in, gets at the white king. A bit scary.
Probably still completely winning.
Still winning for white,
so
but yeah, I guess Magnus does have a move to maybe protect the pawn next to his king, maybe move it. There's also some hints that the queen might get trapped if you're not careful, but again, Magnus will be careful. I wonder what the safest path is. Here I would be asking myself, what type of position could a human handle? Where can I guarantee that I'm safe? I don't really see a guarantee move yet. The type of move I would want to play is something like this, just to defend the pawn. But I guess there might be downsides. For example, at the very least, the black queen could come across, and now there are chances that the queen will get trapped if I'm, if I take a timeout. Black has kind of this, is similar to what we called the Alekhine's gun the other day, where all the heavy pieces, the major pieces, are tripled up. Some serious pressure. But yeah, it should be winning for white. I just can't see a way to clinch it. To kind of kill black's black's excitement, black's momentum immediately.
And this is why Magnus has sunk into a bit of a think as well. I mean, it's a very good time to have a think about the position. You can, in chess, you can play a lot of moves quickly. You know, you don't have to sit there and spend a lot of time on obvious moves. if you understand the position. But you do, at 2 or 3 points in nearly every game, need to sink some time. And I'm talking about more longer time limits to solve critical positions. So a critical position is when something big has kind of occurred. Here, Aronian sacked a piece, so it's a critical position. Something has changed, and you need to reassess what you're doing. At these times, like 3 or 4 times during a game, I'd say, very important to have that think. They're turning points. And as you say, the evaluation bar, plus, monstrous, but what do you actually do?
Yeah.
If you don't look at the computer suggestion and you try to find a safe route here, I can't see it either. I mean, Jovanka, can you see any potentially safe-ish ways here to it should be winning, of course, but how?
Yeah, the thing is, I am tempted to kind of meet fire with fire, but it's not safe. It's not going to consolidate the position, because I wanted to push that pawn, and I wanted to argue, if you capture the pawn, then I'm going to actually, I was going to push, and if black captured the other pawn, then I could put my bishop on the f3 square and go cemento.
Yeah. Look at those pawns. I'm sorry, you don't often see a little pawn formation like that.
But it's totally playing with fire because I can even see that the rook can step up and attack the queen, and oh no, my queen, and it really is, oh no, my queen.
It's actually trapped because if you run forward, you get hit by the other black rook. If you go back, then whoops, discovered attack, a check, and next move the queen drops off.
So
turnaround, it's super complicated, this position, actually. Let's not trust the evaluation bar in practical terms. I love what Levon Aronian's doing.
Yep.
This is the type of thing Tal might have done back in the day. Big attacker, give up a piece, don't care about material, and the opponent crumbles.
Yeah, fearless, absolute fearless play, and this is why Aronian's got so many fans around the world, and understandably.
Yeah. This is very human chess, just not caring about the evaluation. I'm sure Levon knows that it doesn't work, it's unsound, he should be losing, but he doesn't care. He's giving some practical problems to Magnus, and Magnus now, he had a massive time advantage. He's down under 6 minutes suddenly.
Yes.
Tense moment. And whilst the players, especially Magnus, is pondering what he's going to do next, we have a question from Psycho Vanyan, I think is how to pronounce that. Hypothetically, is it possible to lose your GM or the Grandmaster or International Master status if you lose enough rating? Or are those designations for life?
Fortunately not. I'll just say, because otherwise I might be struggling. But you can lose your GM title, but only, I think, if you're being caught cheating. That's the only way.
How about if you committed a murder?
No, that's fine.
That's fine.
Don't worry about that. That's fine. You keep your GM title with that. So, it's only
way worse.
Cheating is terrible. Murder.
All right. So only cheating is the way to lose your title.
There were a few Grandmasters who actually lost their titles, and they'd had the title for years and years, but they were looking at their mobile phones in the toilets. Big no-no in the chess world, and meanwhile there's massive.
What is happening with this pawns? I mean, David, you were saying the acid test. This is certainly some acid chess going on here. So
someone's just pressed the randomise button, as you said.
Totally.
Simon. It's just chaos. Look at that pawn structure. The 6 pawns are there, just staring at each other. 4 of them are white pawns, 2 of them are black pawns. It feels like white is outnumbering, doing well. The fact that the evaluation bar hasn't switched away means that white is winning. Magnus has found a really good path, but we have to jump in to try to decipher this kind of mesh of pawns. I mean, these 3...
So I'm just laughing, because it is... How many times do you see that in the middle game like that?
Never, ever.
No.
We need a name for this.
It's acid chess. I don't know what it is.
Sandwich, or...
The sandwich is quite... Yeah, 3 on 3. Yeah,
I mean, the problem for a human is, how do you start calculating? It's Levon's move. Magnus has just pushed this pawn forward. I mean, do you start by looking at this move first, or this move first, or do you start by looking at this move first?
Open the king.
Yeah, open the king. How do we open the king?
Pawn takes G. Oh. The G pawn.
G takes F4. Yes. Okay.
I meant the other one.
Oh. Take the G pawn. Okay. This is how confusing the position is.
Sorry.
It's even hard to explain the move because there's so many pawn captures, isn't it? So, yeah.
I mean, this is super complicated. What's Magnus's plan? Is he just going to take this pawn back, maybe, with his bishop?
Can he also push the pawn as well?
Yeah.
I mean, so many options.
You could make an argument for pushing this pawn forward.
There's a check.
Yeah, I was slightly worried of either a queen check hitting this king, which maybe you just move, maybe just hide out in the corner, just chill out. You have to be slightly careful of some checkmating ideas, but I think white has it all under control. White can even just get greedy, take this pawn. The white queen defends this square, no checkmates. But also there are ideas like the rook coming across, hitting the white queen. Oh, but then the white queen can come back and take this pawn. Oh, my mind is hurting. It's so complicated. If black takes this pawn, I think this is an easier one to deal with. White will just capture, double attack. And I think the main idea for white basically is to plug this file, right? As long as you can keep this one blocked, you should be winning. You can't let the black rook creep in towards your king. And maybe Magnus is doing this. Maybe no matter which pawn capture happens, the G file, this file, will still stay blocked.
Yeah. Oof. Looks like he's found a very good solution there. But again, sometimes to get the safe position, you have to go through hell. You know, you have to go through hellish combinations and walk a tightrope to get that safe position. If you try to be too safe, it's actually riskier in a lot of cases. And here, I think Magnus has found a great move to try and plug the king side.
Yeah, because if we rewind just 2 moves, here we were discussing there's no natural way to save yourself, to kind of clarify things. And like you say, sometimes you just have to look for the messy approach. I hate it, but it's got to be done sometimes.
Yeah.
And back in the current position, I was also wondering about trying to trap the white queen, but I guess the white queen just takes this pawn. It's not fully trapped yet. The black rook could come back, and you don't have to repeat the position. I have a feeling Magnus would play. He would just give up his queen.
Okay.
He would create.
I love it.
The box, the cube, as they call it. These 4 pawns. He gives up the queen in the process, but.
Just a bit of fantasy, David. This is a lovely way to give up the queen. Could you also go on queen takes the other pawn just for another little? Just give it up for a bishop. You know, in this position.
Take this pawn.
Just because I like the pawn so much, and then take with the e pawn. They look so nice.
Here it's like I don't even know what formation.
I don't know. I mean, you are actually quite a lot of material down, but probably still doing all right there, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, material count, white has a lot of pawns and a couple of pieces for that black queen.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this would be fascinating if, and maybe when it happens, because I don't see anything else for Aronian. Maybe he just has to bite the bullet and say, OK, I'm going to go for your queen.
So in that last line, I mean, maybe we could just show that one more time. The rook attacks. You have to take the pawn with your queen. And if the queen drops back, is there any difference with this position now? Because now the white queen is actually trapped. And I think this is a forced variation where white is forced to give up the queen. But as we've seen, there's many tempting ways you can give up your queen here. Look at the white pawns. I mean, there's...
Look how many pawns there are. It's just attack of the pawns.
Yeah.
Horde.
Yeah. Horse chess. Who needs queens, right? Yeah. I mean, you've got future queens with these pawns. And this bishop is attacked. This rook is almost trapped. I mean, it's only got 1 square, but we'll trap it here anytime. We can even just forget this bishop. Who needs a bishop? I don't want to ruin my pawn structure. Let's go for the rook with the king.
Lovely stuff, yeah.
The rook is trapped. White would emerge with 2 rooks and a piece for black's queen.
This is something that Magnus would really enjoy playing as well.
He loves giving up his queen.
I mean, any human being giving up their queen for such a beautiful, aesthetically pleasing position just gives you a bit of pleasure, doesn't it, in life, you know? It's nice sacrificing queens.
When it works, Simon. When it doesn't work...
When it doesn't work, you look like an idiot.
You run out you kind of leave the board, red face, and go...
I'll tell you, I had this once in English League, 4 NCL. I was playing board 1 or 2 for my team. And I was playing a 2200 player, someone I should beat. And I was playing a great game. I was attacking him, saw this beautiful queen sacrifice, sacked my queen, sacked my rook, sacked my bishop, forced checkmate coming up, and then he just defended. And I've just sacked, and I had like basically a rook and a bishop left, and I had to resign. And it was just so embarrassing. I just literally sacrificed everything, and there was no checkmate. I was seeing ghosts. And it didn't feel good. It felt terrible. So, yeah, be careful when you sack your queen.
And what were your teammates doing when you were doing this?
They were just... people were just like, what on earth is he doing? Why is he giving up all his material for nothing? Yeah, so they weren't impressed. Yeah. What can you do? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But you should calculate these things. We have some moves, though, David. And any change here?
don't think... Well, some changes on the board, but I don't think it changes the evaluation, at least. White is still winning. We just saw an exchange of pawns. Black is setting a trap. I guess there's a trap right now. You don't necessarily want to... OK, Levon shaking his head. You don't necessarily want to get greedy and take this black bishop. Maybe you can, but let's jump in to show why Levon is shaking his head. Look at the clock as well, 35 seconds. The trap with this bishop retreat is that if you take this black bishop, suddenly after queen takes pawn, whoops, the white king is on an open diagonal, a vulnerable diagonal, and suddenly you might get checkmated if you go to the wrong square. If you step back, you get trapped. You don't want to allow anything like this. So Magnus says, OK, I'm not going to be greedy anymore. I'm already one piece up. He drops his bishop back. Beautiful defense. And he's plugged this vulnerable diagonal. It's hard to see what else to get excited about for black now. Maybe you can attack the white queen, but...
You can just go bishop takes bishop at the...
I was going to say, give up the queen, take the bishop.
I'm sorry.
As Jovanka points out, you can just trade off a set of bishops and then drop your queen back.
Nah, give up the queen, come on. do what I did in that game and see if you can lose a position a piece up. And the way Magnus has done this is one of the great skills of Magnus and many other people. OK, we see Aronians try another idea. He's making a very complex position. He's breaking it down into relatively simple little plans to get the win. And trust me, it was a lot harder to get this position than he's made it look. And now I guess you just keep the position closed, do you, David?
Probably just take it with the bishop, as you mentioned, Simon. You could also just block it up.
Yeah.
You have an extra knight. We're about to see a result. Bishop takes pawn on the board. Levon again, second game in a row. He's playing on a piece down, a piece and a pawn down. But shaking his head. This one is going to finish any moment. White's extra knight will count.
Wow.
Yeah, this is completely over.
How impressed are you, though, both of you, Simon, Jovanka, about Magnus's play? It just looks so smooth.
Yeah, I mean, he does this, though. You know, he loses a game and then he kind of goes on and plays a masterpiece in the second one. And this game was very impressive. I love the way he instigated those complications. He was not afraid to meet fire with fire. And now it's just a matter of pushing those pawns, maybe activating the one piece that hasn't moved all game.
Yeah, he's pushing those pawns.
I'm just looking at the scores and the other ones, and I see that Niemann and Lee are actually going all the way down to the last game, 1.5 all each there. So it's very close, other exciting games going on, and that'd be an interesting one to follow, Niemann versus Lee.
Yeah, the other matches, they are still tied. Niemann, Lee heading into game 4 shortly, and the two other ones, they are in game 3s, tied. Heading into game 3. Magnus will be in the lead heading into game 4. So Levon will have to win in game 4 to take it to tiebreaks. We will follow that game.
Yeah, what do you think? How many tiebreaks will we see today? It feels like we'll see at least one.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think a lot of these players are so closely matched, right? I mean, Kaja versus Praggnanandhaa and Tar, is this the result here, or...?
Yeah, it is a result. Magnus Carlsen winning 2 games in a row. He is in the lead in his quarterfinal match against Levon Aronian with 1 game to play. That's going to be a must-win for Levon. And this one was another great game by Magnus Carlsen. Here is the FTX exchange of today.
When it comes to exchanges, you can never back down. Never be afraid from pushing forward, making those exchanges, and even sacrifices. You always have to keep account, though, on the material balance. And this position from Carlsen against Aronian, we join with Magnus already a piece and a pawn up. Black has sacrificed in order to try and break through to the white king. But in order to do this, he had to push pawns forward, and Magnus's next few moves were really accurate and also really aesthetically pleasing. First, white pushed a pawn forward, not minding an exchange of any of these white pawns. This pawn could be captured, this pawn could be captured, this pawn could also be captured. Magnus had calculated all of them, but the most beautiful line would have happened if Levon Aronian had tried to trap the white queen. There's plenty of ways to give her up. For example, you can capture this pawn, the only safe square to escape to, and now plenty of ways to give up this queen and exchange pieces in a favorable way. One of the examples we showed earlier, and one of the most pleasing, is to capture a pawn, and after giving up the queen, look at these 3 pawns. beautiful pieces, and they will march forward. White isn't even that much material down. So when it comes to exchanges, calculate, 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 but also don't be afraid to sacrifice.
Learning. All right, we're going to take a few minutes to hear from our much appreciated partners. When we get back, we will build up to that crucial match game between Magnus and Levon. And doing so, we're going to listen to Levon Aronian's story growing up in poverty in Armenia. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
I love sports, so that's how I train. I do football. I've started playing paddle recently. I also do some exercises with a personal trainer, but he always tries to make it about competition because that is what motivates me. I do not know if it's essential to be in good shape to be a good player, but I know that I play a lot better when I do feel well and that I'm at my best physically, for sure.
Off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Julius Baer Generation Cup. We're following the quarterfinals here in the tournament. Let's take a look at the results so far on a critical day. So Magnus Carlsen has now won 2 games in a row. That means he is up by 1 point against Levon Aronian, who will be in a must-win situation in Game 4. Hans Niemann and Liam Lea, they are tied, winning 1 game each. A draw in Game 3 means Game 4 will be crucial. If we have a winner in that game, that will be the winner of the quarterfinal. If they have another draw, then they will head into tie-breaks. After 2 games, Vincent Keimer is in the lead against Pragnananda Prag. He will have to win one of the 2 last games. And it's tied between Erigaisi and Christopher Yu, winning 1 game each. So a lot of drama still in that one. But Levon Aronian, he is heading into a must-win game. He is one of many players where chess has been in his family for generations. Growing up in Armenia, life has not always been easy for Levon.
T-shirt from the movie Coming to America, and it's kind of symbolic that I'm coming to America, becoming part of this country.
Together with his girlfriend, Levon Aronian has moved into his new home next door to the chess club in St. Louis, USA. He was first introduced to chess by his sister at 8 years old in Armenia. Since then, he's come a long way.
She taught me to play chess because she said, okay, you're too annoying, here, do something. And then, yeah, then I fell in love with the game.
Levon had an incredible natural talent for chess, and at only 10 years old, the family became dependent on him to get food on the table.
Because of the fall of Soviet Union and a lot of problems in Armenia, my father and my mother, they were not earning anything really. So I was earning the money by getting sponsors. Okay, there were of course tears, but it's very easy when you don't really have like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. No, I knew that I had to do this. My first successful tournament, I was playing under 12 in Szeged in Hungary, and my mother came to the tournament, but we couldn't afford her to stay in a hotel with us, and she was staying. We made an arrangement that the bus that took us to Hungary from Moldova, she could stay there. So she stayed on the bus for 11 days. You know, she would come to the hotel, we would sneak her in so she could have a shower and things like that, or bring her something to eat, but she would stay on the bus for 11 days. Yeah, there were a lot of sacrifices from my parents.
His parents sacrificed a lot during the 1990s. Life was hard in Armenia back then, so Levon's success as a chess player was their only hope.
Back in the day, okay, I did have some sponsors, but I knew that if I travel to one tournament and if I don't play well, I cannot play any more tournaments. And in order to secure myself, which was of course foolish of me, at the age of 15 I would play blitz at nights. You know, just to earn some money on the side, you know, because for amateurs of different countries, I think this $5 a game was nothing. But for me, $5 was a huge amount of money.
The Armenians are sad to see Levon leave. But at 38 years old, he feels this is the best option for him to keep pursuing his dream of becoming the world chess champion.
Oh, it's very nice being in St. Louis. You know, there are pictures of me on the street next to the chess club. There are pictures of me in the some cafes and restaurants. You can see I'm a popular person in St. Louis. I feel very welcomed here, and also the people at the club and everybody that is working for the club are very welcoming. So that's very enjoyable. And my neighbors are Caruana and Dominguez, so it doesn't really matter where I am. I'm anyway a pretty boring person, just working on chess and trying to improve.
A much-loved character in the chess world, Levon Aronian. He's been through a lot. Only a few years ago, his wife died in a terrible car crash. He has now moved to the US with his new girlfriend and is now playing under the American flag, turning 40 next week. I think actually next week, in a couple of weeks maybe. Levon Aronian, and now against Magnus Carlsen in a must-win situation to take this quarterfinal to Blitz tiebreaks. All right, what should Levon do in this game, David? He has to win it.
He has to win. It's not going to be easy. I think step one, survive the opening. That didn't happen the last time he had white. It was a bit of a disaster there. Ideally, he wants to keep all the pieces on the board. He made a good go of it in that last game, but the last two openings have really been a struggle for him. So if he can get out of the opening, really tense position, he'll have chances.
This character, Simon, and the style of Levon Aronian, when he is in a must-win situation, I mean, that should give us a very entertaining game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's a fighter. He's been a fighter, as we saw then, since a very, very young age, you know, being the only provider. So if anyone can turn it on, it's going to be Lev. So we're up for a very exciting game now.
Yeah. But Magnus Carlsen, he's a tough nut to crack in this tournament. How impressed are you, Jovanka?
I'm very impressed by him, especially after that devastating loss in the first game. He just came back and has played perfect chess. I mean, he's just sensational. That's why he's the world champion. And I think he will be today, in this particular game, trying to be that immovable object.
Big question is, will we see blitz tiebreaks between Levon and Magnus? It will take for Levon to win this game. He does have the white pieces and he has made his first move. Or can Magnus Carlsen get a draw or a win to secure his spot in the semi-final? Here we go.
Here we go, and a Sicilian defense. So a different first move by Levon Aronian compared to 2 games ago when he had white. There he went for a queen's pawn opening. Now it's a anti-Sicilian. And Magnus, he's played this move a few times now on the tour, pushing his pawn forward in the center. It was very rare, this last move, up until a couple of years ago. And white decides very quickly to castle. And this is black's idea, just to control the center, to stop white pushing forward with any pawns. It looks a bit odd, black's development, the black dark square bishop blocking a central pawn, but seems playable. He's had success with this in the past, and Levon chooses not to try anything too aggressive. So just pushing a pawn, getting ready to develop. Magnus will get the king to safety. He needs to rush with that. The black knight will develop, and black's king will castle. What do you think about this opening choice?
Yeah, I mean, totally understandable. When you only need a draw, you want to keep the position locked, and you can just see from what Magnus has done, putting the pawns on dark squares, putting the bishop on a dark square. He's trying to lock it all up, you know, like I say, Lego, you know, get the Lego locked in the middle, so give your opponent less open lines to attack on. I'm saying that, you do weaken a square in the middle of the board by putting your pawns on one colour squares. You weaken the opposite colour, the light squares. And with the last move, Aronian is probably going to try to play this quite positional and just take a big square in the middle. But so far, all pretty normal, I think we can say.
Yeah, and they're more or less following the game that Magnus played with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana in 2020. So I'm expecting this bishop to step back towards the centre, and then maybe Magnus will kick away the other dark square bishop.
Yeah, so it's always a matter of taste, right? Bishops, knights. Does white retreat this bishop, or does white take the black knight? What would Jovanka, Simon, what would you be inclined to do?
I'd definitely be very tempted to move it back, but only because I've got one plan in the position I can see, and that is take this middle square, that middle light square. So I just want to put all my pieces. OK, this is also quite interesting because you're going to gain more control. And here we go over that middle square. And the bishop now is controlling that one, maybe with a knight coming in. And I think Aronian's whole game plan and attempt at getting an advantage will be based just on this square, first of all, and then maybe he can transfer that to another advantage. So I think it's sensible play from Lev as well at the moment.
Yeah. And
sorry,
I was just going to say that this is totally new position.
Yeah, it's a bit odd because you mentioned, if we just backtrack again, in this position, you mentioned that White's most common move is to retreat the bishop, I guess, to this square. And then Black normally gives this bishop a nudge anyway. So there, you could trade and then jump forward with the knight. It feels like you've gained a move. Black has lost time pushing this pawn. So just by trading off immediately, Magnus has the move castles instead of this small innocent pawn move. It doesn't look like much, doesn't look like a huge difference, but every move counts in chess. And slightly surprised that Aronian in this position captured the knight willingly. Normally you want to wait. But yeah, if we catch up, slightly surprising decision as well that he didn't choose to occupy the central square with a knight. What are we thinking about that one? Instead, putting the knight on a slightly more passive square.
Yeah, I mean, the knight it's a normal square for like a Raw Lopez Spanish opening. The knight has a lot of potential, but it is certainly a slower approach that Aronian's aiming to play here. And I mean, just looking at the pieces, White's pieces look very good. The bishop that Magnus has just moved is a pretty terrible piece. It might have hope later on, but you know, you have a bishop on the same kind of square as your pawns in the middle. It makes it a bad piece because you're blocked in by those pawns. So I would say a slight advantage to White here at the moment, but you've got to get a win, and Black is very solid, hence why Magnus has picked this variation.
Yeah, and the one fear for me, if I were Levon Aronian or Aronian's fans right now, I remember him having this type of opening. It's not exactly the same, but this pawn structure against Magnus in the past. He's lost a couple of games from the White side when Magnus as Black has this pawn structure. So fond memories for the Norwegian, but for Aronian, he needs to come up with a plan. Also, this pawn structure makes it very difficult for White to come up with a plan. As we mentioned, the White knight could have maneuvered into the central square, the kind of square between these two pawns. That's a nice outpost. He chose not to do that. But what else do you do? OK, he moves his rook across. Is he just going to reroute his knight back and back and back into the centre? But he could have got there earlier. I just don't really understand. And meanwhile, Black has quite a common plan. Black, at some point, for example, will move the king out the way, we'll move the queen out the way, and later we'll try to push some pawns on this side of the board. He can also push pawns on this side. Magnus has done this before. It's like his recipe for success. It just feels a bit strange what Levon's doing, to me at least, a bit slow.
The winner of this quarterfinal match right now looks like Magnus Carlsen. If Levon does not win this game, will meet the winner of the quarterfinal between Vincent Keimer and Pragnananda. Game 3 has now ended with a draw, and that means Prag as well will be in a must-win situation in Game 4, starting in about 15 minutes to take that one to tiebreak. Any other result means Keimer faces Levon or Magnus in the semi-finals. That would be massive for Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, definitely.
First time in semis.
Yeah, he's qualified for the quarterfinals before, but I can remember him losing to, I want to say, Nepomniachtchi.
Aha, last season.
In the very first tournament that we played there, we had.
Yes.
And Erigaisi, I don't think has ever been past the quarterfinals.
Aha.
So if he manages to get to semis, well,
we're going to see some new names in the semis.
Yeah. And I like David's prediction. There's going to be a teenager in the final.
Yeah.
I think I predicted a teenager would win it. Maybe that was a step too far, but I mean, it's quite possible we might even see a fully teenage final.
Yeah.
If Keimer or Pragnananda wins their semi-final.
And we know at least one non-teenager will be knocked out today, either Levon or Magnus Carlsen. There's definitely maximum going to be 2 players who are not teenagers in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and Liam Le, he's in a fight for his life against Niemann. It's not going to be easy, that one as well. So we could even see 3 teenagers out of 4 in the semi-finals.
Yeah.
That would be incredible. We
should, of course, mention Game 4 has started between Liam Le and Hans Niemann. They are tied before this Game 4. So if we have a winner in that game, that player will be in the semi-finals. If it is a draw, then tie breaks. And I can see the bar slightly over to Liam's side in that game 4.
Yeah, I'll take a quick look. He is a pawn up. Very tense endgame there. Anything could happen still. Erigaisi also looks like he's doing pretty well, but a lot of life left in that game too. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict at this point. It just feels like every player wants to beat the other one. Nobody's playing safe. Even the draws have been full of fight.
So do you think this is the most entertaining tournament we've seen so far in the tour?
It's most drama-ish, that's for sure. I mean, like, you know, there's been loads of stuff going on, isn't there? You know, just behind the scenes, on the board. I mean, you know, we got off the board, everywhere. Yeah, I mean, just rumours and there's been a lot happening. So saying there's going to be a lot happening in I think the next week or two as well. No matter what happens in the tournament.
I was trying to summarise how the preliminaries went, and there was just so many exciting things. You know, there was like Ivanchuk, you know, it looked like he was going to qualify at the beginning, and then there was a big race. Oh my God, it's like a movie.
It was great to see Ivanchuk have that brilliant day on day 1, where he should have actually got 4 out of 4. And that was just good to see a legend fulfil that legendary status again, even though he's quite rusty compared to some of his younger players. And that was kind of a bit of a highlight, I think, for me, you know. But we've got plenty more drama to come, David, as well, yeah?
So, yeah. I mean, this is called the Generation Cup, and it does feel like the changing of the guard.
I didn't realise that, but
Just reminding you again, Simon.
Yeah, cheers.
But I mean, it does feel like the changing of the guard, which has been happening already for the last few years. It feels like this is kind of the moment where we can stop. We can just confirm that all these top players, all these young players, I mean, they're part of the elite now, and they're here to stay. And it's been a nice breakthrough event for a couple of them. Christopher Yu, for example.
Yeah.
It's just, I think I'm running out of adjectives, superlatives, running out of praise for them. They're just so good.
And I have a question about Christopher. Is he at school?
Oof, good question.
15 years old. Is he a full-time chess professional? Or
good question.
Is he?
He plays a lot.
Homeschooled, maybe.
He studies a lot, but
I know a lot of chess professionals are homeschooled because it gives them more flexibility to play in events like this and other events as well, potentially. But I don't know. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, when you're around this age, because dedicating yourself to chess, you know, it is a gamble, you know, because there is only a certain amount of prize pool and you have to kind of give up other things. But then if you dedicate yourself to school, it's a gamble because you need to work in your chess. So these youngsters have to make that decision at some stage. You know, do they give everything to chess, or do they go the more academic route? I expect David, I mean, you were a prodigy and you did the university route as well. So you can do both. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's mixed feelings for me. I mean, I look back and I think, I could have saved the 3-4 years I was at university. I could have played chess. I could have been better. I could have soaked up more while I was younger. But at the same time, I wanted to keep my options open. I mean, I had the best years of my life at university. So, you have to sacrifice something, I guess. You can't have it all. But a lot of the top players, I mean, we saw Prague a few months ago playing in a final, doing his exams side by side simultaneously within the same day, and he can do it. Nowadays, I guess, also, even if they commit to chess at a young age, there's options later, career-wise, other things they could branch into, using the chess maybe as a kind of launching pad.
Yep.
But meanwhile, back in this game, still very stable. White now just creating some pressure on this left side of the board, but it's so tense in the centre.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that pawn breakthrough or the right manoeuvres to occur. And whilst the tension builds in this position, we do have a question from Spruce, who asks us, how would you guys rate this tournament in terms of the play? For me, it seems like one of the highest level and most entertaining rapid tournaments I've ever seen. So some nice words from Spruce, but tell us what you think of the play. Has it been fighting?
I think it's been an incredibly high standard for a start. I mean, you know, let's remember this is rapid, so it's not long play where you have loads of time to calculate everything. But I feel that the standard's been just probably the best I've seen. You know, there hasn't been many blunders. There's been great conversions of advantages. It's had everything, really. I mean, David, I mean, would you go along with that as well?
100%, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, there are games in the prelims. That Ivanchuk against Carlsen game, just for me, that was just the highlight. Just both players throwing everything at each other, tactics galore. Yeah. I mean, incredibly high level. Yes, occasionally there's a blunder in some of the games we've seen, but I mean, that happens, like you said, in Rapid. And yeah, I mean, also there were no kind of clear underdogs, so everyone was packed in the middle. Everyone was beating everyone. Everyone's so ambitious in every game, and that's what we love to see. I love boring draws, no quick draws.
No quick draws at all, right?
No, and no quick draws, which is great, because I know in some of the other events we've had, there's been a bit of criticism about people having quick draws, and that seems to have stopped. So they've got the right players in, I think. And I mean, I'd love to ask people on Twitter. That's where we're looking at a lot of our, questions. You might even get your tweet up on the screen. What other players would be quite interesting to have in? Is there anyone else that we, people think we're missing? Maybe. No. I don't think we can really beat the current mix, but possibly.
I thought this tournament was the perfect combination. It had legends of the game, it had a youth, and of course you have the people who are at the top of their careers. Yeah. And it was fresh just to see everyone fight. And I have to say, I agree with Simon. Some of the most entertaining chess came from the old legend, Vasil Ivanchuk himself.
But it's been fun in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Each tournament has a little bit of a theme. I remember last season we had the FTX Crypto Cup, which was the highest rated tournament ever. I mean, most of the top 10 players in the world participated in that. That's always fun as well.
That was the one where Magnus really struggled, right?
He eventually won it, didn't he? After that, that was that insane final against Wesley So, wasn't it?
But he barely got out of the prelims.
Yeah.
I think maybe the only time he struggled to get out of the prelims.
True. Fabiano Caruana won the prelims in that one.
Yes, he did. And I remember that Magnus was in a must-win situation to qualify to the knockouts. He had to beat Rajapov.
And he did.
And he did. Yeah.
Limzo Indian, I remember. Quincy 2. Yeah.
No, I don't remember that far.
Long time ago. Yeah. Well, actually, not that long ago. But it feels like every tournament has a different energy as well. Sometimes it's really tense. You can tell the players are really nervous. This event, everyone's just let loose. And that's why we've been so entertained. Meanwhile, there was a critical moment. The rooks came off on the A file. There was a trade of rooks, and Black's bishop went into the corner to recapture. And I think that was actually a good move. Black's remaining rook is needed to defend his king, because suddenly the white knights and the white light squared bishop, they're kind of pointing towards the black king, the black monarch.
I like what Aronian's done over the last couple of moves, because we're talking about the placement of pawns to try to work out a plan. And if you look at the placement of pawns around Black's king, they're all on light squares. So what does that mean? It makes the opposite colour squares weak, the dark squares. And you can see with Lev's last move, Lev's trying to get in on those dark squares, control those dark squares, combined with the knight as well. So there's a lot of pieces near Magnus's king. I'd be a little bit scared if I was Black here. And this last move's a very, very nice move. He might be going for a bit of counterplay now by getting ready to move the pawn in front of his rook, which you pointed out earlier, David, is a very standard idea. Open up the bishops and get some attacking chances yourself.
Yeah, but then again, I would be slightly scared of White's pieces gravitating towards that black king still. For example, you mentioned pieces are flooding in. Maybe the queen could come in, and maybe, for example, if Black is a bit too slow, say... Actually, it's hard to say. It's hard to find a move here that's slow. The knight is under attack. This pawn is also under fire, so say Black pushes. Yeah, it just feels like somehow on this light square diagonal, very loose, very weak, knight's jumping in, but maybe no threat. Maybe that's the issue. And maybe Black can break out in another way. Maybe Black has this pawn push as well. We talked about pawn structures in the last game, but here it's Kaja's favourite. The Mean Girls connect 4, and they block out the whole white army. If the position opens up, like you said, these pieces come to life. Yeah, it's hard to say, really. I mean, there's so many different plans. You could even push this pawn forward, harry the h-pawn.
Well, of course, that was on the radar. So, funnily enough, it's always on the radar. I mean, how dare you doubt that pushing Harry's not on the radar?
It's all I thought when he wakes up.
I know. And when I go to bed, the first and last thing in my life. Harry, come on, my friend. Just push yourself to the limits.
And I'm also wondering if the white rook, I mean, it's doing a good job in the centre just in case things open up, but I'm wondering if it ever comes this way. probably not right now, because any squares it uses along this A file, they're not going to actually threaten that much. They'll be easily kicked out later on. What else could white try? Hard to say. I mean, there's just so many candidate moves. The one thing I would be slightly worried about is if I were Aronian, is this bishop. It looks fantastic right now, but later if black can somehow push a pawn, push another pawn, this bishop's actually running out of squares. But then again, that's a couple of ifs, and that's a far bit in the future.
Looks like we've got some quite big news. I mean, just keep an eye on some of the other games that are going on. The big one, I would say, is between Liam Lecong and Niemann.
Yep.
And it seems that Liam Lee is rolling in that game and very close to winning at the moment, which would mean Niemann would be removed from the competition if he loses that one. So it's tense moments there as well.
It is game 4. They are tied before this game bar all the way over to Liam's side. Is he winning that game, simply?
Yes.
Okay.
White has a pawn on the 7th rank, so one move away from promoting to a new queen, and black's whole army is tied down defending. So Niemann on the back foot, really struggling. I think it's a miracle if Niemann survives that game.
Okay. Obviously, we have not been able to get a comment from Hans Niemann this whole tournament. With all the drama going on with Magnus Carlsen, we will, of course, try today as well. It would be really nice to hear from him before he leaves the tournament if he loses this game.
You can see Lev getting serious there. He's stripping off.
Getting excited.
I think he's got a tactic on the board.
He's got a trick up his sleeve.
He does.
Look at those white knights. They do look very scary. It wouldn't be surprising if there was a tactic.
I don't know how effective it is, though, but the sneaky trick that I saw was that, say, black plays just a non-move or something.
Oh, OK. Say a non-move. Let's bring the bishop.
Yeah.
To a better square.
And then, you know, you could put your knight on the h6 square.
Nice.
I don't know whether it does anything, because...
It's attacking this square twice, 3 times, and the trick is after queen takes knight, knight takes pawn is a fork, not just because the knight hits the king and the queen, but even if the knight is removed, the white queen has opened up an attack against the black queen, and white would have won a queen for 2 pieces in the process. That's actually a really nice trick, really important threat actually, Jovanka. So this might be a threat in the position. My first instinct was what to do if the pawn pushes forward to kick away this knight. This knight has just landed in the black half of the board. And when a piece lands in my half, I always want to kick it out. And he can't retreat, right? Levon won't retreat.
Well, that's what I was wondering as well, David, because it looks so obvious to play that move. And but is there any way you can avoid retreating the knight? I mean, you really don't want to move that knight backwards, as you said, David. But what else can you do?
Knight takes pawn, Simon.
Oof.
Maybe.
Oof. Oh, but
I don't know.
With the swinger.
I was thinking of you when I suggested it.
Like it. How could I not see the swinger?
The idea is for the rook to jump up the board and swing
Harry?
across.
I know. Harry and then the swinger. 2 of my favourite things, you know. Harry the swinger.
Yeah, and suddenly, I mean, due to the fact that this bishop is actually just like a laser beam cutting across the board on this diagonal, black's king, black's queen, I don't really see how to save them.
That's a beautiful idea, isn't it? I mean yeah, really
just by
nice.
Process of elimination. Oh wow, he's allowed it, Magnus Carlsen,
and he's in.
He sacrifices his piece without thinking. Levon.
He's going to give his queen up somehow.
Oh, Magnus.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, he loves giving up his queen for a rook and a piece, or even more material. But right now, it looks like that queen is doomed. It's going to get hit. It's going to get pinned by the white rook, and there we go. It's chaos reigning again.
Oh.
So, of course, you only need a draw to stay in the competition. What you do is, Magnus, you sack your queen.
Make it crazy.
Yeah, sensible idea there, Magnus.
The bar is definitely moving up for Levon Aronian. Is this giving him some good winning chances?
Definitely.
Wow.
I mean, maybe losing chances as well, but you don't care about that. A draw is the same as a loss now for Aronian.
Brilliant play. I have to say, brilliant idea, that knight move. I mean, just really aggressive. And this is how you beat Magnus, yeah? I rarely see Magnus losing unless someone attacks him. Yeah. And there we go. We got this very strange position. The white queen comes in. What's the material situation here, David?
Yeah, we can do a quick count. White has a queen and a pawn. In return, black has a rook, knight and bishop. So if we do some maths, a queen and pawn is 10. A rook, knight and bishop, that's 11, I think. So black is technically 1 point up, but the black king is so open. Computer thinks there's only 1 move for black in that last position, and Magnus found it.
Who would you take, Jovanka, here? Would you take Lev's position or Magnus's position?
I would take Magnus's position, I'm afraid to say, you know, because Levon is in a must-win situation. And look at what Magnus is doing. He's just simply overprotecting every single one of his pieces and pawns. But, OK, Levon has his chances. Levon has to disrupt Black's harmony now. I mean, I'm thinking maybe Harry step forward.
It must be time to put him in the position, surely.
The white queen needs backup. You need to open up the black king, and black king only has 1 pawn shelter. Yeah, it makes sense to push the white h pawn up, trade off that last defender. And one thing I will note, Levon Aronian, he's on record in interviews saying he hates, in speeches, he hates playing with the queen against pieces. He thinks it's easier to play with pieces because there's more of them. A queen alone, it feels like you have 1 piece fighting against 3. So black having a rook, knight and bishop for that queen could be significant later. If they're both down to 1 minute, it's far harder to play with the queen than the 3 pieces. If they're stable, if they're not just dropping off those pieces.
He's got to throw Harry. OK, well, he's gone for more exchanges now. And he hasn't got many pieces left, but he's got an idea, Jovanka, hasn't he, behind this move? So,
yeah, it's kind of a disruptor move. You know, his whole idea is that the bishop takes the bishop, well, and it releases the protection of the pawn on d7. And maybe the queen can even swoop in and take that pawn.
Look at this, the queen, she's fighting a war on her own against 4 pieces. But maybe she's winning that war. Look at these pieces. How do they defend each other? Maybe they don't. First, this bishop is doomed. It's going to drop off the board. Maybe this bishop will drop off then. Maybe the knight will. What a move by Levon Aronian. That was not on my radar, I've got to admit. Bishop in to get rid of this defender. And what else could Levon Aronian try? If this bishop drops, then suddenly the light squares are all up for grabs. All that white needs is to get his queen in. For example, that last variation. If you can get your queen in, you might be winning. I mean, I'm still not sure. Maybe black's better here, the computer will think, but to me, from a human point of view, it looks scary.
It does. Is there any chance that black could kind of like, bearing in mind that he's in a draw situation, just curl up in a ball with his pieces? And so I was thinking, say after bishop takes bishop in the game, so the game continued with c4. Pawn takes, and then
queen jumps in now.
Yeah, and then you just kind of go, I know it's ugly, but I'm going to do it. Move my rook to the f6 square.
And yeah, I have a feeling Magnus's idea actually with this previous pawn push is to even plant his bishop and start attacking. Magnus wants to go on the attack against white's pawns now, white's king. And OK, we have seen that bishop trade. And what will Levon Aronian do? Maybe he'll try and prevent this bishop coming to this square. I don't really see how.
It's very nearly a move in the centre like d4, isn't there? Just trying to liberate your pawns a little bit here. I think it's a bit too risky here, but this is the kind of move where, you know, it's on the radar. Because when you're playing, we've seen this in other days with the queen against the minor pieces. So when the queen is facing all these other guys, it's about discombobulating those pieces, meaning you've got to make them not harmonise very well. You've got to try to spread them apart, make sure they can't defend each other. And a move like this would be maybe very interesting, because you've got to check as well if it's captured, but maybe it doesn't quite work, you know, the concept here. But that's certainly the kind of thing I think you should be looking to do in a position like this. Discombobulate your opponent's pieces. My favourite word. Bit of discombobulation. I love it. Doesn't it sound nice? Yeah. Discombobulate. Yeah.
Discombobulate.
That's it. Yeah. Discombobulate. It sounds nice.
How did you pick up that word, Simon?
Because
it's not one that you kind of like chuck around in everyday sentences.
I think it's the first word I ever said, you know, when I was like 2. I was like...
2 days old.
2 days old. Discombobulate. I'm going to discombobulate the world.
That's when they knew you were a chess genius.
So, yeah, I don't know, but it sounds like it should sound, though, like onomatopoeia. Is that right? David, you're the English... OK, I don't know. Maybe.
That's too complicated for me, Simon.
What's your...
Let's stick to Zugzwang. And
Zugzwang, OK.
Pass on.
Do you have a favourite word, though? Anyone? Like, you know?
Chess?
Any word? Any word's good? Not really. It's just
chocolate. Was the first thing that came to my mind.
That's not a bad word. A bad thing, yeah. So, OK, well, back to the game, and you know, he's moved his king so he can move the pawn in front of his king if needed. Does Aronian? Yeah,
but it doesn't look like the type of move that will discombobulate Magnus. This last king move, white's king is, OK, it's slightly better placed. It's not on a dark square, as you mentioned, so it can't get targeted by black's bishop. But Levon Aronian right now, he's just deciding what pawn structure he wants. Either he will just recapture this black pawn in the center, or he'll maybe give a check first with the white queen. You can drop back just diagonally one square, check the black king, and then go across and take this pawn with your queen as well. Okay, he just takes back the simple approach. But now this white pawn that's just moved, it's a backward pawn. It's a bit ugly. It could be a target for black's pieces later.
I mean, you're not going to win this game just with your queen, are you? Yeah. This is the important thing that Aronian realises. He can't do everything with one piece. He can do a lot, but he needs to do something else. So naturally, what else can you use? Your pawns. Come on, Harry, just move yourself, my friend. He's got to use his pawns, right? I mean, and there it goes. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty obvious that was going to come next.
Simon asks and Levon delivers.
Ah, that's what we like to see, Lev. So, and natural move, though, just trying to move that forwards again. But Magnus's pieces seem to be pretty OK right at the moment. I don't think he's in too much danger as of yet.
And we have a result, you guys. Liam Le is the winner of the quarterfinal match against Hans Niemann, winning game 4. That means Hans Niemann is knocked out. There will not be a final in this tournament between Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen. But Liam Le, he goes through to the semi-final to face the winner of the quarterfinal between Erigaisi and Christopher Yu. They have played game 3. Erigaisi is in the lead, and that match will be decided in game 4 or in blitz tiebreaks if Christopher Yu wins. All right, so it's over for Niemann after what has been a turbulent tournament. Do you think he's tired now, Jovanka?
Probably, yeah. I would say. You know, he's been on an emotional roller coaster, I can say, and you know, his games have been very up and down. You know, it's difficult to play chess when there's kind of lacking consistency, and also, you know, he's playing very well or not so well, and of course the drama and the public scrutiny around him must be just intense.
Yeah, I mean, he's done very well in the circumstances. We've got to tip our hats to him, but difficult day today. And Liam is a classy player, rapid specialist, as we know, who's played very well on the tour. So Liam in the semi-finals. Yeah,
he is in 4th place on the tour standings overall. Liam Le, we know he is extremely good in this online rapid format, and could even take 3rd place if Prague is knocked out today. Prague is in 3rd place, Duda 2nd place, and Magnus in 1st place overall in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. We do have a bunch of moves here. What's happening?
Yeah, we see a bunch of moves, and some pawns have disappeared from the board. Levon Aronian has just won another pawn in that little process. So right now the material balance is queen and 3 pawns for Black's pieces, Black's bunch of pieces, the rook, knight, and bishop. So Magnus is he's got a small objective material advantage, but the black pieces, they're coming to life. Those black pieces, I love that black bishop, I've got to say. It's there forever now. It's going to defend, it's going to attack.
Yeah, this looks pretty safe for Magnus. I mean, I'm thinking if black doesn't do anything now, because we talked about those pieces defending each other, every single black piece is defended by something else now. So he's got full coordination. And how does white do anything here? He can't use his queen, he's got to use his pawns. So therefore he needs to break through with his pawns, and there's not too many pawn breaks that are going to achieve anything at all. So it looks at the moment, even though it's a weird position, it looks like Magnus is doing very well, very likely to go through with a draw at least here.
I think there's still some danger, though, for Magnus, you know, because I don't think it's going to be that easy for him, you know, just to curl up into a little ball. He has to be alert, because those pawns are going to do some damage. Like, for instance, that bishop in the middle, it looks like it's anchored, but it's not entirely safe. It can be destabilised by a potential pawn push on the F-line.
It's true, yeah, and you know, we see that Lev's now using a pawn to try and cause a little bit of disharmony, but now Magnus has just got this, you know, such a solid position. I mean, how do you break through here? It's really not going to be easy to do. It's not
going to be easy, but I mean, one thing it's not going to be easy. Somehow I wanted to magically transport the king over to the right side of the board. It's not going to get there, though.
I mean, let's say I move my rook backwards and forwards forever. I think you have to push your Gary or Harry pawn, don't you? And this move, actually, this is probably just a class move, holding up white's pawns from advancing even more now. I'm a little bit sad that Hans has gone from tournament. I'll be, you know, because we've had so much, I say fun. I mean, I don't know if drama is the right word, and you know, and it's been a real roller coaster, hasn't it? The whole event. So, and like you said, he's for a young kid had so much pressure put on him. It's intense, but
yeah. I mean, just on this position, I just wanted to say these two pawns are frozen. They can nearly never move forward. That means these two are left, and as Simon says, the knight can easily deal with them. I think it's almost a guarantee at this point. If Magnus does nothing wrong, he's through to the semis.
Yeah, he could make it through in this game, Magnus Carlsen. Liam Le is the first player ready for semi-finals. We're joined by Liam. Congratulations!
Hi guys, thank you very much.
So how did you experience today's quarterfinal match against Hans Niemann?
It was a very interesting match. Perhaps I could have finished it a bit earlier because I was completely winning in game 2. But there were some tactics I couldn't see. When he played knight d7, I had a feeling I was winning, but I did not see this fg and bishop e4. So that was a big miss right there. And then I think in game 1 and game 3, and also this last game, I played very decent chess.
Yeah. Fantastic. And playing Hans Niemann, of course, there's a lot of talk in the chess world these days. I bet you've heard as well. Some people suspecting him of cheating Magnus Carlsen. Probably one of those people. Were you uncomfortable playing Hans today?
No, I just treat this as a normal game. Regarding the Magnus Hans situation, I don't have I'm in the middle. I don't have a clear opinion because I feel like we are not given enough information. So I don't know what to think. I'm just waiting for more information, more evidence to come up if there's any. So based on his games in the Sinfield Cup and in this tournament, I don't think he cheated. So I mean, I just feel very normal, and I just try to focus on chess and not to think too much about the other stuff.
Yeah. I appreciate your comment on that, Liam. And tomorrow in semi-finals, you're definitely going to face another teenager, either Erigaisi or Christopher Yu, a 15-year-old. What is it like playing these youngsters?
Yeah, they are both extremely talented, and I lost to both of them in the preliminaries. So either way, I will try to get my revenge. But I think for now, Arjun is the clear favorite. But yeah, anything can happen. Actually, what's their score now?
The score is that Erigaisi is in the lead, winning game 3. So game 4 starts in a few minutes, I think. So you will have to win that game.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's going to be interesting. We'll pay attention to that as well. And Liam, best of luck in semi-finals tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. He is ready for the semi-finals. Will he be joined by Magnus Carlsen, or will we see tie breaks between himself and Levon? Can Levon win this game, or is all hope out?
It's fading, I would say. Just look how solid Black's position is. Black has so many defenders around his king. Levon now has committed one of his pawns. He's just gambling that one of his pawn pushes is going to work, but Magnus can just retreat this rook. I don't really see what's next.
I think if Magnus literally doesn't do anything, then there's nothing White can do. I mean, maybe he can move his king backwards and forwards. You've got to try to push Harry, I guess, to do a break. So I think Lev's trying to bring his queen around to do that. But then, yeah, then the knight comes in. I can't see anything. I think he's just got actually has a fortress here, and it's going to be a draw. I can't see any way at all White can break through. Yeah. No.
Yeah, and Magnus maybe even could be more ambitious if he wanted to be, but he's happy to just curl up, sit there, and I know he doesn't believe in fortresses, but this one looks very sturdy.
Well,
strong.
Vanchuk gave him a good lesson on fortresses. He
should. You think he started believing in them?
He should believe after facing a Vanchuk. So.
And look, Levon shaking his head there. Yeah. He knows that he's running out of steam. He's running out of ideas. The white king is tied down. 2 white pawns are frozen.
Magnus is just too good. You know, there was a little bit of danger for Black, and Magnus has just found the way to neutralise all that. And now he just has just impenetrable fortress. And now the rook zooms up to a protected square. This is very nice technique. Oh, here comes a pawn break, but
Here comes Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I don't know what White does next. You know, I mean, this was the only thing that White could try. But so what's next? The Black Knight is a fantastic defender, and the White King. Where's it going? It's not really going anywhere. It can't do anything, and you know, I still don't see absolutely any way at all that White can create any threats. That last move is quite interesting because he's given up the H-pawn. He didn't need to do this. But
he wants the Black Knight to get in. I think Magnus is actually playing for the win.
Yeah.
I think a draw will be enough. He'll take a draw if it comes, but if the Black Knight gets in, if you could pick it up and put it on the F4 square, first of all, that would be a fork right now, but in general, if you could put it on that square, it's a great attacking, great defensive piece. That's the only piece that can be improved, the Black Knight. And yeah, I would be terrified. If this was just a one-off game and there was no match, there was no kind of need to draw, need to win, I would be terrified of losing this one as White, to be honest. Yep. The Rook, Knight and Bishop, it's like you said earlier, you need to discombobulate them, but they're all on their perfect squares. They're all kind of perfectly defended.
It's the problem with playing these world champions. They kind of know where to put their pieces, don't they?
They're kind of good,
really,
aren't they?
It's really unfair, isn't it? You know, it's like, wow, no, not again.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah.
I have a question for you both. Have you seen the Ted Lasso show?
Oh yeah, great show.
Great. Okay. Have you seen it?
No, but I heard about it.
Okay, I haven't seen it either.
Okay.
What is it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
About an American guy who comes over to manage a football team in the UK.
Oh.
He's like a fish out of water.
Yes.
Have you seen it? Okay.
Okay.
I saw a commercial for it, yes.
Because I'm just going to read out a tweet, and because I haven't seen the show, I'm going to rely on David's
spoilers.
judgment. It says, Lol Keck says, with the best possible sentiment, Simon reminds me so much of Coach Beard in Ted Lasso.
I'm not sure I like. I'm not sure I like where this is going. do we have a picture of Coach Beard?
I don't know Coach
so
Beard.
Can we? Oh, I'd like to.
His name is Brendan.
Oh.
What's it? Coach
I
Beard.
agree.
Really? Have I got a double ganger?
You got a celebrity doppelganger.
I didn't think there was anyone who like. No, I've never had that before. Maybe this guy from.
Christopher.
No, a guy from Game of Thrones, but I don't look.
Oh yeah,
I don't know, maybe.
Christopher Hivju.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, which is awesome because he's cool.
Oh yeah,
he's really cool. But no, I can't. I've got to see this picture now.
Yeah, well, maybe our producers can find
great.
it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, that's really nice.
But it's the character.
The character.
it's the
Okay.
character.
He's a funny guy. He's very witty. Comes in at the right moments.
He looks like a guy that at the football game would come in with a sign, "You resign now."
Resign. Yeah, just resign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, highly recommend the show. I cried many times during those episodes.
Oh, is that emotional?
I'm gonna have to watch this. Yeah, okay.
Comedy can be emotional, guys.
I know, my life.
And both players just look like they're done with the game. Look at Magnus.
Comedy for these two players.
No.
He's thinking.
I mean, there's nothing going on here, is there?
Yeah.
I mean, there's literally no way White can create a threat. This is the problem. You can't create a threat just with your queen and pawn. The White King's not getting in. It's yeah, and as you mentioned, David, if Black was really trying to win this game, he could start moving forwards, but that would compromise his defence a little bit. So there's no need to move forwards in this position. So I think, yeah, they could be shaking hands, well, shaking mouses or whatever they do, shuffling their mouses.
Virtual high five.
Virtual, yeah.
Yeah, and just to show, I mean, we could get a result any moment. I think Levon Aronian will give up his winning chances just to show, OK, he goes back with this game. The one possible winning attempt. Some of the viewers at home might be asking, why not push a pawn? But first of all, there's no threat. This pawn is not actually going anywhere. The Black Knight, the rhyme goes, knight on f8, there is no mate. So the White Queen can't even use this square, for example. The Black Knight covers everything. But the Black Rook just drops back. This pawn drops off. Game over. So, I mean, I say game over. At least winning chances are gone. The Black Knight will take this pawn. And as we mentioned, for example, in a situation like this, OK, the knight might take, but the knight's just going to come out. It's going to plonk itself on this beautiful f4 outpost, and actually the White King is going to get checkmated. It's not the Black King that's in danger. If we go back to the game, if White can't push this pawn forward, then what else? Magnus, he's happy to move his king. The queen gives a check. And again, if the pawn steps forward, it just gets pinned and it drops off the board. Yeah, you're essentially just playing with your queen alone. If you can't push that pawn, no plan.
No plan.
That's the theme of the day, plans versus no plans. And just like we saw in some of the other games, if one side doesn't have a plan, there's no hope, no chance of winning.
Yeah. And there we have Basha watching the show and cheering for Liam Le.
Yeah.
All the way in Hanoi, Vietnam, staying up all night. I really appreciate everyone who's watching the show. And meanwhile, in the game, Levon has tried to make a winning attempt. He's given up the f3 pawn.
You can see why he's done it.
Grabbed the pawn, but this looks bad.
Oh, now he's laughing.
He's going to lose.
Oh, he's blundered his queen.
And he's smiling about it, and that's a good way to lose. Just smile and resign. Yeah.
He knows a draw is the same as a loss. Unfortunately, wherever you put the white king, after a couple of checks, the black rook will win the white queen. Just a couple of simple checks. Eventually, the rook will go to the h-file, take that piece off the board. So I think he has resigned.
Yeah. It's over. Levon Aronian is knocked out of the Julius Baer Generation Cup after a very nice and entertaining fight. Magnus Carlsen, he makes it through to another semi-final this season on the tour after winning, well, what ended up with 3 games, actually. This game, David, a blunder finished it off.
A blunder finished it off, and we will show that right now, but fair play to both players. It was a really creative game, really attacking game by Levon Aronian, but in the end, the white queen could not find her way past these 3 great black pieces. And very instructive, material imbalances like this happen quite often, so go through and play this game in more detail. Aronian here, we mentioned if he wanted to draw, he could just step back with his queen, kind of just wait and do nothing. The game would have fizzled out to that draw. Instead, he decided to go for the win, all out. He moved his king forward, but this is where the black's pieces, because there's so many of them, they combine so well. Rook takes pawn, and after the king stepped forward, this check was deadly. If you step forward, there's only 2 legal squares. If you step forward, you get pinned, you get skewered. This is a check, and the queen drops off next move. But if you go to the other square, same deal. The rook steps forward, and when the king moves, a check, a fork, hitting the queen, hitting the king, and this position is completely hopeless for white. The black knight will come in, and eventually the white pawns will drop. Magnus took the game, but it was a real fight.
And we're joined by Magnus, ready for another semi-final, of course, in the Champions Chess Tour 2022. Congrats, Magnus!
Thank you.
So, how you describe this fight against Levon? First of all, it seemed you guys did surprise each other in the openings here today.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird match. First game, I think, was pretty reasonable from both sides, but he played a lot faster than I did, and then I just made a big mistake, and he exploited it very nicely for a while. Then I sort of felt that I was getting some small chances, but I couldn't quite find them. And I mean, I did have a study-like way to draw, but even then we would have had this famous queen ending where he would still have had chances. And so yeah, it was obviously a poor start, but still knew with 3 games to go, I only needed +1 to take it to tie breaks. I wasn't quite panicking yet, and then obviously I got a massive gift in the second game, and I felt like after that I was pretty much in control.
Yeah, still way over 2,900 on performance rating. You must be feeling very happy about the way you're playing chess now.
Yeah, I feel like it's generally okay. I'm very happy with the third game today, the way I handled his pressure there and beat back the attack. Fourth game was a little bit shaky, and second game was a little bit of a non-game. So I didn't feel like today was a great day, but anytime you win 3 games in a row against such a good player, you gotta be happy.
Yeah. And Magnus, another semi-final. You have made it to every single semi-final in the tournaments you played this season. How will you describe this chess year for you?
I think overall it's been pretty good. I had a couple of downs when I lost to Ding fair and square. I mean, he just had an amazing tournament then, and the first major was a little bit unfortunate in that I was sick most of the way and I couldn't really show my best chess. But I feel like overall it's good, and both my energy level and my level of chess has been good for a while now.
Yeah. And tomorrow in the semifinals, you're definitely going to meet a teenager, Vincent Keimer or Prag. Right now, it looks like Keimer. So what would you expect from that, if it is the German?
Yeah, he's very strong, and I was lost against him yesterday, so not easy. What's the score in the match? Is he +1?
He is +1, and they are now playing game 4. Bar is in the middle. I don't know if you're seeing the screen, if you can give us your thoughts on the game.
Yeah, it looks a little bit better for white to me, at least practically with the weak king and the pass pawn. Black obviously has trumps as well, but it feels like a little bit easier to play for white. But yeah, certainly Vincent is a pretty heavy favorite in the match, regardless.
Yeah. Interesting to follow. And playing Levon today, he is one of many players who's spoken out in support of you over the last few days. After speaking yesterday, have you experienced a lot of support?
Yeah, I can say that, you know, some people have been saying, you know, maybe more supportive things privately than they have publicly, which I very much understand, and I certainly appreciate.
And you have said you'll come with a statement next week, so I won't bother you with a bunch of questions on this. I only have one that I feel is hanging, because with your actions, you have put 19-year-old Niemann in a storm of allegations. So I'm just wondering, will you come with some evidence next week?
Again, that is that's going to be addressed next week.
All right, we're looking forward to that, Magnus, and we're looking forward to your semi-final tomorrow. Congrats again for making it to the semis.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. All right, he's going to face the winner of this match. Right now, looking like Vincent Keimer is up by 1 point. And before we dive into the position, we're also joined by Levon Aronian. A tough fight, but unfortunately knocked out. How did you experience today's quarterfinal, Levon?
Well, I can say that it was... Oh, sorry. I can say it was a bit disappointing, because after winning the first game, I felt that the match is in my hands, and then this second game was, of course, ridiculous. I mean, to get a losing position with white in 10 moves, I just completely forgot something.
Yeah.
I was intending to do and blundered very early on.
It felt like it was all about the openings in your games today. How are you choosing your openings in this format, in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour?
Well, because I have many tournaments that I've played in recent times. I just, you know, just choose them randomly. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's hit and miss.
All right. Now, we are very sad to see you leave, Levon, but what is up next for you in the coming time?
Oh, it's the US Championship, which is going to be exciting. 13 rounds. This is a very serious event. So, and it's my first US Championships. So let's see how it goes. I definitely need some rest before it. So now I have about 10 days. So I'm looking forward to some rest from chess.
Oh, yeah. We hope you enjoy that, Levon. Thank you for all the entertainment in this tournament, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us, and best of luck in the US Championships. All right, Prag and Vincent Keimer fighting for a spot in the semifinals to play the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Prag has been on fire this season, but he is in trouble now. Could Vincent Keimer actually make it to his first semifinal this season? The young German, 17 years old. I bet that would make headlines in Germany if he is to face Magnus tomorrow. Do you think he's feeling the nerves now?
I think he will be when the clock starts to tick down. Now Prag is down at 2 minutes, Vincent at 4 minutes. Position, as Magnus said, relatively balanced, but there's chances black might get stretched on both sides. The black king not entirely safe, white's a-pawn, potential distraction. How would you to evaluate this position as well?
Yeah, I think as both yourself and Magnus said, I prefer to be white here. Just king safety is a big thing, especially at this time limit. And you can see white's knight is hovering around black's king, white's bishop is hovering around black's king, and maybe the queen can slide into the attack at the right moment as well. So it seems like there's a little bit of danger to Vincent's king, and that's something that's just going to remain a problem for the rest of the game, because there's no way he can plug those holes. So I think, you know, Prag's got very good chances here, actually, in the position.
I actually agree with Simon as well, because it's not just the king that's in danger. White also has this passed A pawn that could also start running up the board and be a decoy if needed.
Yeah, it just feels like the black queen's on the wrong side of the board as well. But she has to stay on this side of the board because of the existence of this pawn. Right now, I would go for one of the moves you suggested, Simon, just bring the white queen. I'm not sure which square is best, but how do you stop this threat? It looks like the queen's coming in.
It's coming.
Chooses another square, yeah.
And you've got two squares that queen can come into. I mean, like, you know, if black tries to defend that square by moving the bishop back, maybe, then you might be able to come into another square just to create a threat. And things are really starting to heat up there. Maybe even the bishop could have slipped in there. It actually looks, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm thinking, this could be really bad, right, for black, because endings could be bad because of the passed pawn as well. If you somehow can miraculously swap off queens, then you could still be in trouble. So I'm not liking this. And there's a major threat on the board, David, as you pointed out, that queen coming in front of the black king. So yes, this could be going to tie breaks, I feel.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's a big favourite now, Prag, in this one game. And tie breaks, who knows? It's going to be 50-50. How do you stop the white queen coming in? We don't see it. And Vincent clearly doesn't see it. Suddenly head in hands, suddenly looking a bit more nervous than he did a few moves ago. And I think actually the real downfall, or at least one of the causes for a potential downfall, is the fact that black moved his second f-pawn. There's this very well-known grandmaster, Ben Feingold. He says, never play f6. And here it was true.
Who, sorry?
Sorry, I shouldn't mention that name.
No, it's fine.
Your good friend, Ben.
Oh, the sweats. Those memories. They come flooding back.
Simon.
Those panic attacks.
But it's good wisdom, especially if your king's a bit vulnerable. Don't touch the pawns around it. Now there's so many weak squares around that black king.
You're right, though. That pawn move has just weakened the black king even more. And now the white queen is ready. It's ready to rock into the position, right? And just slide its way in. And, OK, why not push this pawn first? You can use this pawn as a distractor, right?
Yeah.
That pawn might not survive, but it will push black's pieces completely offside. So actually a clever idea. And when you push black's pieces to deal with that pawn, you strike on the other side of the board. And I think this is all Prag at the moment. And we're going to have, well, what a great tie break we're going to have.
Yeah.
So Vincent's trying to create counterplay. I like this try, at least.
I think he has to do this. You know, he has to kind of cause Prag to panic. And Prag actually has quite a lot of time on the clock, you know, just under 2 minutes. So we've seen Prag play great chess with seconds left. It's not, the clock situation is not going to be a factor yet. And there comes the queen. Big threat on the pawn, on the board. It's getting late of a pawn.
A lot of chess to come
There is, yeah, and the queen is going to step to the G6 square, give a deadly check.
But Jovanka, do you know what tournament we're commentating on?
Do you, Simon?
No, that's what I was asking Jovanka. Just want to see if I can... Do you know which one we're in? The Generations?
Oh,
you're doing better than me. Yeah, so, I forgot what tournament we're commentating on earlier, if anyone's wondering. Gosh, just like complete mind blank. Like, where am I? You know, what is going on?
So the question on Twitter was, what was it? What's your favorite moment or something like that in the Generation Cup? And Simon's answer was, I don't know what the Generation Cup is.
Even though you're sitting here commentating on it, Simon. I know the great sponsors, you know, and thank you to all the sponsors, but I didn't realise it was
because you focused on Julius Baer.
Of course, the main thing.
Yes.
Yeah, the main thing about this is the great sponsors.
Yes.
Exactly.
Don't let me dig the hole anymore. let me just admit I've messed it up. So yeah.
Meanwhile, Prag is threatening checkmate in 2 moves.
Ooh.
If the white queen just steps in front of the black king, supported by its knight, but the black queen can jump back. This was a nice check by Vincent. The black queen can swoop back as a defender. Maybe that's the best bet. The only way to stop this white queen check is to either use the light squared bishop or to bring the black queen back. The black queen's on the wrong side of the board. But Pragg, of course, won't accept the trade. He runs away immediately. If you took the queens off, suddenly that white knight would have been trapped. And Vincent, wow, stepping forward.
He's just rolling the dice, right? He's in a bad shape anyhow, so why not just make it chaotic?
Yeah, he's just trying to confuse Pragg, trying to make Pragg panic. What did you say?
Panic. Panic, new word.
Panic. That was great. That was a brilliant slip. Panic.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He's not known for panicking, though. That's the problem for Vincent. And white has won a pawn.
Yeah. He's very calm, isn't he, Pragg? Very pragmatic, as we said before. Yeah. Bum, bum.
Very pragmatic, and it would be pragmatic now to recapture this pawn with white's pawn. There we go. So white has a pawn advantage. White still has that valuable A pawn as a distraction, and at least for Vincent, the white king's a bit more open.
I like what he's done because, you know, gaining the initiative, you know, it's this time limit. You can't just sit and defend. It's much better to go on the offensive, and he's now got a very strong pawn himself, that black pawn in the middle of the board. His knight is threatening to come in. The white king is a little bit weak. I think he's done a very good job at least mixing this position up. Pressing the sort of randomised button, which is a good idea often when you have a bad position.
And he has a trump in his position, which he didn't have before. You know, he's got a passed D pawn, and whoa.
That's a weird move.
That is so weird.
What is the idea? If
I don't know.
Pawn steps forward, and look at this.
Oh, no!
Yeah, Pragg, he's let it slip. This last move, I don't really understand the logic. This black pawn in the centre can step forward. This is what the computer says. It's also a very human, very natural move, and Pragg shaking his head. The black central pawn can step forward, hit this white queen, gain time.
He panicked. Yeah, he panicked bad.
I feel harsh saying that now because
don't say that.
Such an unfortunate move.
But is it easy for Vincent now to find the counter move?
I think so.
Move.
I think it's forced as well, and there it goes.
Yeah.
Passed pawns must be pushed. And now the queen has to take a step backwards. I mean, but then his position is going to fall apart. The knight is going to jump into and take the pawn.
Yeah, I think here he was banking on swinging the white queen across to challenge, stepping the white queen next to her king to try and trade off those queens. An endgame would be good for white, but there would be tricks there. Maybe we'll still see that on the board. Maybe we'll still see it happen. But yeah, right now, Vincent, he's the favourite again. Okay. Now we're expecting black's bishop to actually leap forward and try to deflect away the white king, take a pawn with check. The white king is tied down defending its queen.
Great play by Vincent, just creating these possibilities. This is how you defend. Yeah, if you get an opportunity to go active, take it. You know, rather than just going passive, take your opportunities because you put the pressure on your opponent. And, you know, I'm very impressed the way he's done this. Any chances here that Pragg can hold? It looks like that pass pawn is too strong, I'm afraid, for Pragg fans out there. And it looks...
That's a killer blow.
Yeah.
Vincent leaned back as well. As soon as he played it, he was proud of that move, and rightly so.
Yeah, and you
Look
can
at
see
Pragg.
He's realised...
The problem is the queens are coming off and black's central pawn is promoting. That pawn is destined to become a new queen. No way to stop her coronation, that pawn. Yeah, the queens are coming off, and with it, Pragnananda's chances disappear. He's going to be eliminated.
He's had so much success this season. Pragnananda has basically only been going up. At some point, obviously, some disappointment will come. So is it now for him to deal with this disappointment and come back next tournament?
Yeah, I mean, he had a tough... OK, the first couple of days were great, but the tough second half of the prelims, he didn't win for 8 games. He still made it through, still nearly got there today into the playoffs. So, I mean, that's an art form. The top players master it, playing well when you're out of shape. And, yeah, he'll come back. He'll be stronger. He's getting better. And, OK, Vincent deserved this match. So you can't take anything away from either player here. No. This black pawn is about to make a new queen, and Pragg resigns.
It's over. Vincent Keimer, the young German, 17 years old. He is ready to face Magnus Carlsen in a semi-final tomorrow. What a performance by the young German. It's going to be so interesting to hear from him. Looking forward to playing a match against the world champion tomorrow. He's played some fantastic chess. This game, though, I guess it was down to a blunder by Pragg.
It was a blunder in the end, but fair play to Vincent Keimer for complicating the issue. Prag was actually winning for a while there, but as soon as the white king became a bit open, a bit airy, things fell apart. And here, white's queen is not an active piece, so Prag rightly tried to activate her. I think he chose the wrong square. Maybe the most testing move would have been to bring the queen to try again to attack this black king. It would have forced Vincent to take a step back, or at least try to give some checks with the black queen. Instead, however, this unfortunate move, just giving black a free move, giving black a free tempo to push this central pawn forward, gaining time against the queen. And I think what Prag had missed is in this position, no queen trade for white. Instead, bishop takes pawn is a check, a deflection tactic. If the king takes the bishop, the white queen drops off. As we saw, the bishop couldn't be captured, so after a retreat, another check. This queen trade was decisive. White can't get out of this, and as we saw, after the king stepped back, a new queen about to appear on the board, and a win for black.
Wow. Deciding it in the rapid portion. Vincent Keimer ready for a semi-final. Only one quarterfinal match is left to be decided. Christopher Yu or Arjun Erigaisi will face Liam Le in the semi-final. Arjun Erigaisi, he is in the lead by 1 point. This is game 4. Christopher Yu, he has to win this game to take it to tiebreaks. Any other results means we will see Erigaisi, Liam Le in the semi-final. So what chances do you give Christopher Yu now after 33 moves, David?
Wow, I just want to say this tournament, there have been so many clever, creative queen sacrifices, and we've jumped in. Christopher's just sacrificed his queen for a rook and a knight. So that's a material sacrifice. A rook and a knight only worth 8, a queen worth 9. But the white rook, very active. The white bishop in the center of the board controls everything. And the white knight has potential. I love the courage. I love the, must-win situation. Christopher kind of half smiling there as well.
Yeah.
Whether it works or not, it still should be completely fine for black with best play. Whether it works or not, credit to Christopher. Just what an idea.
Inspired by Magnus Carlsen, maybe, who also sacrificed his queen today.
Yeah, and it's always so tough to evaluate queen versus pieces. We saw that Magnus game. We saw a few days ago Ivanchuk against Carlsen as well. And what do you guys think of this one? Do you favour the queen or the pieces?
I quite like the pieces, I have to say. The only danger I can see for Christopher is that black might find a way to give the white king a perpetual check. That's about it. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that's quite a big danger.
Yeah, the black queen's about to get active.
Yeah, the queen is going to zoom in. And there you see Christopher reroute the knight. And, big threat on the board.
Yeah.
Attacking the rook, but also threatening to play bishop takes pawn. Is that a threat?
Yeah, I think it's a threat to draw, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe even you can get more, but you only need a draw. Well, it's actually a draw.
Yeah, I think he's clinched it. So this rook is hit. It has to run away. Not many safe squares, actually. For example, if it goes to the corner to try and win this pawn, natural try, bishop takes pawn. And how do you get out of this? It looks like an immediate draw. For example, if you don't take the bishop, for example, rook takes pawn, then black can force a draw anyway by playing bishop takes here, and we'll see this pattern in a second. But if you do capture this bishop, then immediate draw. There's nowhere for the king to hide. If it sidesteps, the queen goes back, check. If it goes back to the side, the queen goes to the side, and etc. This is the key, that the black queen can use this square, driving the white king back towards the side of the board, and we'll see the position repeat itself. No way to escape checks from the front and from the side. Perpetual check. You called it earlier, Simon. You explained that. The position's going to repeat itself.
Yeah, if you repeat the position 3 times in chess, the exact position, then the game can be declared a draw. And I think the move played here is the only way to try and stop the queen coming in. So, again, a good try in a must-win situation from Christopher. But is there a way we can now force the draw still? Maybe the queen still comes in. There's many possibilities still here. And it just seems white's rook is on the wrong side of the board here, unfortunately. If the white rook could bring itself back into the centre, then game on, but not possible.
Yeah, and any time you take this bishop, the black queen will just start taking a bunch of pawns, and the white king, no defenders. There will be a perpetual check. The king can't escape. If anyone can win, it's probably black at this point. But yeah, Christopher. So many young prodigies here. But yeah, Christopher, I like his last move, as you say, Simon. Just keeping the game alive with this pawn push, at least forcing Arjun to be creative to get that desired result.
And speaking of Vincent, we're joined by him, ready for the semi-finals. Huge congratulations, Vincent.
Thank you very much.
What a match against Pragnananda. He's been one of the big names in chess this year in 2022. So how happy are you with the way you played in this quarterfinal?
Yeah, I think it was quite good. Maybe the last game was more tricky than it should have been. I felt like somewhere in between I should have been much better, or at least better, and then at some point it was very dangerous. I mean, with this open king and the passer, the a-pawn, it can easily be lost, but of course, I mean, it's very difficult for him as well. I'm not sure that it ever was great for him with the weak king, and okay, I'm just happy to win the match.
Of course. And you have really impressed everyone in this tournament in the preliminaries as well, winning against players like Levon Aronian, like Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and now being ready for the semi-final. Recently, you also broke the 2700 mark in over-the-board classical chess. So what's happening lately? What is the reason for this fantastic progress?
Okay, first of all, I finished school in February or March, which means that basically now for the past few months I've been chess professional, which of course helps. Yeah, you just have much more time to work on chess. But yeah, also the year before worked out quite well. I don't exactly know the reason, and I also don't have a problem with it, so I'm just happy that it is the way it is. And I, of course, working a lot, but I think most of strong players are working a lot, so that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But yeah, for now it's really going good. And as you said, in the preliminaries, yeah, I mean, I still gave away a lot of chances. I mean, still, I feel like, lost games that were completely winning, and also, drew a few of them. But of course, this can happen. But yeah, it's just that shows me that there's still a lot of potential, and yeah, I hope to do better next time.
Yeah, well, tomorrow, a semi-final against the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. How much are you looking forward to that?
Very much. I mean, of course, it will be an extremely tough match, but I think that just having the chance of playing Magnus in a match is already great. So, yeah, I will just try to enjoy it as much as I can and learn as much as I can, and then we will see.
Yeah. At 17 years old, I can imagine this will make headlines in Germany. What is the interest like in Germany for chess?
Yeah, being honest, not that much, although I would say that in the past few years it got better at least. But still, I would say Germany is not exactly the country where I would say that chess is a main sport already. Yeah, I mean, I was in India for the Chess Olympiad, and there it's really a totally different story. Yeah, I mean, you just feel like the chess players for them are like football stars here. Yeah, so this is very different. But I mean, I think it's improving. We also have quite many strong German players by now, and I feel like the whole thing is improving. And yeah, I hope that also, of course, this tour is doing its part.
Yeah. And I bet there's going to be a lot of German eyes on your match against Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. Will you just enjoy it, or what will be the plan?
Yeah, of course I will try to win the match, but I mean, playing the world champion, it's not exactly easy. So, okay, I don't think it's impossible to have chances in a few games, but beating him in a match, of course, is very tough. But doesn't mean that I will anyway give my best and try as much as I can, but I just have to be realistic and see that it's not very likely that I'm going to win the match.
Well, you definitely have chances, Vincent. We wish you best of luck. We really look forward to seeing you in that match.
Thank you.
Thanks again for joining us, and congratulations on being in the semi-finals. We definitely will see two teenagers in the semi-finals. Vincent Keimer is one of them to face Magnus Carlsen, and it looks like Arjun Erigaisi will be the other one to face Liam Lea. Is he now winning this?
Objectively, yes, but it's only due to this last move, and Christopher's last move, pushing a pawn forward. It was the only way to keep the game alive. If he hadn't pushed this pawn, Christopher, we would have seen the black queen give what we talked about earlier, a perpetual check and a draw instantly, which would have helped Arjun progress. So Christopher, again, credit to him. He's just keeping the game alive. He doesn't care about losing. Fearless guy. He just wants to maintain even a small % of winning chances.
Yeah.
And
Erigaisi giving a few checks. And I suspect that the game doesn't have that much life left in it. I think the queen might perpetually check. But I just really want to read out this tweet from Jerry Graham.
Oh, our
It's a
good friend Jerry.
Yeah, and you guys, I think, will really enjoy it.
Can I just say, I love Jerry. Jerry runs the famous Bunratty tournament, very close friend of mine over in Ireland. And yeah, sorry, Jovanka.
Because, well, it's about you, Simon. It's an ode to you. A ginger GM from our nation with a beer in his hand for sedation says, with Harry I'll mate, and sends him to his fate with a battle cry, discombobulation.
Very nice.
That was awesome, Jerry. I love it.
Cheers, Jerry. We have shared many a Guinness, and he hates my Irish accent, which I'm trying to do. No, I can't. No. Just leave. Yeah, oh dear. Always makes him cringe.
Is he Irish?
He's Irish. Yeah. No.
That was a nice little limerick.
It was very good. Yeah, he lives very near Limerick as well. So, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, that's perfect for you. All your favourite words, pieces, favourite things. But meanwhile, Christopher, you running out of ammo in this game. Still, he's alive. He's kicking. White does have an A-pawn, a very strong A-pawn. And actually no perpetual checks. So he's kind of survived the first phase where Arjun probably could have won, but also could definitely have forced a draw.
It's got a lot better, isn't it? I mean, a lot better. For White, I'd say. I mean, it's messy. That's, you know, from what looked like a dead draw, messy. It's a good move up.
Yeah, and still, of course, should not be winning for White, but miracles do happen, and the longer you keep the tension, when your opponent is playing for the draw, which Arjun clearly has been for the last 10 moves, the more they get that draw in their head, the more they'll make negative decisions, passive decisions. And right now, the White King, safe-ish from checks. The White Rook on a loose square, but how do you stop this White Pawn marching forward? Actually, White has multiple threats in the position. Let's jump in. There's at least 2 or 3 threats that I see. Number one, simple, pass pawns are there to be pushed, as we have mentioned today. Second threat is for the White Bishop to come into the centre, and Rook takes pawn. If that happens, the Black King is actually trapped. Ooh, a bit scary.
That is very scary. That is the threat I would just stop. So I would take the pawn, and if the pawn pushed, OK, the king can just skedaddle up the... Yeah, OK, not that
pawn. Not this pawn.
Not that pawn, sorry, the F pawn.
That's another nice word, skedaddle.
I know.
That is a good word. I like that one.
Yeah. It can run up, and I think this one is good. But the critical line is actually what's happening in the game, you know, because suddenly it becomes all about this A pawn, and if Black can't stop it,
I think we're getting playoffs. I mean, I'm gonna say it. I think the king is the White King can avoid checks. That pawn is going to become a queen, I reckon. What do you reckon? Do you reckon playoffs?
Yeah, I just think Arjun self-destructed in a way. I mean, maybe he'll still save this draw as Black. The queen is still pretty active, but yeah, it's going to be really difficult. He could have gone for the win. He tried to force it. There we go, the evaluation bar shooting up.
Look at the bar.
Yeah, but this one is difficult to stop now.
Yeah, this pawn is coming, and
it just looks winning, completely winning, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, with the pawn,
and
silence, guys. We're trying to calculate here in the studio. Yeah, the Black pawn steps forward, but at the right moment. I'm not sure whether you can do it now or not, but the idea to take will be in the air. I think now if you take this Black pawn that's advanced, the White King might be in some danger of a perpetual check, so you have to be really careful. Arjun is setting some traps.
But maybe you can do it like this move order. You can combine all the ideas, so when the king does step forward, the idea is basically you want to capture the pawn and give a check. You want to capture the pawn with a bishop and give a check to the Black King.
I don't know. I don't like it. What happens if the Black King comes out? I mean, we have to do some calculation here. Christopher only has 1.5 minutes.
And then
the king has to come out of its shell.
Rook takes pawn.
The Black King will take the pawn next to it. Already it's feeling like the White King is coming open again. Has Christopher let it slip? Oof. I mean, White is so close to promoting. All you need is for the White Bishop to protect the White Pawn and then the White Rook to support its promotion.
What about being smart and moving the Rook? Just move the Rook to attack the D pawn and try to get a second pass pawn.
Less than a minute.
Not much time.
There might be a smart move. I don't know if we can get the Stockfish suggestions up.
He's got to find a move soon.
Yeah, he needs to find something. And Jovanka, you're right. Moving the rook, not actually capturing that pawn. That is the best try, but the advantage has mostly disappeared. He finds the best move. Wow, that's not obvious. He wants to capture a black central pawn. To take or not to take? That is the question. If you take this pawn, do you take it with the rook? Do you take it with the bishop? If you make an argument for the rook.
So wait 1 second. Gosh, there's so many lines, and if you take it with the rook.
Yeah, white pawn was poisoned. The black queen could not go and take that white pawn in the corner because the white rook would have moved out the way with a check. And look at the white bishop. It's actually protecting its pawn from afar. So now, how to promote? So close, yet so far.
Yeah, all white needs to do, I say all, is support the white pawn with the rook somehow. But you've got to try to make that work, and it's not easy to see how he does that. The white king, though, is safe. It seems relatively safe. The bishop is a great defender there. It's not entirely safe, but it's quite safe. And practically speaking, it still must be white who has the better chances to get the result here, I would imagine, because there's so many tricks that black has to watch out for to do with that pawn. That's one square from queening.
But almost 6 minutes for Arjun Erigaisi, and I have to say, biggest surprise to me in this match, he's sitting like this the whole game, even when in huge trouble, even when winning.
That is the secret, Kaja. Zen.
Stay calm.
He looks kind of bored, doesn't he? I'm sure he's not, but he does look like, you know.
Yeah.
He just like he's not. But it's his concentration pose.
I've played him over the board. He does it all the time. I think it's just his mannerism, the way he feels calm.
Yeah.
Everyone has their way of sitting. Normally, me, it's head in hands. I don't know about you guys, but this is just Arjun's style.
Head in hands crying for me.
Christopher, he is leaning forwards. The bar is back to almost over four now. Pawn advantage.
Maybe he can just go for it now. Try to promote, try to make a new queen. White's rook can go to the top of the board as it does.
It's gone for it.
A queen coming next move. Black can only save this game now by giving perpetual check, so not letting the white king escape from these checks. But the white king is going to kind of zigzag its way around. It's going to dance around its own bishop.
We're getting playoffs. I mean, he's going to run out of checks. You can block with the bishop here, I think, safely. Is one way to queen your pawn. There might be other ways as well, but I think blocking with a bishop.
And that's another check.
Oh, there's one more check. Sorry, I missed the one on the 7th rank there. So actually not as simple as I thought.
Still difficult to get out of these checks. There is a way, the computer confirms, but the evaluation bar confirms at least, but I don't see it yet. Okay. Wow, he goes into the corner.
Right.
Maybe this is clever. So the black queen has 2 checks. She can check from the front, as she does, or she could have checked from the 1st rank, from the bottom. Okay, another check incoming. Arjun's moves are forced. He just has to keep giving checks and pray. The king's running now.
Yeah, just got to get out of the checks and you win this game because you're going to queen your pawn. But can you get out of the checks? Okay. There's one more check here. But then he's going to run out, I think. Very, very clever way.
Wow.
He's calculating so well, Christopher. I mean, this is incredible to find this little idea here where... Yeah.
I mean, the risks he took earlier, Christopher, just so brave. I mean, finding these winning chances, kind of magicking them out of nowhere, just incredible. And we will see these moves on the board, but the white king is essentially just going to hide behind its bishop. Only 2 more checks, and they'll run out. White will make a new queen.
Yeah.
Oh, momentum, Christopher, Erigaisi, he had this in his pocket. He could have forced a draw in a variety of ways, but he rushed, and look at his clock time. He should have invested that time to force the draw earlier.
Yeah.
Now white can, I think, safely make a new queen. You've got to be slightly careful that the checks that the black queen gives.
You could probably give a check with the rook first, throw that in.
Yeah.
Maybe the rook is a useful defender, and then, as you say, queen the pawn, and there you go.
So accurate, Christopher Yu.
Very good play.
Yeah, the black king, no matter where it goes, white is making a new queen. He's making a new queen now. Now?
It's coming, David.
There we go. And Simon, you called it the fianchettoed rook. White's rook is ready to come back and defend. And Erigaisi resigns. We do have playoffs.
Wow. we will see blitz tiebreaks in the quarterfinals. 2 blitz games to decide which one of these 2 teenagers goes through to the semi-finals to face Liam Le. If they're still tied after 2 blitz games, then it actually will be decided in Armageddon. Either way, it's going to be super dramatic. And Christopher Yu, the youngest player in the tournament, 15 years old, has made a massive comeback to tie the match in the rapid portion. A very interesting game, David. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, incredible play by Christopher Yu. He made his opponent nervous, and that's what everyone should be trying to do in their games. He made Erigaisi first play for the draw. Erigaisi made some negative decisions, and Christopher Yu took advantage. And we talked about this pawn, how it's about to promote. There's no way to stop it now. It will be supported by the white rook. This pawn also defended by white's bishop, so black has to just give checks and cross his fingers. But Christopher Yu found a nice way to dodge those checks. First, he stepped to the right, he ran away, and after this check, he found a nice way to escape. He blocked with his bishop first. Erigaisi here gave up on checking, but if he had continued, this check is met by the king running again. And now the queen is on the wrong side. The black queen cannot get back, and no matter where she checks from now, there's a couple of checks, the white bishop can simply block. A queen comes on the board next move, and similar to the game, it's unstoppable. White is winning. What a game. Really clutch victory there by Christopher Yu.
Wow, he's only 15 years old in that must-win situation, keeping his cool and making it through tie breaks. Blitz, game 1 will start in about 13 minutes. We're going to build up to that and look forward to an intense battle between 2 young players. Before that, let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
straight to the line. Yeah. I'm definitely going to crush. Set, go!
When someone asks me how my chess game is going,
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Welcome back to the Julius Baer Generation Cup. It's about to get very dramatic because one quarterfinals is left to be decided. Let's take a look at the results today. Magnus Carlsen winning 3 fantastic games against Levon Aronian is through to the semi-final. He will face Vincent Keimer, who won 2 convincing games against Pragnananda today to knock out that Indian superstar. Vincent Keimer will face the world champion in the semis. But who will Liam Le face? He knocked out Hans Niemann today, winning 2 games. So Hans Niemann is out. There will definitely not be a meet between him and Magnus Carlsen in the final. Liam Le, he's facing either Arjun Erigaisi or Christopher Yu, winning 2 games each. A massive comeback by Christopher Yu in game 4 to take it to blitz tiebreaks. Erigaisi will start with the white pieces in the first blitz game, starting in 7 minutes. Now, this is the Julius Baer Generation Cups. We've had some legends playing in the preliminaries. We do have 5 teenagers in the knockout stage. 2 of them will play in the semi-finals. And Magnus Carlsen, as a child, well, he discovered chess at only 4 years old, but it wasn't until he got a little older that he showed signs of something great.
They're still our kids, although a couple of them have reached 30 already. So Magnus grew up in the 90s. He was quite a cute boy. Magnus was born in November 1990. He already had a sister, Ellen, who was 1.5 years old.
We would trade off me playing with more girly things and getting him to join playing with dolls and doing dress up and do songs and be all showy, and then I would have to play with his cars. And you know, he loved reading about the commune flags and knowing the area of all the communes and the number of inhabitants, and he would make me quiz him.
I mean, the favorite one is John Deere.
Ah, so like any other kid.
Yeah. My wife and I, we considered our children to be absolutely normal in many respects, basically. Now, later, I understand that they had some special traits. And clearly Magnus, he was into concentrating for hours at a time, doing various tasks, whether it was Legos or chess or math or sports results. And this is from his Lego phase. He turned 5 and he was, it was fun to have some friends over, but I think his main occupation was the new big Lego he had received that day.
So any chess pictures in here, or is this too early?
This is too early.
If I were to become world champion, that would be great.
Magnus Carlsen is the Mozart of chess.
Magnus had shown clear inclination and ability to certain activities, concentrated activities that I thought would match well with chess, basically. So I tried to teach Magnus and his older sister chess when he was 4.5, and then it was so difficult for them, really. I mean, they could learn the rules, we could play some games. Typically I would start with just one pawn and my king, and they would try to beat me with all their forces. But in the end it was usually a stalemate, or sometimes I even won with my one pawn. If I had any aspirations for the kids, basically that went all the way during the first year or two. Fortunately, because it turned out that chess was much more difficult than I had understood, basically. And when Magnus started becoming really interested in chess at 7.5, he said because he wanted to beat his older sister. Then I didn't have that much ambition on his behalf, and he was allowed to develop and flourish on his own, basically. And then maybe half a year later, I rediscovered that, okay, he has a talent for chess. My initial inclination was right. That was a memorable trip.
When he was 8.5, he played his first tournament, and before that he practiced the notation. So then he wanted to play one game against me when we were at our cabin up in the mountains, and I agreed after some pressure from him and Dad, and that was the first time he beat me.
When he was 8.5, that was his first tournament overall, basically. And I thought he would do quite well because he had learned so much during those 6-7 months. But playing a tournament was somewhat different, so he came 11th, I think, in the end, or 13th. And he liked it a lot. And then a year later, he won this group. Here, his grandfather joined him to Iceland. That was one of his first kind of important victories. And with John Ludwig Hammer.
Later to become his second.
Yeah, I think he was second there as well.
So I hope to become a grandmaster this year.
And is that realistic?
Yes, I think quite realistic.
Chess was very much his life from the age of 8.
Magnus Carlsen starting to play chess at 4 years old. And here he is, the highest rated player in history, world champion, for a couple more months, because he will not play in the next World Championship match, probably to be played in the spring. Next year, he will lose his title, but he's also the reigning champion in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and will play the semi-final tomorrow against Vincent Keimer. But who will play in the other semi-final? It's going to be Liam Le against either Christopher Yu or Arjun Erigaisi. Blitz tiebreaks will start in a few seconds. Arjun has chosen to start with the white pieces. So this is best out of 2 blitz games. And time is slashed now. 5 minutes for each player and only 3 seconds increment after every move. They do play these 2 blitz games, 1 each with the white pieces. If we have a winner, well, that player will play semifinals. If they are tied after those 2 blitz games, it will be decided in Armageddon, where we definitely will have a winner. White with 5 minutes on the clock, and has to win. Black with only 4 minutes, but will be the winner with a draw. So let's see if we will head to Armageddon. The game should be starting shortly. But I think maybe we have some technical issues. The game is going on, though. I can see online.
Okay, I see the moves in front of me too.
Yeah.
Maybe we're just trying to get the players' cameras up. It would be fascinating to watch. It looks like a fast start in that one.
Yeah.
Arjun with the white pieces, Christopher Yu with black. Okay, let's see if we can get those games, those players.
Yeah, I can see white has gotten a lot of pawns and pieces out.
Yeah, we could just. Why don't we just imagine the game? Much more fun. Let's use our imagination for a change. We don't need a board. We are thinkers. So everyone at home just think what moves they might be playing.
We can kind of describe it. So, like, you know, the 2 pawns and
pawns have been moved, pieces have been moved.
Exactly.
King might move.
A knight is in front of the white king.
Someone's better.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Someone will lose on time.
Oh, it's here. Nice one, David. On your analysis board.
Yes. So this is my board. It means we can draw arrows while they're playing, which is nice. So we don't see the clock times, unfortunately. We'll try to fix that, but we will update you as the players get shorter on time, both just under the 5-minute mark right now. Aronian with white. Christopher, you with black. Maybe we can switch the cameras. Yeah, Aronian with white, and so far symmetrical pawn structure. White with slightly more active pieces. I'm liking the white bishops. One thing I should also mention: FIDE Blitz ratings. Arjun Aronian is number 14 in the world, 2,700 plus. Christopher Yu, 2,100 Blitz rating. He just hasn't played Blitz in official tournaments.
Have I got a higher Blitz rating than Christopher Yu?
You have a higher Blitz rating.
I knew I was good. I knew I should be here.
But then again, Christopher Yu, so far it's all been rapid chess. He's qualified. He's in the quarterfinals of the Generation Cup. And guess what his rapid rating is? 1,800.
1,800.
He just hasn't played official tournaments before.
Yeah, something needs to be done about that, because otherwise they're going to be just rating vampires, just playing rapid games and just draining everyone of their points.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the position is normal, right? The rooks have put themselves on good lines.
Yeah, very tense, kind of cagey start where both players are just tiptoeing around, developing their pieces, putting them on good squares, waiting for the action to happen.
Christopher Yu has played a little slower, down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds, while Aronian still has more than 5 minutes on the clock. The bar is in the middle.
Yeah. And we should say, as David mentioned, the cameras maybe should be flipped because Christopher is actually playing the black pieces, just to clarify. And it's the kind of position where I certainly prefer white. It's a very symmetrical structure. I think it's a good choice of openings because you're not risking much with the white pieces here, but you can start generating threats against the black king right here, David, with the, as you showed there, the queen coming in. This is one of the first ever ideas I learnt in chess, the double cannon on that diagonal, and I've won lots of games like that and maybe lost lots of games like that as well. So black moving the queen up, and now you could come forwards there, I suppose, David, if you want to.
You could come forwards, but there's no real threat yet. The knight covers this square. I guess black now can attack the white queen. Will we see this in the game? Christopher Yu right now thinking. He hasn't made this queen move. Yeah, I guess black, if given the opportunity, would love to trade off pieces, trade off these bishops. Okay, Christopher Yu needs to somehow neutralize the pressure, but it's Aronian thinking now with white. He's still got that gesture. He's kind of got that body language. It just never changes. Win, losing.
It's amazing, isn't it? You're playing blitz game and you're just chilling out. You know, just like the thinker. You know, opposed to thinker. I mean, I suppose he could move Gary forwards 2 squares. Whoa, okay. Well, I just want to stop that exchange of bishops. I mean, it's more of a positional idea. I remember Ivan Sokolov talking about this, but unless black has some kind of sacrifice, it's a normalish idea actually.
Yeah.
He needs to make a move, Christopher, down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Meanwhile, Aronian did, in fact, push the A pawn. He's setting up your double cannon, Simon.
OK, but now the critical thing is, can black exchange light square bishops? Because if black can do that, he's going to be completely fine, I would imagine. I'm not 100% sure, but that looks like an obvious way to get rid of white's bishop.
Yeah, right now he's just moved his rook to the centre. Again, very natural move from Christopher Yu, speeding up on the clock. And white needs to generate something. If white, I mean, we like white's position, but if he doesn't find anything over the next few moves, it could just fizzle out. We could see a bunch of piece trades and no real substance left. You need to make some progress. You need to create some type of threat. And, OK, I say that, and he doesn't play the most active move in the position, but Simon, he might be lining up your idea.
He might well be, yeah. Get Gary going up the board, and this is a way to at least trying to build initiative over there. I just remember this player, Ivan Sokolov, done some brilliant books, was mentioning an idea like this in this pawn structure, and it's a nice way to You can see black's moved a pawn near his king, and this is what we call a hook. So you can try to latch onto that with one of your pawns to open up the position, and the only pawn that can latch onto that is the G pawn. So he's kind of lining that one up.
All right, we're back in the game view.
Yeah.
And now we see the clocks. Christopher Yu is under 2 minutes on the clock. Still more than 4 minutes for Erigaisi.
Yeah, and this is already quite critical for Christopher Yu. That's a massive time advantage, and trust me, I've played Erigaisi at Blitz before, online and over the board, and he is speedy. He will not let up the pace. He'll keep up this pace for the rest of the game. Christopher Yu, it's going to be tricky. He's going to be down under a minute in a few moves' time, and he'll be a race against the clock, but also on the board. Okay, dark squares bishops have left now.
Yeah, they've left, and I was just going to say, you know, the knight on the edge of the board does invite Simon's plan.
He doesn't want to play it, does he?
No, he doesn't want to go for it. But yet. But it's there in the air, you know. And I feel like it's not really gonna be part of a pawn storm, but instead it's like a space grab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black's knight on the edge of the board is a bad piece. Even if it gets kicked back towards the centre, it's still a bad piece. I think that's the main problem for Christopher Yu. It's the problem he's trying to solve, but he solves it by putting his other knight on the edge of the board. Look at those two black knights. At least this one has a threat. This black knight wants to jump in to attack white's queen. I don't like the look of either of those pieces, though, to be honest. Okay, how will Erigaisi deal with the threat?
It does feel like there should be some tactics. Like, the queen is eyeing up that knight on the A5 square. Could there be something?
Neither black knight protected, both of them loose. I'm looking for the tricks as well. I'm looking for ways to take advantage of that, but I don't see it right now.
Can't see any either. I mean, no.
The bar is frozen in this game. Boo-hoo.
I thought it was level. Maybe there is a tactic that we haven't seen.
Yeah, well, I'm following on chess24.com, and you know, it says 1.25 for white.
Oh,
significant advantage.
Yeah.
Maybe Jovanka, you're right. Maybe the white knight on the queen side on the c3 square can jump out of the way, and then white's queen will look at that black knight. Maybe you can jump forward and take a pawn. He hasn't gone for that, lining up the checkmate idea that Simon pointed out. Your favourite pattern?
Yeah, one of the first patterns I've learnt is put the bishop behind the queen, and the queen is now threatening checkmate in 2 moves. If the queen could come in and check the black king and slip right into the corner, that'd be the end of the game. So obviously black brings his knight back. He stops the queen entering into the position, and now white needs to come up with another strategy here. It's sort of is looking a bit better for white, but he needs to keep the pressure going, and that knight jump increases some pressure without doing this Gary pawn push move.
Yeah. This is called the Fione attack, the queen and the bishop lined up?
It did have that
friend.
Yeah, Fione. It was after our friend Fiona had named this one, didn't she? She plays it in lots of her games. So,
it's basically a tried and tested method to checkmate your opponents quickly. The white queen and the white bishop lined up on this diagonal. But Christopher Yu, he's a good player. He won't fall for that.
How cool to have like a system named after you.
I think it's. I've never heard of it.
Informally named.
Informally,
in the circles around Fiona.
Yeah.
But there is a big threat, actually.
Massive threat.
There is a massive threat of the white knight coming to the edge of the board and just dislodging the defender on f6. And this is why we see Christopher move his king away.
Yeah, the black king now cannot be checked in 1 move at least, so any sacrifices that white wants to achieve to get the white queen in, they won't work. The black king, it looks a bit weird to go towards the centre, but it's a very logical move, actually, keeping everything protected. I think it might all be about this black bishop. The black bishop, it's like a stopgap right now, plugging all the holes in black's position, but it's a passive piece. It's a bad piece. And Simon...
He's pushing Harry. He's
favourite moves today.
It is, and I think Gary is getting certainly ready to go, but black's relying on this knight jump. I mean, this is the one thing that's really working in black's favour. That knight now coming in, threatening to win a pawn on the queen side. So if white can, I think, contain that knight, contain its threats, which I think it can do, white is building up nicely on other areas of the board. And I really like white's setup here. It looks very harmonious. And the Gary pawn could be coming, but also you can just double up rooks. You stopped your pawn from being lost. Whoa, look at that move.
Lashes out, Christopher.
It's a wild move, that one.
It was Christopher that, in fact, he utilised Gary the G pawn, not Erigaisi.
It's not the type of move you want to play with 20 seconds on your clock, weakening your own king. Christopher, though, he's a very attacking player. He wants to go for the white king. If you compare the kings, I'd rather have my king in the corner than black's king, which is vulnerable in many directions. Okay, do you take this pawn? Do you leave this pawn on the board?
Leave it.
He's taken the bishop off, which it wasn't a very good bishop, that, so he's got to have a concrete follow-up, otherwise maybe this move that Christopher played was a great idea. You know, forcing the pace a little bit.
Maybe it's, you know, you can get a bit fruity with your queen and move her up to the f5 square. Also, I was just thinking, play it simple. Maybe just double the rooks on the open line.
Yeah, right now White has a bunch of tempting options, but down to 1 minute, Erigaisi, the time advantage is disappearing. Christopher Yu, yeah, he seems to play better with no time on his clock. It's just his instincts are so good. And Jovanka's idea, after a pawn trade, has happened. The White rooks line up. And Christopher Yu...
It's a tic-tac.
Tactics.
It's a tic-tac.
Bar jumps up for Arjun.
Yeah,
but it might not have worked.
I think it might have backfired.
Because,
yeah, we should explain that Black Knight couldn't have been captured by White's rook because there was tension on the E file. White's other rook would have dropped off. But instead, a double attack. Black's knight now is offside. It's threatened by White's queen.
5 seconds.
And White's queen is also going to go grab a pawn near the Black king. Disaster for Christopher Yu.
He's, oh my God, he's making these moves with seconds to spare.
Only 3 seconds after every move. He needs to move fast.
But he's getting checkmated as well. OK, he jumps in with his knight to distract the White queen. He's going to grab this White knight, but
the bishop is going to zoom up the board.
Yeah, that's a lovely move, Jovanka. Get
White
the queen in.
Win in 15 moves, it says here.
Wow.
Oh,
checkmate in 15 moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious to see here. I mean, no. Oh, God.
You can calculate that with 15 moves.
Yeah. But I love your move, Jovanka. OK, he's going for another tactic, also good,
That's maybe better, you know, keep control.
Say hello to my little friend. Sorry.
Threatening checkmate in 1 move. If the White queen gets the opportunity, the time to go to the top of the board, check the Black king on the 8th rank. It's trapped. Checkmate. How do you stop it? Ooh, you don't stop it like this.
It doesn't look like this should defend. I mean, you're attacking with 3 pieces against the lone king, and we know that 3 is the magic number here. There must be a checkmate now. I mean, bring the queen in, combine with the rook and the bishop. They're all coming in. This is a bloodbath now.
And he gives up his queen, Christopher Yu, but then he shakes his head. It's not enough. Black's a queen for a rook down, and he resigns.
And Arjun Erigaisi looking calm as ever. He takes the first point in the blitz battle. A draw or a win in the next one, starting in 5 minutes, will secure him a spot in the semi-finals. Christopher Yu, again, he's going to be in a must-win situation in that next blitz game. He will have the white pieces, and he has made comebacks before today, so that is definitely possible. Both now sitting there. Do you think they're now looking over the game or already preparing next game?
Knowing chess players, they're looking over the game. Every chess player has a curious mind and they want to know where they went wrong, but they should forget. They should just move on, especially Christopher Yu. He just needs to focus on winning now. He's done it before. He's won 2 games with White today. He can still bounce back.
Yeah, it was hectic. So let's take a look at it as well, David. What happened here?
It was very hectic, and there was one tactic, one really sneaky trick that Christopher Yu found, but unfortunately it backfired. And it was in this position. Black's actually turned things around. Black's doing very well. For example, he could have just traded off a set of rooks, and after the rook is recaptured, only now gone for the idea he used later, trying to bring the knight in, trying to go for the White king on the dark squares. Instead, however, he spotted a clever trick, but it didn't quite work. The Black knight taking this pawn. He's playing on the wrong side of the board, though. Notice how this is on the opposite side of where the kings stand. The trick is that White's rook cannot take this knight. It's poisoned, because suddenly the White rook behind it would drop with a check. But Erigaisi had, of course, spotted this. He had set this trap, tempting Christopher Yu to take the bait, and the White queen simply stepped back, attacking this knight and also attacking this pawn. If we just fast forward to the final moves, the final moments of this game, we saw a few trades, but the White queen was on the right side of the board. The Black king, no defenders around it, and this was the final killer blow. The White queen threatening to go up to the board. Checkmate. The king cut off, of course, by the White rook. No escape. And a few moves later, Christopher Yu resigned.
From your commentating, it sort of felt like Arjun was taking it quite slow in this game, waiting for something aggressive from Christopher Yu and just take the advantage when it came. Was that a smart strategy, basically, for him?
It was a very smart strategy because the complications all happened when Christopher had no time and he couldn't work anything out. And it was a complicated position and he made a critical mistake. But otherwise, it was a really well-played game with both sides manoeuvring perfectly. It was a good fight.
Yeah. Christopher Yu, who played a little bit slow, maybe, Simon. Needs to speed up for game 2?
Yeah, it's very hard to adjust the time limit. I mean, you're used to playing at like grandfather pace, put your slippers on, get the cup of tea, and then all of a sudden you've got less time, and you've got to make that change. And we've seen that people haven't adapted to that maybe quite as well as they should have done. But with the white pieces, he's been tremendous, right? He's won every game today with white, so it's very possible he could make a comeback and bring it to Armageddon this next game.
And he's done that twice today already, Christopher. Comebacks. How much will that inspire him heading into this game?
He's already fearless, but his 2 previous white victories, they will get him full of belief. He's very confident, and also his opening's very good, especially with white. They suit his style, very direct, very aggressive. Like you guys were saying, it's all about the clock. If he can get out of the opening with his type of position and still within touching distance of Erigaisi on the clock, he's definitely got chances. He's not out of it.
The youngest player in the tournament, the youngest player to ever make it through to the knockout stage at 15 years old. Christopher Yu now in a must-win situation. I remember earlier today you guys were wondering if he's still in school. We heard Vincent Keimer at 17 years old say that the main reason he is now shooting up is because he's not in school anymore. He's now a chess professional. So what can we expect from Christopher Yu when he, at some point, is done with school?
I mean, he's already on a meteoric rise. I guess that rise will just continue. But it's about whether the players are ready. I mean, when you're young, you want to keep your options open. But if you love chess, if you commit to it, there are rewards for that.
45 seconds to go until game 2. What did it have to say for you guys when you finished school and could focus full-time on chess?
It was a relief.
Yeah.
Finishing university, getting out of there. Oof. Never looked back.
You went all the way to university, that's right.
Yeah, but I guess it's not a path that most of the top players take these days. You've got to start young nowadays to keep pace with these young prodigies.
Yeah. Magnus Carlsen, I don't think he actually finished high school even before going all in on chess. But I guess that's not something we recommend. Finish school.
Stay in school, kids.
It's a good idea to stay in school and to keep your options open. I mean, it's good to be, curious, read widely, learn about everything you can.
Somehow I can imagine you were a little bit of a rebel in school, Simon. I mean, chess players usually, they like to concentrate for a long time.
What gives you that idea?
Yeah, what on earth gives you that idea? I did have my moments of being a rather naughty boy at times, but I did university as well in the end. But yeah, it was ages ago now. Another part of my life, and they've started.
They have started. Yeah. Blitz game number 2, must win for Christopher Yu. What's happening?
Wow, it's a must-win situation for white, but Erigaisi is black. He's happy with the draw, and he plays quite a provocative opening, the King's Indian defence. And Christopher Yu doesn't seize the centre. White could have stepped forward in the centre of the board there, and that would have been the most aggressive approach. Instead, we've transposed into a variation of the Grunfeld defence. And here, black is relatively solid. I've seen Erigaisi adopt this setup before, so he's got some experience there, and I have a feeling he's got more experience than Christopher Yu. Look at the clock times already, Christopher. It's only 20 seconds, 30 seconds down on the clock, but that is pretty significant because this is still a very well-known position. White here just needs to get his king to safety. That's the main move. You just need to play fast, Christopher. Save that time for later. You will need it.
Does he have a surprise up his sleeve? I mean, because otherwise, like you say, he would have castled already and the game would have continued.
I think he's just... I've never seen him play this before, Christopher. Earlier, he had success by playing very directly. He was pushing his king's pawn on move 1. Now it feels like he's caught out in a variation that he's maybe less experienced with.
It's very strange that you changed opening because if you've won every single game with white, why change? Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. You've won 2-3 games with white today, and you change your opening. It doesn't make sense to me. Stick with the winning formula, and this is now a lot more positional. This kind of structure, isn't it? Yes, there's an imbalance in the structure, which gives white still great chances, but it's not a full frontal king attack, basically, this kind of structure.
And also what worries me is that this has all been seen before. He's playing slowly and it's still pretty much very thematic. I mean, I haven't seen anything surprising. And this is the typical pawn break that black does. And now the big thing is, will white step forward with a pawn in the centre?
I can remember Keith Arkle talking about this position, and he loves taking the pawn here and going for this kind of ending. But the only way probably to get an advantage, David, you play these positions a lot.
Yeah, the Grunfeld.
Yeah, what would you do here?
I mean, now I would take the pawn, but Christopher's last move on the previous turn is known to be inaccurate. I mean, if you want to push your pawn forward and fianchetto the white dark square bishop, you should have done it on the previous move. Now things are falling apart. I think white stepping forward with a pawn in the centre
would be a mistake, right?
It's a big mistake. Black is ready to open up his dark squared bishop. Look at black's dark squared bishop. So many targets on this diagonal. Instead, we see a bunch of exchanges. The queen's coming off, but Christopher needs to win. It's not his type of position. Every win we've seen so far is imbalanced or him attacking, and especially with the queens on. So right now, black is absolutely fine. Very healthy pawn structure. Black has a 3 versus 2 pawn majority on the left side, on the queen side. And actually, that tends to be a big factor in these positions.
Yeah, I mean, there's still play left, but as you say, the queens have come off the board. He's changed the nature of the game compared to the other ones, and I'm just not sure why. He was winning, keeping the queens on the board, so it is strange.
Or sacrificing his queen as he...
Yeah, just, you know, who needs a queen? Give it up. And black has equalised there, it's fair to say, but it's only an equal position.
Yeah. Look at the clocks. Christopher's clearly uncomfortable. He spent 2 minutes more than Erigaisi, and also this is still a relatively known position. This will come with experience, I think, those decision-making on opening choices and things.
This rook move looks rather passive, I would say. You know, he's just playing on the defensive. He's overprotecting his bishop. I mean, I fully expected him to actually come forward with his pawns. You know, there's a pawn imbalance in the position.
I remember, again, just Grandmaster, this move here, I was going to suggest, I remember Grandmaster Keith Arco is an expert in these positions. He says you've got to keep that pawn on the E-file where it is to support your pieces. You don't want to move that pawn forward. That's his argument, until it's ready. And actually, white has now lost another tempo by not moving that pawn forwards. He'd love to make some exchanges and do what we call a minority attack on the queen side, using his 2 pawns, trying to target black's pawns, but this is a long way off now. Black is just developing extremely comfortably here.
Yeah, and black has a variety of moves. You can bring your rooks to the centre, try and trade off a set of rooks. I would be tempted at least to calculate pushing black's A pawn forward. Black's 3 pawns versus 2 pawns advantage. It makes sense to play on that side of the board. That's where you have the majority. That's kind of classic chess wisdom. But look at Christopher Yu shaking his head. It's not his type of position. That is the key, especially in blitz. You've got to be comfortable. Yeah. Whether it's objectively good, objectively bad, it doesn't really matter as long as you're comfortable and happy to play quick moves, familiar with the patterns.
And it's horrible to lose tempo. I mean, this move is a very typical way to try and get initiative on the queen side. And again, white's move there, it gives up some big squares. The black knight can now jump forwards, which it couldn't do before. The black pawn can gain more space, and here it goes, the pawn going forwards. Black must be better now, I would have thought. Everything's going black's way.
You are absolutely correct, Simon.
I am the bar.
You are the bar.
Who needs a bar when you've got the ginger GM?
Yeah.
And I like bars.
And chocolate bars, bars.
I was thinking
karaoke
goodnight bars.
Karaoke bars.
Oh, karaoke bars, yeah. They're very popular in Norway, aren't they? So,
very popular, especially in the chess community, I've noticed.
They really are. I can confirm.
I've seen some videos.
Meanwhile, a couple of pawns have disappeared from the board. Black does have an isolated pawn. This pawn capture, the black pawn that sits on this c6 square that's highlighted now, is a potential weakness. But the problem is black's pieces are so good.
This last move, you know, it's just trading off more pieces.
Yeah, maybe he felt he had to. The dark squared bishop.
Oh, but hang on a minute, look at this move.
This is maybe a killer.
This is just that pawn, that black pawn, which run all the way out the board, combined with that bishop. The 2 black bishops, they're just assassins. You know, I think this could be the end.
Yeah, it's sad for Christopher because he's played such a good game today. Just in general, he's been really sharp, but a bad opening choice in the open in this blitz game, I feel.
Oh, no, Arjun didn't show any emotion. I was getting excited there. Nope, same face. He's so calm.
He's the new Iceman, Arjun.
He is the Iceman, definitely. He's got no doubt about it.
And that dark square bishop for black, it couldn't be captured because then black would have created a very strong passed b-pawn, 1 square away from promotion. This bishop can nearly never be captured, so you can either defend it right now. You could also start calculating and start wondering whether you can take white's remaining pawn on this left half with your bishop. I would just defend this with the black knight, I feel.
Yeah.
Like full control.
Reinforce that bishop. And that white pawn on A2 is just going to fall. It has no defenders. You can take that at liberty.
On the bright side, he's caught up on the clock now. It's level. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes each. And he does take this pawn. Arjun is a very quick, very confident calculator.
But maybe this is part of this kind of negative thinking that you kind of touched upon in the previous games, where Arjun just needs a draw. So therefore, he's taking decisions that maybe aren't the best.
Well, he wants to go for the win, Arjun, here. He's skewered the 2 white rooks. So look at the black bishop, the 2 white rooks. Same diagonal. Oof. This is a check, though. Where does the black king go? Are there any safe squares?
And let's remember, black only needs to draw to win the match. White must win. But I don't know. It's messy to me. I can't calculate this position quickly enough. I mean, to me, I'm not entirely sure what's happening here now.
Yeah. What is the bar saying, Simon?
We need that bar.
I reckon the bar says equal.
That is absolutely correct.
Wow.
I am the bar.
0.0. You are the bar.
Oh, hello. That looks dangerous.
He goes into the pin. I mean,
that looks. I could never play a move like that personally. I'll just be like, that is. Yeah.
It's beautiful though, because the whole idea of the knight moves, then the pawn takes the bishop.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Knight does move, but why didn't he move his bishop? His bishop's captured now. Suddenly, everything's falling apart for white.
I don't understand.
Erigaisi showed some emotion. I think Christopher. Did he just blunder there? I think he finally cracked under the pressure. Erigaisi leaning back, confident. Maybe Christopher just forgot his bishop was on prise.
That's the first time I've seen the Iceman chill.
Yeah.
Properly chill. He's leant back. I think he knows he's got this now.
Yeah. And right now, white is just the exchange down, a rook for knight. But the problem is, one of those rooks can move. You can pin this knight. The white knight's on the same line as its rook. It's also very tempting to bring one black rook down to the bottom of the board, eye up the white king. And the very best, Christopher gets into an endgame with equal material, but unfortunately this pin paralyzes his knight. And it's going to be game over. Arjun is going to progress to the semi-finals. He fought back, Christopher. Like you said, it was equal. He should have just kept his dark square bishop and crossed his fingers. It was still super complicated, this endgame.
And rook takes rook, and, well, the best white can hope for is just a draw.
Yeah, that's not the best knight you'll have ever seen. This white knight in the corner, struggling to escape.
Yeah, your exchange down here, obviously in the ending, the rook is much more powerful than the knight. Yes, white has an extra pawn, but that doesn't count against such a strong rook, and black just has to be sensible, don't do anything silly. So he's centralising his king a little bit. Maybe try to exchange the bishops off. Let's make some more exchanges. Don't blunder, and you're through, as long as you don't make any mistakes. And you know what I do here?
As white?
Yeah, as white.
I know
for a draw.
No, I just resign. So
it will probably be accepted, the draw offer, just because it would help Arjun progress to the semis, but a draw is the same as a loss at this point.
Checkmate now threatened, actually. Quite a crafty checkmate. Little net there. The white king has to step out of a check from the rook. But I mean, the white knight's actually dominated. It's actually, look at that white knight. Black's bishop is doing a great job of just stopping it really coming out.
It's in the stable, Simon.
It's in the stable. The horsey stable.
It jumps back, but it's just going to get captured, and every exchange, every trade helps black. No chances now to win. Unless Erigaisi gets disconnected or mouse slips. He won't blunder. It's just not Erigaisi's style.
No.
It's actually objectively a draw with best play. Bishop and 4 versus rook and 3, all on the same side of the board. But that is enough for Erigaisi. He's trying to repeat the position. What do you think? Do miracles exist? If he wins this one, Christopher, he's got to buy a lottery ticket, because I've never seen the side with the bishop win this endgame before.
No.
Maybe just needs a minute. So close to having a dream come true, playing in a semi-finals with the top players in the world. But he's already done so good being here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this won't be the last time we talk about him in a knockout phase.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's 15. That's right, 15 years old, and another talent, right? Give him a couple of years, he'll be 100 points higher than he is now, and crushing more people. So
an exciting time for the American Chess Federation as well, with Christopher, Mishra,
Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
Bunch of players. I mean, There's actually dozens of players that I only heard of in the last year, and suddenly they're 2,500 Grandmaster level, and they're popping up.
Sam Sevian.
Day on day. Jeffrey Zhang,
Yeah, lots.
Meanwhile, okay, the board is frozen. Does that mean no moves? Christopher Yu, it's just hard to create winning chances. I mean, you're running out of material. Can't create a passed pawn. 4 versus 3. Even if white had a rook instead of the white bishop, it's still a draw. So, yeah, unfortunately, no way forward. He just waits.
Yeah.
Erigaisi looks very chilled out now. Very calm.
Would you try to win this as white?
I would play till move 100 just for the fun of it. And as soon as we reach move 100, off a draw. But yeah, I mean, in an over-the-board game, I think they would have shaken hands a long time ago.
Yeah.
Why over the board and not online?
There's more chance of a mouse slip or disconnect, or there's more variables. Over the board, also, I think online you can kind of get away with things. Over the board, you just feel a bit embarrassed if you play on in a position like this where there's 0 chances of winning.
Well, you can see Black's plan.
Wait for
But maybe, you know, there's a chance because Erigaisi has like some pre-moves going on.
Yeah.
Could he play on that?
If there was no increment, for example, the players do gain 3 seconds after every move. If there was no increment, play on. Try and win on the clock. Hope for some pre-moves.
Here you go. The king can't go to its beloved square.
So if he does, you can take the king.
New rules.
But still no way to make progress.
Even Bill Gates would win this, I can see in the Chess24 chat. Bill Gates, who lost to Magnus in
9 moves.
9 moves, was it?
Yeah, I'm not sure he'd win this. This is a drawn position. Unless he's an endgame expert, Bill Gates. You never know.
Be a real endgame expert. So.
And this one, the pawns are disappearing. They're getting traded off.
Yeah.
We're about to see that draw.
You can just put the king back if you want to be, well, totally safe. He's playing a bit more ambitiously here, but it's the same sort of thing. Pawns are going to be exchanged. Very close now.
Yeah, and if all the remaining pawns disappear, still a draw. Rook and bishop without any pawns, draw. White's pawn not going anywhere. All Black needs to do is give up his rook for the remaining white pawn.
Yeah.
And that's legally obliged to be a draw if it's just a bishop, which can't deliver checkmate on its own.
Yeah, I think the white king is going to take a step back, and now the black king is going to come forward.
Yeah, why not finish
That's
it off?
it.
I would have played rook h6 there or something. Actually, it didn't quite work.
Careful.
But there we go. It is a draw.
Yeah, that means Arjun Erigaisi wins the match and is ready for semi-finals. Christopher Yu, the youngest player in the tournament, 15 years old. It was incredible just making it through from the preliminaries, and he's played some fantastic chess here in the quarterfinals. But in blitz tiebreaks, it is over for the 15-year-old. But this is definitely not the last time we see this young American. It's all over now. We'll try to get a comment from Arjun Erigaisi, who will face Liam Le tomorrow in the quarterfinals. We'll get up semi-finals. Sorry, we'll get up those semi-finals that we are looking forward to tomorrow. Arjun against Liam Le. Who will be the favourite?
That's a tough one. They're both very strong. I'll say Liam Le, just because he got a bit more rest today.
Yeah.
He won a bit quicker.
But Arjun, second place in the preliminaries. Do you agree with David, or what chances do you give Arjun?
I'd probably go Arjan, actually. Yeah. They're both very, very strong players. Liam Le has been world blitz champion before, so, you know, incredible. But Arjan's the up-and-coming player, so I'll go on Arjan.
Yeah. He played at least one event last season on the tour, Arjun Erigaisi. What has happened to him over the last year, Jovanka? Is there something specifically in his play that has made him just one of the top?
He's just genius.
Yeah.
I mean, when we first saw him on the tour, I remember it was in the Asian Money...
Gold Money Asian
Rapid. And, you know, I hadn't even heard of him. And then suddenly, you know, he started playing all these tournaments, and it was just sensational. The way that he plays chess is very universal, it's sparkling. And now we can see that he's one of the world's best, and it's well deserved. And he's only 19.
Incredible. And we're joined by this incredible 19-year-old. Arjun, congratulations on being in the semi-finals.
Hi, thank you.
It was an intense match against Christopher here. 2 comebacks by him and blitz tiebreaks. What has the day been like?
Yeah, it was a lot more difficult than I expected it to be. And I think I should have made a draw in the 4th game, but nerves kind of got to me and I made a lot of silly inaccuracies. And I'm glad that I think he blundered with knight d4. Instead of that, had he played bishop d4, maybe he was winning something. I'm not sure. So, yeah, I'm glad that I managed to win it in the end, in the blitz even.
Great play by you as well. And we've been noticing you've been sitting like this the whole day, even when you've been playing some genius moves, maybe when your opponent has been blundering, when you've been in time trouble. Are you just as calm on the inside as you look on the outside?
Oh, no, definitely not. Inside, I react a lot and I just try to control my emotions. But of course, just like anybody else, I also do feel all the emotions.
But obviously, your opponent can see you on the web camera. Is it a part of your strategy to just always give away that calm emotion?
Oh, not really. It comes to me since my childhood. It's just a natural thing to me.
Interesting. They're calling you the Iceman here in the studio. Do you like that nickname?
Not a bad one.
And tomorrow, the Iceman will play Liam Le in the semi-finals. What do you expect from that?
Yeah, it will be very interesting. He is a former World Blitz champion, so I think he's very good, especially in shorter time controls. So I look forward to it.
You could be now very close to playing a final on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. What would that mean to you to make it all the way to the final?
Well, it would certainly be a great thing because the last 2 times I got eliminated in the quarterfinals. So I'm already happy and relieved that I made it to the semis this time. And yeah, I hope to make it to the finals.
Oh, we really look forward to your fight tomorrow. Best of luck against Liam Arjun.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
He has a new nickname now, the Iceman. And tomorrow he plays Liam Le. Let's take a look at the results from 4 very interesting... Oh, no, only this one. It went all the way to tie breaks for Arjun Erigaisi and Christopher Yu. All games, except from the final Blitz game, ended up with a winner in the rapid portion. 2 wins each to take it to Blitz tie breaks, and that first win with the white pieces in Blitz secured Arjun a place in the semi-finals. And here they are, the matches coming up. Magnus Carlsen beating Levon Aronian to face Vincent Keimer, who knocked out Pragnananda in the quarterfinals. The whole of Germany will be watching that battle between the 17-year-old and the world #1. And then Liam Le knocking out Hans Niemann, now to face Arjun Erigaisi in the semi-finals. Do you think Simon Magnus is relieved to see Hans Niemann knocked out? There's not going to be a final between them. The drama for now is kind of over.
Definitely relieved that he doesn't, have to worry about that, and he can just concentrate on the chess, which is he's playing fantastic. So it's good seeing him playing good chess.
Yeah. Semi-finals coming up tomorrow with 2 top players, Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le, and 2 teenagers making their big breakthrough in the world elite. So join us tomorrow, as always, at 5:45 CET for semi-finals in the Julius Baer Generations Cup. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.